And we are back to Cocodona Live, presented by Salomon. If you joined us about 30 minutes ago, we had an internet outage here in Phoenix. It actually affected a huge chunk of Central Phoenix, which is where our studio headquarters are. But we are back, and we are going to get you to the start line just in time. We are just under 5 minutes to go from the start of the first wave at the Cocodona 250. We got our fingers crossed that we don't cut out again. That was a close one, but you know what? It reminds me a lot of ultra running. It's kind of, you just have to pivot and deal with things on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, that is what this sport is all about, is solving problems on the fly. And
we're looking at the start actually right now. So yeah, Chris is out there. Chris, can you hear us?
Here. How's it going, guys?
Good. We are back up and running, and we are super stoked to be seeing you before the start of the race.
Yeah, I am stoked to be back on. I know that we had a bit of an internet issue there, but literally just as the 5-minute warning was sounded by Jubilee, we found out that our internet was coming back, and everybody is starting to.
Yeah. We have Chris, we're going to come back to you. We're going to check in with Jamil Coury. We're going to go to the Jam Cam. Jamil, can you hear us out there?
I can hear you. Hey, guys, just lining up here.
How do you feel? Your brainchild is born.
Pretty nervous, but yeah, we're out here ready to go.
How many leaders are you actually planning to carry in the section? I know that's something you and I have been talking about throughout the week.
What's up, Maggie? Probably like 4.
Nice. There's Maggie Gutierrez right there.
Wave 1 runners, go ahead and raise your hand. Did you sign up for an epic Arizona adventure today? Yes, you did. Make sure, go ahead and tap your shoulder, find that spot tracker. If you do not have a spot tracker on, I need you to go back to registration. Can you each confirm to me, just with a woohoo, that you got enough water for this amazing first stretch of the day? 3 liters, what do you got? Woo! Yes, I like it. We're about 2 minutes out. This is our first wave of the Cocodona 250. Welcome to our inaugural year.
Good to see you.
This has been 2 years in the making.
Yeah, man, of course.
So if you can hear Jubilee Page saying that at the start line, that they are just 2 minutes away here.
Yeah, you can just feel the excitement building here in the start corral. The energy is high. The runners are excited to embark in what is bound to be an incredible journey.
And it's pretty amazing. If you're just joining us now, you're looking at the race through the eyes of Jamil Coury, the founder of Aravaipa and the creator of Cocodona 250. So I think it's the perfect way to be witnessing the start of this race. We're just over a minute away now. Man, I'm excited.
Yeah, I don't know if excited is the right term for my energy level right now.
Yeah. This is great.
Deep breath, we've got 1 minute.
What's up, bro?
One of the interesting things you can see here is the difference in strategy with gear. So you have some people going for more sun protection there in the long sleeve shirts, but you have others going for more dealing with the heat and the temperatures with the no shirt or the tanks.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's. Then you see right there, there's the whiskey man himself. That's Michael Versteeg on the right of your screen.
This is a satisfied look.
Big breath. We got 30 seconds. Are you ready?
30-second countdown. Cocodona 250 is on, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm going to count you down in 10. I want you to take a deep breath and step up to the starting line. Count down with me.
And they're off.
the first steps of the inaugural Cocodona 250. I literally have goosebumps right now watching the start of this event.
It's amazing. Let's actually try to get some aerial footage up here from our drone pilot, Tony Hill. Oh, look at that. You can see the headlamps out on the Black Canyon Trail. And there they are.
The journey has now begun, Rob, and this is going to be exciting, seeing people starting in the dark and traversing all of basically central Arizona on foot over the course of a number of days.
Yeah. This is just... It really is an incredible moment. And just for those of you tuning in, this is wave 1, and there are going to be multiple waves happening every 10 minutes, with the final wave going off at 5:50 a.m. local time, Arizona time. It is 5:01 a.m. right now. And there you are. You can see them heading out with their headlamps on. Yeah, so we're getting some. I know it's still dark out. The sun is. It's not even civil twilight yet. You could see a little bit of the light on the horizon when the drone is dipping up. So.
Yeah, you're really going to start to see the sun slowly creep up over the next 30, 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, we're looking at a 5:37 a.m. sunrise, so
nice.
We're close. So as we're watching this aerial footage, I'm going to go and look at some answer some questions from the chat. So if you are watching on YouTube or Facebook, please put your questions in there. We will be monitoring it throughout the live stream.
And before we get into some questions, I just saw Aravaipa's own John Marushik in the chat. He was a big part of helping get this event going. He runs a lot of he helps pack a lot of the trucks and make sure everything comes back and is fixed, and he helped get everything into the trucks and out onto the course. So shout out to John for helping really make this event possible, and to the rest of the team here at Aravaipa. It took a village to raise this
really did.
Raise this Cocodona brainchild of Jamil's.
Yeah, there's so many people involved behind this race. You know what? Actually, let's go back to the jam cam and just get some eyes on the course. We got Jamil out there.
I wasn't really in race mode either, so I'm sure it'll be a lot faster.
Yeah, so there's Jamil, and he looks like he's running behind his
it's kind of sightseeing.
His close friend, the whiskey man himself, Michael Versteeg. And here they are going over the classic cattle gates. There are many of these across the Black Canyon Trail. And that's where the bottlenecking happens.
Yeah, it's already you can start to see some of the low desert landscape here. You can start to see some of the cacti over in the landscape there. Yeah. Really beautiful.
Yeah, there's a Black Canyon Trail sign right there.
No way.
This part of the course, it's gonna be pretty flat for a bit, and then they're gonna start rolling up. They're gonna climb, and then they're gonna turn left at a switchback, and then they're gonna dip back down to the Agua Fria. That's about 2 miles in from the course.
Totally.
And they're gonna stay on the Black Canyon Trail for about a total of like 7.5 miles, and then they're gonna get on a fire road that's gonna take them all the way to Cottonwood Creek. So.
Yeah, this time of year, Agua Fria River probably pretty dry, given the weather that we've been having here in Phoenix, but it'll be interesting to see. Runners should be able to keep their feet dry this year, but we will kind of see here shortly.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the questions. So Graham Howes asks, where's Jam Jam? Is he running? He is running. You are actually watching his view right now. This is the Jam Cam. He is right behind Michael Versteeg on the Black Canyon Trail in the opening mile of the race. So it feels like we're running it. This is kind of like a different style of Cocodona Virtual, right?
This is shout out to Rich Meyer, who was in the chat earlier participating in Cocodona Virtual as well. This is definitely, a different version of Cocodona Virtual, getting to sit here and kind of watch Jamil kind of go through this course early on.
Yeah. I got to say, this is one of my new favorite trails in Arizona. I mean, I've been here for a little over 5 years, and only recently discovered. They're on such a beautiful section of single track, especially as they climb up into the ridges and dip down into the Agua Fria. It's just a really special place.
Yeah, I think over the course of the next few days, we're gonna discover a lot of different sections of trail that we really enjoy.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be exposed, even as Arizonans, to a lot of new places here.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just going to be incredible. We've got a lot of race to cover, and that's actually the perfect segue to answering this question. How much of the race you're anticipated on streaming? Well, we're anticipating on streaming till 10 p.m. tonight, and then we're going to be back at 5:30 a.m. Tuesday and Wednesday. And Wednesday we're going to go through Thursday. We will see how the race unfolds. There's a lot of unknowns given the first time that this course is being run. I mean, we know that it's roughly 255 miles and 42,000 plus feet of gain, but no one's ever done this course before in a race setting. Obviously, Jamil and Anthony Culpepper have scouted it back in 2019. The course has changed a little bit since then, for various reasons, and yeah, so it's going to be really exciting to see what times people are going to be throwing down. Because if the closest comparable race, it really is the Moab 240, which is a 238-mile race, so it's a little shorter, and it's got just under 30,000 feet of climbing that race. So, but it's comparable from a desert to alpine kind of setting. And the two fastest times there is just under 58 hours and then 59 hours. Of course, that sub 58 is Courtney Dauwalter's lightning fast time from a few years ago.
Dude, he's got some major health issues.
Yeah, so we'll see. So yeah, Jamil is
right now.
On cam right now. We're going to go back to the start for a bit, and we are going to check in with Chris Worden as we get ready for the next wave. Hey, Chris, what are you seeing at the start out there? Yeah, we'll check back in with Chris in a bit. Looks like he's getting ready. We're about 3 minutes away from Wave 2 starting. And here's an aerial shot from the start line, just under 3 minutes away from the start of Wave 2. Shout out to Victoria in the comments. The coverage is so rad. We really appreciate that. And let's go back to the jam cam. Still working their way up the Black Canyon Trail right there. I like Versteeg's style. He's got this he's got the crop top going.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting look. I think it's something that Versteeg can definitely pull off. I don't know how many people could pull that off, but Michael Versteeg is definitely one of those people.
Yeah, I think he pulls it off better than Walmsley. I'm just gonna throw that one out there. Better than the Western States crop top.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd quite go that far, given Jim's wonderful accomplishments, but Versteeg definitely pulls it off. So.
Well, if we're just talking about style, I mean. And as you can see on the left of your screen near the logo, the sun is creeping up. We got a little more light on the horizon. We're a few minutes away from civil twilight, so which means we're about 20 minutes or so away from that beautiful Arizona sunrise.
Yeah, as someone who moved out to the state of Arizona somewhat recently, there are few things in life as beautiful as a desert sunrise and a desert sunset. So I hope that the viewers who maybe don't live here in Arizona or who haven't visited and experienced that get to enjoy that today.
Yeah, it really is a special place. And that's the beauty of this race. Like, it covers so much ground in just 250 miles. I mean, that's a long way to go. But when you think about it, you get in that small chunk of 250 miles, you get the Sonoran Desert, you get the Bradshaw Mountains, which has ponderosa pines, and then you're gonna dip back down. You got the Red Rock Canyons, you got the Granite Dells and Prescott.
Hot week ahead of us, huh?
It's just incredible, and of course the climb up to 7,000 feet. Flagstaff,
maybe we'll get lucky.
The finish line.
Well, I
of the
shouldn't
race.
say lucky and time it at night because you missed all the views, but.
Let's actually go to the start real quick. Just in time for the start of Wave 2. So here's the start of wave 2. And you know, Matt, your dark horse pick, I believe Sarah O is out in wave 2. So she is now starting the race. Oh, a couple last-minute ads right there. It's okay. They got plenty of time to catch up.
Yeah, no, I think it's really exciting to see how people from, the second wave kind of fare over the course of this race, because they might not get pulled out as fast early on being in the second wave if anyone in the first wave does go out too fast. So definitely interesting to see how the wave starts kind of play into the overall strategy of this event.
Absolutely, and it's only a 10-minute difference. Even on a much shorter ultra race like Black Canyon, we saw several people from waves 3, waves 4 actually end up placing in the top 10, by making up time. But this is a completely different kind of race, as we were talking earlier. This is going to be. We're getting some more start footage here. We can see the moon up on there. Yeah, we're getting light. It's going to be really interesting to see how it all plays out with that sunrise. Let's try to get a little bit more footage here from the drone cam. And there you go. Some beautiful views from Tony of the Hills out there. Some more runners getting ready. Let's throw it back to Jamil for the jam cam. Looks like he's up Versteeg. That's Michael Versteeg right in front of him. And there you go. That's the Agua Fria that we were talking about. The Agua Fria River to the left of your screen. Just was to the left of your screen. They're going to be going down. They're going to cut into this canyon. The feet might actually cut out there. I've run that section of trail a lot. It's gonna bend in, switch back to the Agua Fria. They'll cross over that, and then they'll head further west. And that's when they start making their trek toward the Bradshaws.
Yeah, and one of the things that you're really starting to notice in this section of trail, while we still have the feet, is you're starting to see, now that there's some light, some of the saguaro cacti.
Yeah.
Only place in the world that you can find these beautiful cacti is in the Sonoran Desert, primarily in Arizona. Can't find them anywhere else. All the other deserts in the world, nowhere else can you find these beautiful saguaro cacti.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And speaking of those cactus, there they are right there on the drone cam. Yeah, when you're driving in from the north on I-17, you're coming down and there's no cactus. All of a sudden, all those cacti. So
yeah,
this is that section.
It's like you hit a threshold where the cacti just stop.
Yeah.
Stops and starts depending on what way you're going.
It's hard to see from this angle, but based on the stride, I think in that neon hat, I think that might be Sarah Ostazuski just coming from wave 2 through that cattle gate. This looks like the wave 2 runners coming through on that cattle gate you saw earlier.
Now that the sun is up, you're really starting to see how beautiful that desert landscape is and how tight that single track is through this section of the course.
Yeah, it is really such a well-maintained trail. Shout out to the Black Canyon Trail Coalition. They just take such phenomenal care of this trail system, and it's growing. If you've seen from from the mini doc with Jubilee and Fox, they've traversed this trail, and it's just, I out there filming with that, it's such an impeccably maintained trail. So it's the perfect start.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that the Black Canyon Trail Coalition does a really good job, like you said, of taking pride in maintaining this trail and working on developing it to continue to give back to the local community, to give them the opportunities to explore some of these cool places in the Sonoran Desert.
Absolutely. Yeah, it really is. And every minute we just getting more and more light as that sun is coming up from the other side. Yeah, so they're going to make their way. This is wave 2. If you're just joining us, this is wave 2 of the runners out of the 5 waves of the race.
Yeah, and you can start to see now just why it's so important to have like a good hydration strategy and a good like heat management strategy, because as you can see, there's no coverage in a majority of the course. You're going to have a lot of sun exposure, and so making sure you're staying hydrated, making sure you're taking care of your skin and having cooling mechanisms in place is going to be a big part of being successful in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we were saying, it gets hot pretty quickly here. Even in early May, that the sun, like I was saying earlier, it just cooks you on this section of the trail. So it's back to that. You're going to hear us talking about it a lot. It's that catch-22. It's, do you go out quick to beat the heat, or do you take it slow? Because it is, to get to Crown King, it's a 37. Well, to go up to Lane Mountain, you're at mile 33. And that's most of the climb. And then you come over the crest, and then it's downhill to Crown King. But that's still almost 9,000 feet of climbing to get up there. So,
yeah, I think that it's definitely going to be interesting over the course of the next, hours to see how each runner kind of chooses their strategy, because it is very interesting. The other kind of really interesting thing is the differences in elevation. So once you start climbing up into the Bradshaws, you're going to top out just under 8,000 feet before you dip down into Crown King at about mile 37. So you're going to go from low Sonoran Desert up into the Bradshaws at high altitude, come back down into a somewhat lower altitude before having to climb back up to over 7,000 feet on the Coconino Plateau.
Yeah, it's kind of like a nice little appetizer for what's to come, Yeah, so we're actually hearing from John. John's out there. Is John at the start line right now? Is he saying he's a nice 59 degrees at the start line? Of course he's at the start line. Shout out to Aravaipa's very own John Marushik in the chat. And Stephanie David in the chat on Facebook is saying, good luck, Uncle Stan. Well, he may not be reading this because he's running, but shout out to Stephanie's Uncle Stan. We wish him an epic race for the inaugural Cocodona 250.
Yeah, hopefully Uncle Stan enjoys the full experience of the Cocodona 250. It's going to be truly one of the most epic adventures you could possibly have in the state of Arizona. I think there's nothing like this in the state of Arizona for sure, but there's nothing like this in the country, and so I'm excited for all these runners.
Right. We're going to get some footage now from Troy Wicks, who is our other drone pilot. So Troy is actually out. He's waiting for the first pack to hit about mile 7. He's about 7.5 miles in. So the runners are not quite there. They're probably about 45 minutes from this section, but we want to give you a little preview of what this area of the course looks like. Oh, just beautiful. And this is that fire road that I was talking about. They're going to get the runners are going to get off the Black Canyon Trail at about 7 miles in, and then they're going to get onto this fire road, and then they're going to take that all the way over. They're going to dip down to the first aid station at mile 11, which is Cottonwood Creek, and then they won't have aid again for 22 miles, and that's why all runners at the start line are required to carry 3 liters. The capacity to have 3 liters. They don't have to start with 3 liters, but they need to have the ability to hold 3 liters of water, because they will not have aid station for 22 miles between 1 and 2. So actually, we're going to go back to the jam cam and get some more footage from Jamil Coury himself out there on the trail. Yeah, that's the Black Canyon Trail. You got the Buckhorn Cholla to the left, some prickly pear, cactus, some sagebrush, and there's a lot of rocks too on the side. But again, it's just a beautifully maintained trail. And I think at this section they're probably over the Agua Fria. Oh, so great question. John, of course, answered it. But, for anybody else wondering, why is it called Cocodona? Well, Cocodona is a combination of Coconino, which is Coconino County is where the finish line Flagstaff is, and Sedona, which is one of the most iconic places in all of Arizona. And, of course, the race passes through Sedona, and it ends in Flagstaff on the Coconino Plateau in Coconino County. So Cocodona. Plus, it just sounds rad. It's a great name. Yeah, no, the naming convention here is incredible. It's catchy. It's something that is short. You can remember it, and it's creative. Yeah. So love it. We're going to go back to wave 3. There it is, 3, 2, 1, they're off. Wave 3 runners right there. Getting some excellent footage from Chris Worden at the start.
We are halfway through the wave 4. This is your 10-minute warning.
Chris, what's it like there at the start line now? And now that 3 of the waves are off, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Now that a couple of waves have gone off, some of the nerves have kind of come down a little bit. I've seen in the faces and the eyes of some of the runners some genuine emotion. You can see that this is a very moving, powerful moment for them to embark on a journey like the likes of which many of them have never done.
Right.
For instance, Henry Ward, who has run the Boston Quad multiple times, where he runs the Boston Marathon 3 times before running the actual Boston Marathon. A guy who is no stranger to long distance running. He's never done anything like this, and I could see in his eyes that he was battling some emotion, and he was not alone in that. So it's really great to see these participants. You can see them cycle through it. They cycle from nerves and maybe even just a little bit of fear, but into excitement and elation as they step to the start line. And once they soak in the fact that everybody here is cheering them on, hoping that everyone here does their best, it really becomes a truly magical thing. And you can see it with every wave that actually starts the race.
Right.
And we're about halfway through right now. I believe that we're through 3 of, is it 5 or 6 waves that are taking off?
5 waves, I believe.
Okay. So we've got a couple more to go. There's still an ample amount of people here. The parking lot filled up quite a bit between the hours of 4 and 6, or I guess it's still only 5:20, but once the start line started to fill up, that was evident in the parking lot, and now we've got a full house, as it were.
Right.
Obviously, people are here to see off their runners, here to see off their friends, their family, and hopefully as they follow along in the journey, whether physically or from a distance, I hope that they're tuning in on the live stream. I think that it would be great if the people who are following their friends and family would be tuning in with us as much as humanly possible. We've got a lot of time to cover, and I feel like
and Chris, we're gonna come back to you in a sec. Speaking of showing them, we want to bring them out to some epic drone footage right now from Tony and Troy. Here we have some footage of the course. Again, this is from Troy Wicks. We're waiting for the runners to come out to the section where he's at. And some aerial views now going through that classic gate. I know that hat. That is El Frico Jeff Hemperly. Shout out. Coming through there. Prescott local. So right on. We're going to go back to the jam cam real quick and get some more trail views. There they are. That's wave 1. It's about the middle of wave 1. Still making their way up. There you go. There's some more of that great drone footage. So this section, I believe this is still, you're looking at some of the Wave 3 runners making their way through the meandering opening section of the Black Canyon Trail coming out of that Black Canyon City Trailhead, Rock Springs area.
Yeah, so again, Rob, just really beautiful to see now that the sun is basically fully up, or that we have enough light to see. It's really awesome to just see the trail kind of meandering through the desert, and all of these participants kind of starting this ludicrous and insane adventure that they're going on.
Yeah.
This multiple-day adventure through the state of Arizona.
Yeah, it really is great. And you know what? I'm just doing math in my head right now. I have to correct myself. Math is not my forte, but I believe there are 6 waves. The last wave is at 550. So Chris Worden was right. There are 6 waves. Again, it's a wave every 10 minutes. And of course, we're doing the waves to COVID protocols. And you know what the beauty of the wave starts is, like, mass starts are fun to see. Everybody getting out the gates. But it really breaks it up. It gives people the ability to enjoy this single track without too much conga line action going on. So it's nice.
Yeah, well, especially, in the first mile or so, hitting that cattle gate. While you're still having some bottlenecking, it definitely helps reduce that a little bit by having the wave starts.
Absolutely. Yeah, those cattle gates are, we know from the Black Canyon coverage, if you guys were joining us about 2 or 3 months ago in mid-February when we did a live stream similar to this, we saw a lot of the bottlenecking happen, especially off the beginning when they come off the track and they go in. So this is a little different, but they're gonna have to be going through lots of cattle gates out there. This is raw ranch country, part of the course, because this course is like, it's a perfect balance of like remote, rugged wilderness. And then you're going through iconic towns. I mean, you're going through some small towns like Crown King. Not even a town. It's a saloon and a general store. It's amazing. Like, I can't wait to have footage of that in a few hours. They're expected there around a little after 11. The leaders, but they're going to be in Prescott and of course Flag. So it's like this perfect combination of, like, let's go get way out in the mountains, but actually let's bring in these towns that are just iconic to Arizona and really celebrate it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I would encourage all viewers to do, if you haven't done so already, is to definitely check out our Cocodona origin story, especially the first episode, because I think that Jamil did a very good job of laying out why he chose to design the course the way he did, because he could have made a different route with more single track and maybe better views, but he wanted to connect these towns and to run through the heart of as many of these towns as he could. And this course is going to not only provide you with beautiful, diverse scenery, but it's going to show you the diversity and the history of a lot of these towns in Arizona.
Absolutely.
To speak to the history of these towns and to hopefully stimulate some of these local economies by having crews and pacers enjoying a shot of whiskey on Whiskey Row, or getting dinner in Prescott, or anything like that. So really awesome course design that had the intention of showcasing not just the beautiful landscape, but also the beautiful history of some of these towns.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would say, if you were running this race, what town would you be most excited to go through a race?
Well, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Rob. Since I'm very new to Arizona, I haven't been to most of these towns.
Yeah,
right?
That's great.
I think as a runner, I would be most excited for Flagstaff, because that means you're done.
That's a good point. Oh, let's check in. Jamil, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. How's it going? How's that climb up the Black Canyon Trail?
Yeah, it's good. I just wanted to do a check-in before I lose service here. Yeah, I guess we're 2.7 miles in here. I'm looking down on the Agua Fria, which, by the way, normally a pretty big crossing on the Black Canyon 100K. Completely bone dry today, so just goes to show you, like, the conditions out here. Huge lead pack ahead of me. I think I'm on the tail end of wave 1 here, but wish it was a little cooler. It's already feels a bit warm, so I think that's going to be a challenge for today. But I think everyone's prepared. They know what's ahead of them, and it should be interesting.
Yeah. What is your strategy, if you can share it with us? Are you going to take it slow up that climb, or are you going to try to push it faster to beat the heat?
I'm not going to push it, but I'm going to try and just keep moving forward, make good progress. I don't want to burn my legs out this early on, but definitely want to get up and out of the heat if I can. So yeah, it's kind of the plan. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, we're going to be checking in with Jamil throughout the entirety of this race. So yeah, I couldn't be more excited for him. I mean, this race, like, how does it feel? Like you're a few miles into something that had been living in your brain for the last few years.
Yeah, it's pretty surreal. Right now, I'm thinking a lot about Anthony Culpepper. Got to shout him out. He wasn't able to make it out this year due to some health issues, but we were here 2 years ago to the day, basically, climbing up out of this section. And definitely going to miss him. I'm going to be running this one for him. So shout out to Anthony Culpepper. And it's a beautiful morning. I got to show you guys this view of all these runners here. Let me see if I can switch. You got the whole lead pack just ahead of us here.
You can kind of see the conga line of participants kind of meandering up the switchbacks there.
Very typical Black Canyon Trail mountain bike trails. And I'll pan over to the right here. You can see the Agua Fria, and then back, and you can see 40 runners up there taking on this beast.
Yeah, it's just incredible views. Well, Jamil, we'll be checking in with you a lot today and throughout the rest of the week. So
thanks, guys.
Have a great run.
Talk to you later.
Take care. And we're actually looking at Wave 4 start. We apologize. We missed the very start of Wave 4, but here they are coming around just out of the finishing gates. Yeah, they're running down that road, and then they're going to get right onto the Black Canyon City trailhead for the Black Canyon Trail.
And there you can see him hit that junction on the BCT, starting to get on some nice rolling or meandering single track into the Sonoran Desert.
Yeah, there it is. And you can see, like, that's I-17 in the background. So, like, the beginning of this race is very accessible. And it's kind of back to what we were saying before. This race just, it weaves in and out of, very remote areas, accessibility to, it's just I can't say the word diverse enough, like how geographically diverse this race is.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the word of the event, right? Because, again, it goes back to the geographical diversity, but also the cultural diversity that you're going to see for mining and gold mining and all these different things. So it's going to be really awesome to be able to showcase the culture of Arizona alongside, like, the geographical beauty.
Absolutely. And here they are coming through. They got a cattle gate soon ahead of them. Yeah, so we're back over to the chat right now. We're looking at the sun is coming up soon. From Jerome Thurston is saying the sun is coming soon. It's going to heat things up a bit. It is definitely going to heat up a ton. Yeah, I mean, for people that haven't run this section of the trail, like this part of Arizona, you're just fully exposed. There are no pine trees or anything to, shade you from that sun.
Yeah, I mean, there's no coverage. So even if the temperature on the thermometer doesn't read super hot, the sun is just baking you. Is kind of the most blunt way to put it. So it can feel a lot hotter when you're out there just because of how much sun you're exposed to. Like there is no coverage, especially in this low desert section.
Yeah, it's speaking of coverage from I want to bring this up. Coverage from a like technology side, from a service side, that we are not able to have drones and camera operators in every section of the course, but we're still going to stay live throughout the day, any internet issues aside. So those of you that joined us earlier, that was fun. It makes it adds to the excitement of the event and the adrenaline rush. But so we're going to have a lot of commentary. We're going to have a lot of content. We're going to show even some of the films that we have that we made for Cocodona during those sections where there's where coverage is not exactly possible based on the cell coverage. So if you're joining us, stick with us all day. And if you want to track runners via GPS, you can go to cocodona.com/live. And if you're on social media, on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, be sure to use the hashtag Cocodona250 right there on the bottom of your screen. Share photos. I want to see photos of you guys with your family at home watching it. Or, well, it's Monday. I mean, a lot of you are at work. I know you're probably sneaking it, watching it. Or maybe you're working from home like so many of us. So share it on social media with the hashtag Cocodona250. We're going to go back out to... Oh, it looks like we're getting some footage now from Hector. Hector's at the start. But we've got the drone back up. I'm going to go out to Hector at the start line right now. We're about just under 5 minutes from the start of the next wave here.
Yeah, and just to touch on the coverage and the technology side of the coverage, I saw that Mama Esposito was in the chat earlier on Facebook. Just want to give a quick shout out to Anthony, who works a lot of the behind the scenes stuff for us here. He's in studio making sure that everything runs smoothly. He handled the internet issue when it went out a little bit earlier, and so I can't say enough how grateful we are for his help and all of the stuff that he's done to help make this look and feel like the most premium live coverage experience that we can. So huge shout out to him. He's probably mad that I shouted him out, but his mom was in the chat, so I got to show a proud mom some love, you know.
Yeah, huge shout out. This amazing graphics package is that's 100% Anthony Esposito right there, putting that together. He is behind the scenes in this crew here in the studio. So I'm just so honored to be a part of it. And shout out to everybody here at Aravaipa who's, been a part of this race. There's too many to name because there's so many moving parts at a race, It's not until you're on the inside where you realize it's not just about putting up a start and finish line tent and putting some food at an aid table. It's so much more than that. So everybody, it's been amazing. And of course, shout out to Stephen Adderholt, the race director, for bringing Jamil's vision to life here. Yeah, I mean, to touch on that, Rob, it took basically a small village of people to bring this to life. And, we hope that you all enjoy the experience. And also shout out to everyone who's tuning in. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to continue doing these live coverages. So we really appreciate you all tuning in and sharing it with your friends and family so that, we can continue to help kind of grow this community and to help grow the sport of trail and ultra running. Yeah. This is just we can't thank those fans enough. I mean, because that's what makes it like the community that comes together. We're from across the world. I'm just reading the comments now on my screen over here, and we have people tuning in from. I saw somebody in here from Croatia. We have several Australians in the chat. Yeah, Europeans. Shout out to my mother-in-law, Mama Mitchell, tuning in from Brisbane, Australia. So, got to shout out the family over in Australia. But definitely all love to all of our viewers, regardless of where you're from, but a huge shout-out to our international viewers as well. Yeah, we are 2 minutes away. Chris Worden giving us the update. We are 2 minutes away from Wave 5. Chris, how's it looking out there? No audio. Great. We're going to move cameras here. We're going to get a different view here. We're going to go to Hector's scene.
Down in 10 seconds. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there they are. Wave 5 off and running. And there they are.
Looks like the sun is fully up in the Sonoran Desert here. Almost missed the turn.
Looks like they missed the turn right off the bat. You don't want to do that because that would be a long way to go, but, you know, it happens out there. The course is very well marked. We've seen a chat, seen a comment, love the Santa hat. I guess we got a Santa hat out there. I think I missed that. There they are. You see some, oh, there's the Santa hat. You see about half the runners have their poles out already. I think poles are a smart decision.
Well, especially this first 50K of the course. You know, I know the early section going to be a little bit rolling, but once you start to climb up into the Bradshaws, I think you have about a 7-mile climb that's going to take you up right off the bat about over 3,000 feet. So in a race this long, I think poles early and often is definitely going to be a good strategy.
Absolutely.
Save those legs as much as you can, and hope you can make it to Flagstaff feeling somewhat fresh.
Yes. Yeah, the poles are just, it's a great decision. If you use them correctly, especially in those climbs, it really does kind of even out the effort. You know, get a little arm workout, but it really saves the legs.
Yeah, definitely got to conserve as much energy as you can. And so dispersing that across the arms and legs, definitely a good strategy early on, especially some of these people definitely know how to use them, running a light jog there with the poles. Love it.
There it is. And yes, we see that question in the chat. John Marusic already on it. Yeah, wave 6 for Carrie Ward, so she'll be in the next one in about 7.5 minutes. That wave will be going off.
And there you go. You got wave 5 starting to hit the Black Canyon Trail there, hitting some beautiful desert single track as they begin their journey of the Cocodona 250. Again, it's really interesting here to see just different people's apparel strategies here. You got some people in full long sleeves trying to protect themselves from the sun, definitely a good strategy. And then you have people in short sleeves or tanks trying to not overheat. So again, interesting to see just how each individual runner's strategy plays out. And this is something that's going to be very particular to each of these runners, right? You know, some people during their training, these runners have worked with these different setups to see kind of what works best for them. So it'll be really interesting to see how things go as these Wave 5 runners make their way through the Cattle Gate and start heading further on towards the Agua Fria River. And there we go, a Santa hat sighting once again. I love the enthusiasm. This is like Christmas for a lot of ultra endurance athletes. You know, this is Christmas in May for some of these runners. A once in a lifetime type adventure. So I definitely love that gentleman getting in the spirit. We still got some runners coming through the Cattle Gate here. And there you go. You see the guy in the orange shirt there closing the gate behind him. That is one thing that is extremely important for all runners across across the span of this 250-mile adventure is you're going to come across a lot of these cattle gates. It's important that runners make sure they close those gates for a number of different reasons, And there we go, a beautiful drone shot. See the beautiful Sonoran Desert, the mountains in the background. Again, just trying to really showcase the true beauty of the state of Arizona here. It looks like Jody Davis has a good question in the chat here, asking about are wave starts predicated or done based on estimated finish. So, Rob, do you have any more insight into how the wave starts are done?
Yes, I do. For the most part, the waves are going to be based on their estimated finish times. So you're right on in that. And that's why, usually in the first wave, you'll tend to see more of the elite field. And then it's really for the first couple waves that you'll see it. It's not like the last wave or the slowest runners by any means or anything. It's really to put the elites out front, but to keep the pack. It's a good way of putting runners of similar abilities like in the same pack. But again, they're only spread out by about 10 minutes, and it's a long way to go. So.
Yeah, and I think it also helps just limit congestion as well, right? Having runners of similar ability levels starting at the same time helps
100%.
Just keep things less congested overall.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, it's mostly you'll see that with the front of the Packers. I believe I think that might have been Andre Lee. It's hard to see from our footage here, but we're getting some great aerial footage from Tony. It looks like we've actually got some eyes on Jamil's got some service again backed out there on the course. Pop it back to look at that view from the jam cam. There's your first view of the Bradshaw Mountains in the right of your screen.
Yeah, and again, one of the really interesting things here is look at how tight this single track is. Straight to the right of the trail, you're going down the side of the mountain. So really showcases that, parts of this course aren't just like smooth, meandering single track. It gets pretty tight in some sections with vegetation on both sides.
Yeah. It's such a great view. And, the Bradshaws, that's the thing about them is, people, whether you live here or you're visiting, you'll spend a lot of time on the one interstate we have to get north, which is I-17, and the one, major interstate. And the Bradshaws are to the west when you're driving there. And you just think it's a mountain range that is, you're like, oh, nobody really, goes up there. And it's partially true. They're one of the more seldom trekked mountain range here. So this race, gives you the ability to a well-marked and aided ability to get into the Bradshaws. And I will say, I went to the Bradshaws for the first time working the Crown King Scramble just a couple months ago, and I was blown away. I felt like I was in sections of Colorado Springs, so it just adds to the diversity of the course. You got some saguaro cacti, and there's that sunrise. Look at that perfect view on the jam cam there.
Yeah, again, this is one of the magical things that you got to see there about the desert is the sunrise and sunset.
Yeah. And here we go. The final wave is off. There they are. The final wave. Man, it's got to feel good to start that race. I almost think that starting in these later waves that's kind of you get more bang for your buck. You get views the entire way. You don't have to wait 30 minutes for those views.
Yeah, I mean, not having to start with a headlamp is definitely a nice thing for some of these runners.
Yeah, we'll go back. Exactly. It's a little less gear off the top. So look at some more view from the jam cam here. And he's probably coming into that section. This is where a lot of runners will start to lose some service as they dip in and out of the canyon. So let's actually take a look at some footage now. There they are in Wave 6, your final wave runners. They were off at 5:50 local time. They're making their way toward the proper trailhead of the Black Canyon Trail. And there are those cattle out there. That shows you that there's purpose for those cattle gates.
Yeah, and again, super important for the last runners to make sure those cattle gates get closed as they enter through and exit those.
Yeah. You know, it looks like actually we might have Shelby from Gooder back with us right now. We'll see if she's got some service on this section of the course. Shelby, can you hear us out there?
No, I can hear
It looks like she's dipping in that canyon section where that service is going to cut in and out. We'll get back to Shelby when she gets out of that canyon. Yeah, Shelby will rejoin us again soon. Yeah, again, folks, like this is if you've never been out on these trails, it just cuts in and out. It dips down. You'll lose service. You'll get service. So it's I'm actually really stoked on how much service Jamil was able to get out there.
Yeah, definitely, especially as he gets closer and closer to some of the more remote sections of the course there.
Absolutely.
And there you see some of the final runners of Wave 6 starting to make their way onto the iconic Black Canyon Trail.
Yeah, it really is some of the best single track you can get here in Arizona. Because it's just really smooth. It's really, really the perfect trail. If you want to get on a trail and you're like you have a picture of Arizona in your head and what it's going to be like to run in Arizona, I would say anywhere on the Black Canyon Trail would be the way to go. Probably this section. This is probably my favorite. You're climbing out to go to like Rock Springs Ridge. And that's where they're headed actually right now. It's going to slowly start to climb up. So we have a question here for Brandon Yonke. Would love to know what camera gear Jamil is carrying. The Jam Cam is honestly just a mobile phone. So I don't know exactly. I think he has an iPhone, if I remember right. But yeah. And he knows this course probably better than anybody else. So I know Jamil knows exactly where there's service and where there's probably not service. So that's why I knew when he was going to jump in and out. He just has it super dialed. But yeah, if you are watching us now, we have this drone footage courtesy of our friend Tony Hill coming all the way from Colorado Springs. He was out there during Black Canyon, so he knows this trail well. This is actually one of the sections he was on during that race. I really want to be running out there right now.
Yeah,
those trails, man.
The drone shots really just give you a lot of perspective on the race course here. It gives you a little bit more depth than like a ground cam can. Love the spirit there with the jumping heel click. I'm really digging the energy of some of these later wave runners. We had the Santa hat, I think, in Wave 5.
Yeah.
We had the heel click here in Wave 6. I'm just really loving how excited people are to begin this journey, and I hope that we see this same excitement in Flagstaff at the base of Mount Eldon.
Yeah. If you're not having fun, then, what's the point? These races just give a lot of room for fun, a lot of room for carnage, and a lot of room for a lot of things to potentially, go wrong or add to the challenges. But, it is really just, it's all about fun out there, and that's what we love about this sport. We're actually going to switch it up, get a beautiful sunrise shot from our other drone pilot, Troy Wicks, joining us from Oregon, came out here yesterday and got him up and running. So this is where, look at that sunrise. That is an Arizona sunrise. So again, Troy is out on the section of the course that is around 7 or 8 miles in from the start line. It's that you see that fire road that starts on the left side of your screen. It meanders down to about the center, and you can see it wind back through. The runners are going to be coming up that road, and they come off the Black Canyon Trail after about 7 miles, and then they run this double-track fire road. They're going to run up, and then they're going to dip down to mile 11 aid station 1, which is Cottonwood Creek, and that really begins a pretty tough section. I can't say it enough. I think this is the opening section, especially from aid station 1 to 2, from Cottonwood Creek to Lane Mountain, is arguably the hardest section of the course.
Yeah, I mean, that's when you really, really, really start to climb up into the Bradshaws.
Yeah.
That's when you get this 7 or 8 mile climb that's just prolonged, 3,000 plus feet of gain, and you just have a lot of grinding early on in the race to really get up into the Bradshaws there.
Right. Yeah. And it's going to get hot, and it's not super hot right now. We have a question from Dan Boucher in the chat. What are the temps like right now? East Coaster doesn't know. It's around 60 degrees right now. When we talked to Jamil about 10 minutes ago, he said it was 59, and it gets hot here pretty quickly. And, you might say, 59, that's not bad. I'm originally from the East Coast, so I know that 59 is a temperature that you would love to have when you're usually running in the 20 degree mark for a lot of the year, for a lot of the last few months. But it's about, mid 60s right now, and it's only 5:57 a.m. local Arizona time. So it's going to get hot today.
Yeah, and one thing I really want to emphasize is how hot the sun feels when you're out there in the desert. There's no coverage. It's just you and the sun kind of baking you. It makes it feel a lot hotter than it actually is.
Yeah, absolutely. And they got to conserve themselves because they're going to want to go fast they're going to want to get the flag fast, the front of the pack, because they're going to set the standard. They're going to set the bar for what this course can be done in. We had a question in the chat from Carbo. Will the fastest runners get this done in 2 days? No, not quite. Our splits, we're thinking sub 60, which I think is super aggressive for this course, but it's not at all impossible.
Yeah, I think right around that 60 mark is, if I were working the sports books in Vegas, I think that's where the over-under would be set for me, is right around that 60-hour mark. I would probably take the over slightly there, but I think it's going to be right around there somewhere.
Yeah. I'm thinking it's going to be more like a 63, so I think we're in the same wheelhouse right there.
Definitely. I think low 60s is probably where I'm at. Would I be surprised if we saw a 59-hour? My mind wouldn't be blown because, again, there's a lot of really talented athletes in this field. But I think my projection would be closer to that 61, 62, 63-hour mark.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. We won't know, but to fully answer that question, we are expecting the leader to finish around 5 p.m. Wednesday night in Heritage Square in the heart of downtown Flagstaff. We will know, by the time we wrap the coverage, at around 10 p.m. tonight, which is the goal. We will wake up in the morning if we have the ability to sleep, because I'm too excited to sleep at this point. I think we all are. We are going to, see what the night does, because we can wake up, and if they're way ahead of the splits or way off the splits, that can really shake things up for day 2.
Yeah, I think we'll have a much better understanding when we when we put these headsets on and fire up these lights and these cameras first thing tomorrow morning, I think we'll have a better understanding of what we're looking at, especially because of how hard the early parts of this course are. So, we'll see who survived this early part, made it through the night well, and I think that'll give us a much better idea of kind of where our projection should be at.
Yeah. It's just going to be it's going to be one to watch. I was talking to Ben Light, who we'll talk about a lot once we dive into really talking about all the competitors out there and finish that part of that our analysis. But I was talking to Ben Light, and something he said, he thinks it's going to be a nail biter. Is the quote? It's going to be a nail biter, even though it's one of the more challenging courses in North America. I got to agree. I think there's such a competitive field running out front,
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be a nail biter in a variety of senses, right? I think that the field is so strong that you're going to have a number of athletes who have an opportunity to win this race late in the race. But I also think it's going to be a nail biter for a lot of people just to finish, because this is a very rugged and a very difficult course. So I think it's going to be a really exciting and fun experience to watch unfold.
Yeah. It's going to be, look at these views. Look at these views of the Bradshaws.
So fun fact about this mountain range here. So the Cocodona 250 will be the first trail ultramarathon to traverse the entire Bradshaw range, which parallels the Black Canyon Trail and leads north from basically from Phoenix to Prescott. So the first race to traverse basically the entirety of this mountain range.
Yeah. It's incredible. I mean, it really is like a seldom trekked mountain range, even though it's pretty much the only thing you see to the west when you're driving up and down I-17. And you can see it quite well from Phoenix, and especially it's one of my favorite things. Like when you're in Phoenix in the winter, we arguably have the best non-snow-based winters in the country. I'm biased. I mean, I've been living here for over 5 years, but in December or January, you could always see that nice dusting of snow up in the Bradshaws. If you look out on a clear day, it's just beautiful. So this is that range we're looking at now.
Well, and these mountains top out just under 8,000 feet. So, the peaks of these mountains are higher than the city of Flagstaff, which is super interesting to think about because
they are.
As someone
than the city
of Flagstaff.
The city of Flag is about we'll call it 7,000 feet. It's like 6,980 around. Depending on where in Flag you're standing. We'll call it an even 7,000 feet, and you feel it. You feel it up there. So some people can feel it. That's the thing is like how altitude affects people differently. Like I'm from the sea level. I got my sea legs, and it affects me way differently than it affects my wife, who's also from the sea level. So it's going to be really cool to see how altitude plays a factor for the participants out there from across the entire field who may or may not be coming from Flagstaff, or there's a lot of local runners from Flag or from Colorado, or from any of the higher elevations in America.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to kind of see how that responder, non-responder kind of altitude theory pans out across the different participants here, So like I was saying earlier, you've got people like Jody Simonell, who comes from Nebraska but has had success at kind of these higher altitude races, which is super interesting. So I think it's so individualized, so it will really be interesting to see how it kind of impacts each individual runner over the course of this race.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's just so many factors. There's the heat. There's the cold. It's going to get cold. Speaking of Jody Simonell, like you just said, she lives in Omaha. She told me, I was talking to her a few days before the race, she's just talking about she's great in the cold, doesn't love the heat, but, she's got plenty of experience. She's got a stacked, super impressive racing resume. So it's not just the heat that we're talking about. That's the opening part of the course, and, of course, during the daytime, it is the southwest, so that sun just is more intense, especially when they dip back into Sedona. They'll feel it a bit. So, but it's the heat, it's the cold, it's the climbs, it's the actual elevation. Yeah.
Well, and I think the other interesting thing is it's also the constant changes. So right now, as runners kind of climb up into the Bradshaws here, they're going to top out just under 8,000 feet at Towers Mountain, but then they're going to have to drop back down to a much lower elevation where it's going to be a little bit warmer once they get down into Sedona eventually, and then they're going to have to climb back up. And so it's super interesting that you're going to have kind of this constant elevation change and constant temperature change across the course of this journey.
Right. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And again, we're looking at great views from Troy Wicks out there on the drone. And this is probably the last section of the opening miles that we'll actually be able to get solid video coverage. The service just goes in and out. But we've got plenty of conversation, coming up about all the runners. We have pre-race interviews that we'll be playing throughout the thing. Let's jump into the chat for a bit.
Look
actually,
at this drone shot.
I can't get over this sunrise, but then I shouldn't be surprised. Arizona does have incredible, impeccable sunrises. June in the chat is saying she misses AZ because the Sonoran Desert really is wonderful. It is.
June, I will tell you this: Arizona misses you as well.
So Red is asking, does anyone know who got out front first? We didn't. We did not have eyes on who's out front, but we can probably go to. You can go to off front, out the front. We don't know. I do know that Jamil was in the back of the lead pack, and we saw Versteeg was ahead of him in the early miles. And then the next time we saw Jamil, there was no Versteeg. I think, again, like I said, Versteeg is my pick for the overall win. I think he was making his way up the pack because he told me in the pre-race interview we talked about this catch-22. Do you go slow to preserve or do you go fast to beat the heat? He goes, I'm going fast. I'm going to beat the heat, because he's a Prescott guy. He could deal with the heat, but he wants to get up into the Bradshaws. It is like one of his favorite sections, he tells me.
Yeah, I think that we'll have probably a better idea of where the race kind of pans out from who's in the lead standpoint as we get closer to that first aid station.
Absolutely. And yeah, if you are joining us on YouTube or Facebook, do not forget to hit that like button. We would really appreciate it. And of course, if you're not already, hit that subscribe button or follow us if you're on Facebook. But subscribe on YouTube because we're going to be coming at you with multiple streams for the next 3.5 days. The race is actually going to go on through Saturday. We are this year able to coverage the first 3.5 days or so. So if you're just joining, we are planning to be live till 10 p.m. tonight. And then we will start tomorrow at 5:30 a.m. with a recap of what happened overnight. We will both be surprised on what's happening because we're going to wake up and be like, okay, where are the runners? What happened overnight? There's probably, people are making moves out there. So we'll have a recap show in the morning, and then we will keep it going. There are a lot of sections of the course that are either don't have great service or there's just flight restrictions for drones and or filming restrictions. There's a lot of national forest and national monuments. So, we are going to be respecting all of that. So when we can't bring you camera coverage, we will bring you as much context and perspective as possible because Matt and I, just like yourselves, could not be more stoked for the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, 100%. We've got Neil Cavill in the chat. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name there, Neil. Nearly midnight here in Australia. Always have to shout out the Australians. My wife, originally a Brisbane gal, so nothing
Bris
but
Vegas.
love for, the good old Bris Vegas. Nothing but love for Australia. Neil, if you don't mind putting in the chat, what part of Australia are you coming from? My family, again, up in Queensland. Queensland, it's around 11 there, so I know they don't observe daylight saving, so it might be different where you're from as well.
Neither do we.
Again, love it. Love it. It keeps me and my in-laws on the same time difference year-round, which is nice. And then we do have a question from Luke in the chat. Thoughts on Jeff the Legend Garmire?
Jeff Garmire is a legend.
100%.
Should we just dive in and talk Jeff Garmire? We'll get to our dark horse picks later. Let's just dive in. If Luke wants us to talk about Jeff Garmire, I could talk all day about Jeff Garmire. Jeff Garmire I'm going to make some stout predictions right now. Jeff Garmire will finish in the top 7. Jeff Garmire will finish 7th. I'll just put it at that.
That's pretty precise. I'm not going to lie.
You got to throw all the cards on the table.
Yeah, I love it. Jeff Garmire, his resume is extremely interesting. I think that is the best way to describe it because not a lot of racing experience, right?
No.
From a traditional ultramarathon race perspective, but
exactly.
Basically any FKT you look up, Jeff Garmire is going to be on the list somewhere.
Jeff Garmire does have a super incredible FKT. Like his FKT resume he's got like 16 or 19 FKTs. He's always setting them, so I kind of forget how active it is off the top of my head. But let's talk about some of the big ones. He's got the Colorado Trail FKT.
Unsupported on most of these trails too.
He likes to move unsupported, and back to like what I was saying, I was talking to Michael Versteeg. Both Versteeg and Jeff Garmire said the same thing. They said unsupported is often the better way to go if you want to go faster, if you have the right mindset for it, because you have to keep pushing. There's no crew there to make it comfortable. But here's the thing. There's crew out there. We have in this race, there are aid stations. Some of them are closer than others. Some of them are about 9 miles apart. Others, like the one that they're about to approach, there's going to be a 22-mile stretch before they get the next aid. So are they going to go and they're going to grab that aid, or are they going to pretend they're going on just like an epic through hike? So I think those through hiker style, like those long trail FKT style athletes have the best. They're best suited for this kind of course. I really believe that.
Yeah, and I think that you and I share that sentiment to an extent. I think that sections of this course you still have to have the ability to move quickly and run through, which is where someone like Versteeg comes into play with his stout resume in a traditional ultra running sense with his FKT background. But yeah, I think Jeff also has had the unsupported Pinhoti Trail FKT, which I know we talked about off the top with Coury. Yeah, I think he's definitely a stout pick. Again, comes from a very non-traditional background in relation to like what most people are doing. And I think that this race is going to show you that your 50K time doesn't matter a whole lot.
No.
Like you can't replace fitness. I'll say that off the top. But I think that you need a combination of that like FKT and grinded out type of experience as well as being able to run some of these more runnable sections. And I use the term runnable quite loosely in this regard because a lot of these like runnable sections are super dusty fire roads, or they're super techy single track, or like they might not be super climby and punchy, but they're still like challenging and not this buttery smooth like more traditional West Coast single track. It's still pretty tough.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some. I got to go over to the chat because Jennifer Simpson is talking about Coury, and like he's right in there with a guy like Jeff Garmire, but he also has that running engine. So it's like a hybrid car. It's like a Tesla. It's like a hybrid car. It's got like power, but it also has like the efficiency over the longer edge. The longer trail. So he has like an edge in both like areas.
Yeah, no, I think that Coury is another person who has like that balance between being able to really run and being able to nail these like long kind of through hike ish type of FKTs, except he's taking them to the next level where he's running them. I mean, not only we talked about like the Pinhoti Trail FKT, right? He also has the Ice Age Trail FKT, Midwestern staple. And that's like 1,100 miles long. That's really long.
3.5. No, it's like 3 Pinhotis.
Yeah, I mean it's super long. And then meanwhile, he's also finished in like the top 30 at Western States. And so he comes from a D3, I believe, college track background. He's got like this super interesting story, which I know we'll dive into a little bit later as we really focus on more athlete spotlights. But he has just a very good balance of the two, which, again, was one of the reasons you picked Versteeg, plus he lives near the trail. One of the reasons I picked Coury, aside from him being a fellow Illinoisan, was that he has this incredible dynamic, this range of being able to really grind out super long stuff and being able to just run.
He really does. And, let's go over to the women's side. Like I'm seeing a lot of comments about Maggie in there. Maggie Gutierrez is just, I mean, she's definitely the race favorite for great reasons. Like just her effort at Big's backyard alone, which is 250 miles she did, but I mean, it is a very different race. I mean, you have aid every 4.1667 miles. It's a whole different tactic, you know. But the diversity we talk about the diversity of the course, the diversity of the field is just it's so exciting. Like I can't wait to see like what happens and how it plays out.
Yeah, I think that Maggie is definitely she has like a big name value because of that big win at Big's Backyard, and rightfully so. She's an incredible ambassador for the sport. She's an incredible athlete. She's an incredible like role model for women in this sport. But I also think that someone else who like should be mentioned is Micah Thews, who may have like one of the best 200-plus mile resumes in this race. She was let me check my notes here. She was second at the 2019 Tahoe 200. She was third at the 2019 Bigfoot 200. She's finished 6 200-plus mile races. You know, she has a very stout resume. She doesn't have the name value that Maggie has, but I think she's someone definitely worth mentioning because what she is already doing at this type of race distance is incredible. And I think she's definitely someone to watch, not just to like, be the first woman finisher. She could easily win this thing outright, just like any of these other like amazing women in this field.
And again, I can't say it enough. Like how much these races, you know, we're seeing it in shorter races. Like we saw it in Black Canyon. Like Brittany Peterson took top 10 overall against. You know, I love that the complete equalizer. Like we don't even it's not like the men's race and the women's race, especially in a huge effort like this. We see it time and again with Courtney Dauwalter. People know that. And, you know, we see it with Maggie. You're like, I think there's a solid, very strong chance, more than 60% chance that can happen here at Cocodona.
Yeah, 100%. And one thing I want to touch on is, like, how important, like, these strong women are to the overall health of the sport. The example that these women are setting for future generations, like I have a 2-year-old daughter, and so it means a lot to me to see like the example that all of these strong female runners are setting because of what they're doing now. It opens the door for what like my daughter will be able to do in this sport in the future if she so chooses to take that path. And so I think it's just incredible to see really strong women do really epic stuff.
Yeah, it really is just it's a game changer. It inspires me. Like I'm just constantly inspired, and you know, there's so many other like there's so many athletes that we could talk about that like don't actually even get the spotlight. You know, we talk about these dark horses, these wild cards. You want to dive into a little bit of that, like maybe a couple dark horses that you got in mind that you know some people may not be expecting to see on the podium or at least in the top 10.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that another person who like flies way under the radar that would be a sleeper pick for me is Whit Weisbrom.
Right, El Matador.
And again, El Matador, former FKT holder on the Arizona Trail, has experience here in Arizona in regards to that, was out, I believe, helping Joe Stringbean McConaughey with his recent FKT attempt and success.
That was
based out of Atlanta. So one of the interesting things, I moved here from Atlanta, so I don't know Whit personally, but I have gotten to train with him a couple times. Really strong uphill runner. I distinctly remember that he was easily able to outclimb me on a few of the runs that we did up in the North Georgia mountains. So I don't think he gets enough like credit and shine, and I don't like when people sleep on the Beast Coast. You know, when people think it's different out there, and to top it off, he was fifth at I think the Moab 240. A couple of years ago. So he has experience here. He has long FKT experience, and he's definitely someone to watch as well in this race.
Yeah, he really is. And again, the Beast Coast, the East Coast. I'm a East Coaster at heart, so I totally know what you mean. You don't have the elevation out there. The trails are quite technical. It is you're not really exposed to that dry heat. So there is a lot against having, like, saying from experience, it took me a while to get used to that.
100%.
You know?
I think that there are definitely some things working against Witt.
Yeah.
El Matador. But I think that his just experience having been out here recently with Joe and knowing he knows what he's getting himself into, you know, and I think that that's important. So he's definitely someone to watch. Again, there's dozens of strong runners in this field who could all win the race. I mean, that's the interesting thing about this is depending how things shake out and how strategies shake out, there's a lot of athletes who could be up at the front.
There's so many. And I just want to jump into the chat. I want to give a shout out to, we have some fans for Carla Kent out there. And, you know, and she, you know, there's, like I said, there's just so many runners that have super impressive resumes. In 2020, Carla took 8th, 57th overall, but 8th for the women's side of the race at the Moab 240. So shout out to Carla Kent. And I think her friends and family are probably watching right now. And our buddy Jem Rumi, friend of the pod, friend of the Mountain Outpost pod, so I'm super glad that he's joining over on the Aravaipa side right now. Jem is saying that Mike McKnight is another beast to watch out for, hands down, contender to take it all. I spoke with Mike a few days ago. He is just his super impressive feats. I mean, he's a triple crown of 200 champion, and he has so much experience on these longer races. It's just, and you know, he hails from Utah, and he's got some interesting things about him. He's a low carb, high fat guy, and I think that, you know, everybody has different nutrition styles, and he tells me that tends to help him on this longer stuff because, again, not a scientist or anything, but from experience in the race, you know, you're burning more of your fat stores and less glycogen stores on these longer efforts. So. And that's what he tells me as well. It works for him. So, you know, he's part of that whole Utah crew from, you know, him and Ben Light. So I know they train together sometimes. So
yeah, definitely. I think that if there's on the men's side, if there's anyone who has like a super stout 200 plus mile resume, Michael McKnight might have the stoutest, having won not just the Triple Crown, he won each of the 3 races in 2019 outright. So he won Moab, outright. He won Bigfoot, and he won Tahoe as the overall winner, and wasn't just the Triple Crown winner. So he was that as well, but definitely he might have the most stout resume in regards to 200 milers in the entire field.
Yeah, and you know, another athlete that we're getting at, seeing in the chat, you know, we see Taylor Spike. Taylor Spike is another one to look for on the men's side.
Yeah, definitely another dark horse pick.
Another Oregonian. You know, we've got a lot. You know, that's cool. We have diversity in the representation of where people are coming from to run here in Arizona. A lot of people in the Pacific Northwest. We've mentioned the Beast Coast a few times, and it won't be the last, I'm sure. And, you know, we've got a lot of local Arizonans, you know, in the Southwest. A lot of people from Colorado, which is, you know, probably the best place to train for elevation outside of Flagstaff for a race like this. So, you know, there's really just an incredible feel. And you know, Taylor is so excited. He was telling me that this is one of the 250 milers that he's really looking forward to most, because obviously, you know, he's got some great experience out there. So
yeah, I mean, definitely has the experience, has a number of 200 plus milers under his belt. Most recent finish was 3rd at the 2019 Tahoe 200. So he's been through some of the adversity he's going to face during this adventure, and he knows what to do. So he's definitely another one to watch out for alongside a number of other people. And another person that I would throw out there is Elle Spacek.
Let's dive in, because I know she is a dark horse for you, right?
Yeah, she's definitely one of the dark horses for me. This will be her debut.
Which might shock people, though, because if you go to her ultra sign up, she drew the first bib for this race. If you go to ultra sign up on the entrance, she is number 1 because she has a stacked resume. But what makes her a dark horse? Tell us.
Yeah, I mean, this is her first 200 plus mile race. And so I think that is something, it's not a requirement, but it's an important consideration for people looking to finish up near the front. The thing that I like about Elle is she can run. Like, she can really run.
She really can.
And I think that that's going to come into play, throughout the course of this race. She's based out of Colorado, just outside of Denver. So, probably going to be able to handle the altitude well once you get up into the higher Bradshaws, but then also into the Coconino Plateau. But yeah, I mean, she was the 2019 Mogollon Mountain 100-mile champion, and that's not an easy 100-miler.
No,
And
the
so,
Mogollon Monster is that's no joke.
And so
an Aravaipa race, we might add.
Yeah, exactly. Coming to you this September. Registration open. But
hold on a sec. We have a little breaking news update. We got some jam cam action here. Jamil, how's it going?
Hey guys, it's going well. We're 8 miles in here. We just left the Black Canyon Trail. I'm a little bit in no man's land right now. I've got the lead pack ahead of me, and there's a little bit of a gap. So it's a beautiful morning though. The sun is now out.
It looks like Jamil's feed is breaking up a bit.
Good.
And as he mentioned, he did say he is in no man's land. So this is one of those sections where service is just going to come in and out. But he is going to continue to join us. We'll have more from the jam cam throughout the next few days, which I'm super stoked for. It's kind of the perfect. It's like front row view. It's a virtual experience of its own.
Yeah, no, it's super amazing to be able to see the event through the eyes of the creator.
Yeah,
essentially, and to
really
be able
is.
to see his experience as he traverses, this course. So, super excited to be able to follow along with Jamil's adventure as it unfolds.
Yeah, it really is such a really awesome part of the course that they're in right now. I'm actually trying to pull up a virtual map, kind of walk you through it so you can get, a better idea. Here we go. So let's take a look here. You see the start toward the right, and that's I-17. That orange line is I-17. So that's where we saw the blue line is the course, and we saw the runners come through that winding section. You see this area right here. That is the Agua Fria River crossing. So that's where they came up. And this is this area that we're looking at. That's where we saw Jamil earlier, before this last time he joined in, with those beautiful views of the Bradshaws. You can see the Black Canyon Trail right there. And then he just joined us from this road section. He crossed over the road, and this road section right here, this is when they get onto that double-track fire road. And that is, again, in and out of service. You can see how it dips down. Anytime you kind of dip down below the mountains and you can't see civilization, you can't see I-17, you tend to lose service. And there's a lot of that. So as they come in, this Cottonwood Gulch section, they're going to come through, and they're going to end up at aid station 1 at mile 11 in Cottonwood Creek right there. And that is the last aid. I can't stress it enough. That is the last aid until mile 33, Lane Mountain, which is quite the climb as they get their way all the way up there. This climb through the Bradshaws that I'm scrolling through right now it's really it's a bit of a pressure cooker. As you can see, there's a lot of vert, and you can actually see the desert terrain just change right there. It's very brown. And then you get to see some of these granite rocks, some of this lighter coloration. That's where the granite starts to come in. The geological history on this course is just absolutely amazing. If you're into that, I'm kind of a geek for that stuff. And if you're not, if you spend enough time in Arizona, you can't help it but start to learn the variations of rock formations out here. And as they wind through, you see that lush green. That's really when they're in that. That's the gateway to Crown King. They're going to go up to Lane Mountain. They'll go up and dip. They'll get some aid at Lane right there. And then from here down, it's pretty much downhill for 4 miles right into the iconic Crown King Saloon. Crown King is not really even a town. It's just a beautiful spot where there's a lot of cabins, but there's also, like, again, the iconic Crown King Saloon and a general store, and just really, really great people out there. The locals are are just phenomenal. And, yeah, all the runners are going to be going through there, grabbing aid. We hear that some of them will be potentially grabbing a beer and then carrying on the remaining 220 or so miles that they have to go until they get to Flagstaff in a few days' time. I might as well carry you through the rest of the course. So from Crown King, they're going to go past the saloon, and then they're going to carry on onto the Senator Highway, dip beneath Towers Mountain. And Senator Highway, don't think it's super paved up there. It's all dirt road for quite a while until they get closer down to Camp Kippa. There's Towers Mountain right there. So they're actually expected to be in the Crown King area. We think the leaders will be there around 11 or 11, little after 11. So that's it right there. Do we have the chat on the live stream right there? We do. So we're going to actually check in now with the chat again. Is anyone from the UK running Cocodona 250 this year? I don't believe so. It's mostly an American contingent this year. Mostly, I would assume to the travel restrictions. I actually don't know for sure, but I'm quite sure it's just I believe it is mostly just from the U.S. this year. So, yeah. Sean is saying, hoping this type of coverage becomes the standard for ultras. That is the goal. That's the goal that we hope to bring here for Aravaipa. I'm part of the media team of Steep Life Media, our media wing there, and it's one of the main focuses. And this is, live streams have been a part of Aravaipa for quite a while. They've evolved over the years, and then Jamil, the visionary that he is, just completely raised the bar with the Black Canyon coverage. And we're super stoked to be here now, bringing to you the Cocodona 250 coverage. So thank you for that. The goal is to keep bringing that to you and learning from every live stream that we do. And throughout every calendar year, we're going to add more and more races that we can live stream. Again, there are restrictions in areas where we can't fly. Some of the most beautiful areas where Aravaipa holds their races, there is just no service, So we would have to get satellite feeds in due time. Maybe that'll happen. But like in the San Juans and stuff like that up in Silverton, there's not much service. And of course, this is a perfect example. This is a section of the course where there isn't really a lot of service out there. But it's arguably one of the more beautiful sections of day one, I'd say. Yeah, definitely. I think that actually, it looks like we do have Troy. You can keep going there, Matt. Try to bring
I think
up
it's
Troy's
super
footage.
important to for the growth of the sport to continue to push kind of the limits of what live coverage can be. So I'm super excited to be on this side, of this event, and hopefully we can kind of continue to push what live coverage looks like in this country in the future. Yeah. Well, we are inspired by the other endurance sports that are doing it, and as they say, you stand on the shoulders of giants. So it's just about kind of growing it from a community perspective, and we're just excited to be a part of it. So yeah, definitely. Really and it looks like, is there a cut? Tricia has a great question. Is there a time cutoff for this race? Yes, the cutoff is 125 hours after your waves start. Again, there were 6 waves. The first wave started at 5 a.m. local time. It is currently 6:33 a.m. In Arizona. And so 125 hours after you started the wave. So every wave will have an extra 10 minutes. So that's the cutoff. That'll put them early on Saturday. So some of these runners are going to be going on through Saturday. This year, we won't be able to do the coverage through Saturday. We'll just be able to go into the early hours of Monday. But actually, we'll bring up our day one schedule to give you a little bit of an idea of what we've got. Eyes on the leaders at Cottonwood Creek. And I think that's Versteeg. That appears to be I believe the Whiskey Man himself. That's a crop top. That's Michael Versteeg, the Whiskey Man. I told you he was going out front. Well, he told me he was going out front, and that's why I told you he was going to go out front. So, feeling good. He looks like he's feeling good.
He did tell me he is going to go for it. But then he also said, I'm also going to enjoy a few beers. So we'll see how his pace sticks after that first stop in Crown King. But he is the whiskey man. You know, for those of you out there, that is an iconic nickname for Versteeg because he did the Whiskey Man series. He's a Prescott local. He's looking fresh out there. And we can see if we get the drone to tilt a bit back. I don't know if there's anybody behind. Oh, there we go. That's Coury.
That is the Speedo Speedster himself. So we currently have a duel. I will say
early duel. We got some
hot early
Versteeg
pace
stats on the screen too.
This hot early pace is definitely a bold move.
And there come the rest of the pack. I could tell from the gate that's Peter Mortimer right there. And it's hard to tell. You know, obviously we can't see their bibs, but we've seen Peter run a lot in the Steep Life vlogs and on that Jamil has put together with the course scouting. And I just know that that's Peter's running stride. There's Coury right in front. Side note, are you feeling pretty good that the first two are both of our picks? It's still early in the race, but I'm more shocked than anything, but it is early in the race.
I'm not feeling great. I'm just going to be – we got a car on course. That's nice.
That is either aid or our drone operator moving to the next location.
Awesome.
I don't think it's our drone, though.
I'm a bit worried. I will say that. I think that – I mean, it's hard to tell. The pack is spreading out, which typically means that the pace is a little bit hot, right?
Yeah, who do we have coming up here? Let's see if we can get eyes on a bib. It's going to be tough to get eyes on a bib. We're going to have to go off of potential gear or running stride. This looks like the first female that we were seeing come through right now. And that appears to be – is that Mika or is that Jesse? Looks like our drone's cutting out right now. So the drones will be in and out. Oh, there we go. We got some coverage back. Again, as we dip below the mountains here, it's going to be in and out of service for a bit. And here they come. They are not holding back.
No, and like I said, you can tell how hot this pace is just by how thinned out this pack is.
That looks like Drew Fraze right there. I think he's in the he typically likes to wear that teal color when he races. Aravaipa Racing team member there, just like Peter Mortimer. All right, who do we have coming up here? That is looking either like Ben Light or Taylor Spike. And actually, we're getting confirmation. Thank you, Anthony, for the confirmation. That woman we saw is none other than Maggie Gutero leading the way. Just going to say I called it pretty early, but we still have 250 miles to go.
Yeah, I know. How do you feel about the early leaders and what appears to be a fairly hot pace? Again, we don't have any splits as of right now, but just based on how thinned out that pack is, it means that the pace is probably a little hot, especially given the fact that Versteeg had a pretty decent lead over Coury, who then had a pretty decent lead over the rest of that pack. So,
I mean, it was a decent lead
for 10 miles into this race.
Yeah, they're moving a lot faster than I thought they'd be moving, but then again, they are elite runners. And it looks like that was Dax Hawk was moving through the mix right there. And we got a little bit of power hiking. That's actually a great tactic. To run and power hike, to switch back and forth. You actually give an more even balance to your muscles, so it works for a lot of people. You get a little bit of that walking, a little bit of that running, so you're kind of using your hip flexor a little differently. I think it's a strong tactic. I believe it was Taylor or Ben that I was talking to that both said that they like to use that tactic. Taylor, Spike, and Ben Light. We got eyes on some more runners coming through right now. And yeah, let's actually... Yeah, as the drone makes its way up, we'll see who else we can come out of the course. This is just an exciting moment for us because we're seeing the runners just come through. They're probably, they're at mile 9.2 right now. Coury Waltering, a little bit of stats for Coury. He has been averaging 4.7 miles per hour. That's pretty solid pace. There was a decent amount of climbing, and yeah, he looks to be currently in second. Yeah, so we're looking at, so we got Coury's stats on there right now. So again, we talked about the 2021. He just set that Pinhoti Trail FKT, the Ice Age Trail, Western States. 21st at Western. I mean, that's a stacked field always. So, top 20, top 30 is still super impressive at a race like that. And of course, yeah, we can't talk enough about his experience on this trail because he was the first Black Canyon 100-mile finisher. What is that, you might ask? It's the Black Canyon Double. Well, I like to call it the Waltering Special. The 100K on Saturday, because this year, on the middle of February, a couple months ago, Aravaipa put on the Black Canyon Ultras, where the 100K and the 60K usually are the same day. This year, they were split up. It was on Saturday was the 100K, and Sunday was the 60K. Coury said, I'm going to get the most out of my trip down to AZ. I'm going to run both. And it was perfect training.
Yeah, again, definitely gave him some good experience on certain sections of this course.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Maggie Gooderl is that, am I reading that right? Is she out front first? We're getting an update from Anthony in the studio here. We're getting word that Maggie Gooderl is bib number 4 is out front leading the pack based on our GPS tracking from our friends at Track Leaders. Not surprised.
Yeah, again.
I mean, this is why, I just love these races. Like, it's just, people are just going for it.
Again, not surprised with Maggie. She may have, the single best performance of anyone in this field with her bigs win. She trains up in Colorado, so she's going to be able to handle the late altitude. I just wonder, what the heat's going to play, what factor the heat will play with some of these athletes. I know that everyone's going to handle it differently, and everyone's going to be as prepared as they can be. So it'll be interesting to just see how each individual. How the early hot temperatures play out as the race goes on.
Absolutely. And it's probably at this point, it's looking like the weather's in the getting into the upper 60s now. So, and again, it's not even 7 a.m. here in Arizona. So just as you said, Matt, that's a great point. We're going to see it. And Maggie is just, her resume is just ridiculous. Of course, the Big's backyard is what we talk about, but she's a multiple-time Barkley. She's a Barker, She's
10th place Western States 100 finisher.
Yeah.
Top 10. She finished 8th.
Yeah.
I think that her stat line
is
incredible.
Right, yeah, it's just incredible to see here. And as our drone sweeps around to catch some more runners, we'll see who else we've got in the mix now. So it looks like, according to our tracker, Mike McKnight is also in the front of the pack. I think that's who was wearing that white kit that I couldn't get eyes on. And who do we got here? Waving at the drone in good spirits. Oh, that's Shelby for sure. That's Shelby. That is Shelby. Shelby Farrell, our friends at Gooder. She is the media megalodon over at Gooder, who is a sponsor of this fine event, and we love Gooder, and that's her moving out strong. And I told you she was my dark horse pick, and for good reason. While it is her debut 100 miler, she's got a pretty stout backbone trail, unsupported FKT. And, she's finished 5th at Javelina 100. There she is using those poles. Poles are new to her. She started training with them about a month ago. She did some great blog content to us for us. So you can actually read about that at Aravaipa's blog. She did a whole like training series for Cocodona, and one of them was on poles, and it looks like she's mastered the use of those poles. She said the first couple runs were a little awkward for her, but I think she's got it down. She's using them strategically on the climb. We're talking about how the poles are so good because it really does even out the effort that you have to put in on your legs. You know, it kind of evens out the load on the body, and you can really get into a good momentum, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I think that it'll be interesting to kind of see the strategy and how different athletes, different runners utilize the poles differently.
Breaking news, we got Jam and the Jam Cam update. Jamil, how's it going?
Hey guys, going well. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you perfect.
Awesome. Yeah, I think I am closing in on that drone here in a second, but on a pretty steep climb. It's definitely warming up out here. You can, even though it's early, you can feel the sun already. So yeah, we've got 9 miles in right now. It's a little bit of the view.
Epic view. Overall, you feeling pretty good. I mean, it definitely does look like that sun is going to be unobstructed by any clouds all morning.
Oh yeah, there's nothing. I see maybe one cloud in the sky. So that's going to be the story of the day is the sun and how that affects everyone. I think there might be a chance when we drop to the other side of this hill, we'll get back in the shade for a bit. But yeah, I'm thinking about all those folks behind us that it's going to be just heat management is the name of the game today. Most definitely.
Absolutely. So what do you like to do for heat management? Will you have any tactics that you can share with us?
I mean, try and stay wet if you can. I know that water conservation is going to be an issue. You know, it's a long unsupported stretch. So I'm going to have probably 4 liters leaving this next aid station. And just stay hydrated, you know. That's the trick.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I know you did this section on your Steep Life episode. You know, coming up, you started from Cottonwood Creek, and there was a little bit of water on the course then. So do you have any kind of gear that you use that can help you draw water from creeks?
I do have a Salomon filter flask if I need it, but I'm hoping to just carry enough just from the get-go.
Right. Well,
I've heard that a lot of those have mostly dried up, so it might just be some stagnant pools.
Right. Yeah, that's not surprising. It really has been hot here since the last time he was out there. So, well, keep on climbing. You're looking strong.
Thanks, man. I'll check in with you guys later.
Sounds good. Enjoy the climb. Let's go back to Troy on the drone. Oh, there is. There's the aerial view of Jam. Let's get him in the picture. There's Jamil Coury climbing on the course that he created in his mind. That has got to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine the feeling he's having as he's traversing along this course and going through this adventure.
Yeah, you can see him stopping for a chat with Troy Wicks, our drone pilot out there. Troy's given us some excellent coverage, and it wasn't easy to get to that spot. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no,
it's
I think
not an easy drive. So kudos to Troy and Tony, our 2 drone ops out there right now.
Yeah, I mean, driving up there on No Big Deal Road is definitely definitely not no big deal.
That is
it's definitely a challenge.
The new name of that road. It's according to Troy yesterday, who he scouted the area. He now calls it No Big Deal Road because we were told. I did tell him it was no big deal, but it was a little more of an effort. But speaking about an effort, look at this effort that Jamil's putting in on the downhill. What do you think? He's probably running like 6.5 minute mile right there. He's got a long stride.
I don't even want to guess his pace, but he's definitely moving. It's definitely got to feel nice after, you know, a punchy climb to get a nice downhill runnable section there.
Yeah, you really got to make up for Got to make up for that. The climb that slows it down a bit.
Well, and it's just,
miles.
again, it goes back to using different leg muscles, right? So
It does.
using different muscles when you're climbing, get a little bit of a downhill to kind of stretch those out, and then you're hitting another climb.
Yeah, and it's gonna go downhill, and then if you look to the top right of your screen near our sponsor banner, in the shade, in the shadow, it's gonna dip, and he's gonna continue to dip down as he makes his way to
Cottonwood
Creek. Yeah, mile 11, aid station.
And it looks like we've got Mike in the chat, another Aravaipa staffer who helps make these things happen. He says he drove that road Saturday, and he knows that it would be much more comfortable to run than to be sitting in a truck driving.
Yeah, you could just tell from looking at it. There is a lot, it's seldom trafficked terrain out there. I mean, there's a lot of, usually the people that go out there are, OHVers, off-highway vehicles, and their Razors or something of the like. So it is beautiful country out there. Let's see if we can get it. Yes, that are. I wasn't sure if they were cacti on the top right. You'll see a pack of about 3, followed by another runner just behind them. Let's see if we can get eyes on who they might be. Hard to tell.
Then we got Chris Worden in the chat here. He was able to catch up with Bill Dittman before the race, who also has a Mogollon Monster podium finish, saying he looked fantastic. Chris throwing in the prediction that Bill will be in the top 10, so definitely shout out to Bill and excited to follow along as this race continues to unfold.
Yeah, and the race is continuing to unfold, because I can tell you what, now in the lead again, we got Corey Waltering, Bib 6. Pride of Ottawa, Illinois, as you would say.
Yeah, Ottawa Township High School's finest, Corey Waltering, the pride of Greenville College, now known as Greenville University, down in southern Illinois, more where I'm from. Love to see Corey again out front pushing the pace. Yeah. Hoping that it doesn't come back to bite him in the end. But, one thing I will say is I love the fact that he's going for it. That the Pinhoti Trail FKT, as of this early stage in the race, doesn't seem to be having taken its toll on him too much, and he's still got a little bit left in his legs, and hopefully he continues to have that for the next 240 miles.
Yeah, I mean, he told me with confidence a few days ago. He's like, he felt great, and I could say he said he felt pretty good before Black Canyon. Again, that was a different race. He wasn't going for the win there. He was going more of a training for future efforts, but you felt that he was coming off of he was recovering, because he actually in November he actually got COVID, and that kind of messed up his training block for Black Canyon, because he was going to go out there for a golden ticket, and then instead he's like, I'll use it as a training strategy for the Arizona Trail, and that's where the back issues came up, and that's why he went to the Pinhoti. So yeah, so that is it looks like, based on our live GPS tracking, our spot trackers, thanks to the folks at Track Leaders, we are looking at Corey as the first runner, or at least leading the pack of front runners into aid station 1 at Cottonwood Creek, mile 11. So still very early, very early in the race. And it looks like our drone is going to be doing a battery change out right there. I'm looking at the leaderboard right here, and it's just incredible. We've got Corey, and then right behind him, You want to tell the folks at home who's right behind him?
El Matador himself, Whit Wisebram. If anyone in the chat knows how to pronounce Whit's last name properly, please let me know. But Whit definitely up near the front again. Was out in Arizona recently, helping Joe McConaughey with his Arizona Trail FKT. Again, my concern is that this hot early pace is going to be hot in these stretches. So again, it goes back to the strategy of, do you get in and out of the low desert area and the heat as quick as you can and use that extra energy, or do you stay conservative like Jamil is? Yeah, I know.
It's just like I don't know what to do, because like there's like diminishing returns in both areas, But we got right behind him, currently sitting in third. We've got Michael Versteeg, who made it very clear he's like, it's gonna get hot. I'm going hard. He wants to get the Crown King. So he wants to get into the Pines and into his beloved Bradshaw Mountains. So, there's going to be a lot of time for Versteeg to do that. But, yeah, Coury Waltering currently leading the pack. And who do we got coming out here? That's Jeff Garmire. We got some Garmire. That's Jeff Garmire waving at the drone right there, the legend himself. I am so excited to see what Garmire does out there. And who we have coming up here. Let's see if we can get a good read on a bib. Hard to see. That might have been Jordan Werfsbrock, based on a hat that I know she was wearing based on photos. But that's my best guess right there. We'll see if we can confirm that through the live track. Yeah, so we're going to wait for some more runners to come through. But, yeah, Jeff Garmire is just a beast on these efforts. And he actually got down to Arizona. He's been out here for a couple weeks. I know he was working on there's a documentary being made about him. And so he was down with the team, meeting up in Flagstaff about it. And it gave him a chance to train on the course with Jamil and Peter Mortimer. So they all got out there. Speaking of which, I thought that was Peter. It's not. We're seeing that bib number right there.
Tough to get a
Couldn't
read
get
on
a good
the
read
right
on
now.
it. But I think, is that Pam Reed coming out? That looks like Pam Reed. It's tough to tell. Yeah, so we're gonna wait. We're in the section where we're waiting for some more of the runners to come through, and we'll get that bird up in the sky in a bit, and we'll see if we can get a little more drone action here. But ultimately, we've got another runner coming up through here. Again, another runner using those trekking poles. It's a wise move. I got to say, let's see if we can. Yeah, the poles are just a smart move. I used to think that it was cheating, and then I realized it was just a different way of running. And I saw Carl Meltzer use the poles at Hard Rock all the time, and I was like, he might know something, Speaking of Meltzer, he was actually signed up for Cocodona, but due to an injury, he had to drop his name pull his name out of the hat. So,
yeah, hopefully he's having a speedy recovery, or is fully recovered and back to training. But would have been nice to have him here, but wish him all the best as he gets back into it. Yeah, our friend Shelby from Gooder actually spoke to him during her podcast series for Cocodona Training Talk on the Steve Life Media podcast, and he was in good spirits about it. He just plays it smart. He knows his body well. He's finished lots of 100-milers. So a couple more runners coming over the crest of that climb right there. So it looks like the top pack, we got Andy Pearson making his way in the top of the pack. Michael Versteeg, Whit Wisebram. Oh, Josh Locke in there. Drew Fraze.
Trevor Medding from Sugarland, Texas. We got to talk about Trevor in a bit. Of course, Maggie Gutierrez, Dave Krupski, excuse me. There's just, and we got Peter Mortimer behind him. There's just Jesse Morton Langhaug. That's who that was. It wasn't. I don't believe it was Jordan Worsbry. It was Jesse Morton Langhaug coming out in there. And again, you would just see more Wave 1 runners, the back part of the Wave Run runners making that climb. This actually might even be the part of Wave 2. Did you get a read on that bib, Matt? I didn't see it.
I did not. Hard to get a read on the bibs. It is interesting to see the different strategies in play here between the
look at this pack of 3
poles and no poles.
Yeah, it really is. We'll see if we got head out to the chat here for a sec. Yeah, we've got our friends at Highland Running Club saying Krupski is he's a good Florida runner, but a lot of DNFs. Yeah, DNFs are just par for the course sometimes. You know, I don't think that having a sizable amount of DNFs on your resume is like a, is a red flag for not that they're saying it is. It's just I'm just kind of thinking I think it shows grit and determination to get out there and just try. And it could just be smart. Like, sometimes it's smart to pull. That's a controversial statement. I know some people are like, there's no reason to drop. And I get that side of things as well. But
yeah, no, I think sometimes DNFs can just be an indicator that you're willing to do really hard stuff. You're willing to try really hard things and to put yourself out there. And
absolutely.
I don't think they're always the most indicative of an individual as a runner,
Absolutely. And we're going to try to confirm this. We have a question from Thomas Mott in the chat asking if Mike McKnight is off course. We'll have to take a look at our tracker to see where Mike McKnight is. It would be pretty hard for him to go off course. I mean, the only way I could see that happening is if he was running out front and he missed one of the – there's 3 different turns on this fire – no, actually, there's only one turn on this fire road. I'm thinking about if you're driving out there. There's really one turn on this fire road that you have to make to get down to Cottonwood Creek. And if he was running out front and going fast enough and just didn't see it. But, again, our courses are super well marked, so I don't know that he is. We'll confirm that by checking in with our spot tracker. And we'll have an update for you when we know more. So I see where the question is coming from. Based on the visuals that are feeding in, it does appear. Anthony, can you confirm that? Does that look like he's potentially off course or no? We are in canyons, and as good as GPS tracking is, sometimes they could go off, but we're not sure. We will continue to work on confirming that for you, and we'll have an update when we know more. I just think his you know what I think it is? I just don't think his next plot has updated yet. Yeah, because the runners are told to wear their spot trackers higher, like on their shoulder rather. It's like the best place to wear it. Mm-hmm. So sometimes if it drops down, if it's in the pack, or if it drops down to the front of the vest, you want it to have a clear shot to the satellites. So
just might not be getting a good signal.
Yeah, potentially that's what could happen. We'll continue to watch it. We'll have updates on you, for you rather, as we know more. So looks like there's still some. Is that some? Yeah, there's another runner coming up now, and I'm stoked that we're getting these visuals this deep into the course at this section right before Cottonwood, because right after where our drone operator is parked, it just drops off, and that's where you'll lose service.
Yeah, and then once runners kind of get through Cottonwood, they start that long, arduous climb up into the Bradshaws, up into high country.
Yeah.
Eventually topping out at just shy of 8,000
Absolutely.
feet.
I'm going to guess we got – is that Drew Fraze right there? I see some tattoos, and that's the color he likes, the shirt he usually runs in.
He's very covered up, so it is – I will say it is hard to identify. Definitely doing his best to keep the sun off him.
Really great power hiking strategy regardless, though.
No poles, hands on the thighs, still getting that kind of arm push, but again, a different strategy from
I don't think that's
having
true.
the hiking poles.
Yeah, I don't know that that's true. He does have that runner does have poles in the back, so they're really using that hands on knees, that classic Anton Krupicka style power hike, you know. I still prefer the poles more. I could never get the hands on knees momentum as good as some of those guys out there that hike the flat irons.
Yeah, I mean, no one can do it like Anton, but he's a trendsetter, so a lot of people try. But I'm with you. I think that the poles give you a little bit. They keep you a little bit more upright as well to kind of open those airways, get some air into the lungs.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we got another runner coming through. We're going to continue to monitor the GPS tracking to try to give you as much of an update as possible for areas of the course that we can't have eyes on. So let's take a look, see if we can get any more updates on track leaders. We could give you some more information on what the front of the pack is looking like as we watch the later waves rather, start to work their way over what I guess you can call Cottonwood Saddle, right? It's the high point before you dip down into Cottonwood Creek aid station, which again is aid station number 1 at mile 11 on the Cocodona 250 course. So again, a little update. We're looking at Corey Woltering leading the charge up front. Whit Weisbrand, Michael Versteeg, Josh Locke, Drew Fraze, Peter Mortimer, Trevor Metting. And leading unless I missed Maggie's name on there, it looks like the front runner for the women is Jessie Morton-Langhaug. Yes, that is correct, currently Maggie Gutterell is right behind her. Looks about it, maybe like a minute or so off. Yeah, that lead pack, they're all still pretty tight, especially this early in the race. And Shelby Farrell from Gooder is holding it strong out there. Another shout out to one of your picks, Sarah Ostazuski is looking strong.
Yeah, I think Sarah, right out of Wave 2, started out really strong, and hopefully she continues to kind of move up as the day progresses. Yeah.
And we'll continue to dive deeper into those dark horse picks. You know what? The more I talk about it, it's like, can you even really have a dark horse in this race? You know, it's such the kind of race where, again, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I don't think the term dark horse is like very apt in this situation.
We'll have to come up by the end of this live stream. We'll have to come up with a new phrase. I don't have one ready right now to wow you, but
no. But if anyone in the chat has any sort of terminology to use as opposed to dark horse for some of these incredible men and women runners, definitely leave it in the chat, and maybe you'll come up with an idea that is way better than anything we could ever think of. So. Definitely drop those in the chat.
Absolutely.
We got some
more from the later waves. And again, those waves are just 10 minutes apart. So, yeah, and even if you're in the sixth wave that went off at 5:50 local, there's no reason why that gap can't be closed even relatively early in the race, especially with an opening climb that's like this. Reading some of these comments from YouTube and Facebook. Thanks for killing my work productivity today and tomorrow. This is so good. Well, if you're working Wednesday, we can potentially kill your work productivity as well, because we will be planning on being live for the next 3.5 days. We'll see how the race continues to develop. There are a lot of areas of sparse coverage, but we are going to, Matt and I, and of course Chris Worden, who we saw out there, are going to is going to jump in the evening hours with me, and we're going to just talk about everything that we're seeing out there on course, what we're learning from the eyes out there on course. We have a documentary team out there; they're going to be giving us updates. We have an amazing camera crew with Scott Rokas and Eliza Earl, and of course Howie Stern is out there. So it's just an exciting time, and we want to take a break to thank all of our sponsors. We want to thank our friends at Gooder, our friends at Gnarly Nutrition, Goo Energy, Kogala Light, because you got to light yourself through the night. Of course, Squirrel's Nut Butter, local to Flagstaff. And our presenting sponsor, Salomon. Big shout out to all of the sponsors that are part of this epic inaugural running of the Cocodona 250. We have lots of miles to cover, lots of beautiful views to be seen for these runners, and we're going to do our best to get some of those views, or a lot of those views, to you guys wherever you're watching, at home or at work, or at home because you're working, whichever way you're watching. So yeah, it looks like there's a lot of yo-yoing back and forth between Maggie and Jesse and of course Becky. So Priscilla is asking, wait a second. I will get to Priscilla's question. We have a contender for what we will call the dark horse. Instead, we're thinking about dark cheetah in a hammock.
Dark cheetah in a hammock is pretty
I think that might
good.
be. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that came from Rod. I think that's if I'm not mistaken, that is alluding to none other than a hallucination that it was famously had by Courtney DeWalter at the Moab 240. Wasn't there a cheetah in a hammock? Whoever asked that question, confirm if that's what you were going for, because I think we have a winner, what we're going to call it.
The dark cheetah in a hammock.
Yeah, it's perfect. It maintains the animal nature of it. It's the dark horse style. But
cheetahs are really fast.
They are super fast, like horses, and the cheetah in the hammock. And yep, it looks like Robert's saying that's exactly what we're doing.
Oh, I mean, cheetahs are way faster than horses, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, in the short term, yes. If I used to watch a lot of that kind of TV growing up, so I'm not an expert, but by way of watching it, I've never seen a cheetah in a horse race, but I'm going to guess that in the long term, a horse would win, Like if you raced a horse versus a cheetah on the Western States course, or even out here, like a horse would take it. But anyway, we're going to give it to dark cheetah in a hammock right now, but if you have anything else for a dark horse, that was a perfect Courtney DeWalter reference that I am shocked by. That's the moment of the chat right now, but there's a lot of chat to be seen. So keep the comments coming. We're loving them. It's really someone is saying leopard in a hammock is the actual Courtney thing. So either way, it's a wildcat in a hammock. So shout out to Howie and Scott and Eliza, the photographers out there. Absolutely. That's what June says. We do have a photo team out there. And shout out to Dylan Harris, Aravaipa's own. He does the documentary style stuff for us, and he's out there leading a documentary team. We do have a question about some of the tech behind this. Right now we're out there just streaming. We're using the best internet we can. Currently, we have a drone in the sky, and our tech wizard in the studio is none other than Anthony Esposito, so we can't give him enough shout-outs for making this all happen. I am looking on screen. I'm able to watch the chat here monitor everything that's going on course from our footage while we have it. And, of course, looking right at the camera right here. And, this has just been an amazing race to watch unfold already. And let's see who we got coming up. Is that Rich McKnight? It's hard to tell. I don't believe it is, but I know he runs in that red pack. So, I don't believe it was Rich, but Rich McKnight is out there. So shout out to Rich McKnight, part of the Aravaipa family here. I can't get enough of these views, this climb. And you're out there at this point. Like, I-17 is not that far away, but you can't. It's not exactly close either. I think that's a wise decision on that wide brim hat. What do you think?
I love it.
Yeah.
I think it's going to help keep the sun off. It's almost like a sombrero. It's like a Texas cowboy hat. It's an Australian outback hat with the super wide brim. I love it. I think it's definitely a good strategy. And then you got the classic bucket hat there.
Yeah. It's smart. It's definitely a smart move out there. If anybody that spent time out in the desert, they're going to be leaving this saguaro cactus view behind in about another 5 or so miles from where they're at now. That they're going to be more sparsely populated as the elevation goes up. Maya is asking, can we cheer the racers on by the aid stations? Yeah, absolutely. That's the idea. Of course, keeping your distance, of course, but that's a public area, and the runners will be coming through in Whiskey Row. Whiskey Row, you definitely can at Whiskey Row. Not every town. There are certain restrictions in other towns, but Whiskey Row and Prescott is a great place to catch the runners coming through. There's plenty of restaurants, bars, and everything down there, local shops that you can support along the way. And it's a great spot. I know a lot of people are going to make pit stops there. There's a really great aid station there with a sleep station, a heated sleep station. That's a whole other thing we haven't even dug into yet. We'll dig into that as the day unfolds. But, the whole sleeping strategy, like, what is that going to look like?
Yeah, I think it's going to vary from person to person. It's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out.
Absolutely. We'll listen to some pre-race interviews in a bit. Some people they talk about their sleep strategy, and the most interesting one is probably Ben Light from Utah. The Kogala guy, as Shelby would call him. He works closely with Kogala. So, having those lights at night to get him through the night, and his strategy of he's not going to sleep. His goal is 65 hours, and he's not going to sleep because he tells me that he can go through 2 nights without sleeping. It's been tried and tested for him. It's the 3rd night without sleep where according to him, where your head hurts just so bad because you're trying to keep yourself up and your body's like, hey, we need to close the eyes down, get some REM cycles in. So his goal is to get 65 hours. So that would put him finishing, if my math is accurate, which we know is not the best off the top, but I think it's 10 p.m. Yeah. That'll be out 10 p.m. because he's in wave 1. That'll put him in, 10 p.m. because 5 p.m. would be the 60-hour mark, which is what we're eyeing up. Those are the split times that we're basing everything off of. So, Ben Light is got a pretty impressive strategy for sleep or lack thereof. So, we'll see what he ends up doing once the night goes out. He also has a really great pacer.
He also has a really great beard.
He does have a really great beard.
Like, you can see it in the photo there. Beard very well kept.
It's potentially one of the best ultra beards I've seen.
I love it.
I mean, I'm just going to put this out there. Rob Krar, watch out. That is potentially a better beard.
Yeah.
It needs its own Twitter account.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. We need a Ben Light's beard.
Ben Light beard. That actually flows off the tongue.
It does. Quite nicely.
So hashtag Ben Light's beard because he is in my pick for the top 10, hands down. He's just got a lot of we actually have some footage out there on our drone is back up.
He's got a ton of experience.
We see some more runners coming in. Yeah, so we've got some more runners coming in, so
Yeah, seeing some more runners coming in here, making their way to the Cottonwood Creek aid station. Again, it's really interesting to see the different strategies here. We just saw some runners kind of running through here. Now we've got some folks power hiking up this little climb. Like Rob said just a little bit ago, can't get enough of these desert views. You can just look. You can't see any roads in the background anymore. Just looks very, very desolate and kind of tucked away in these rolling mountains. We got some enthusiasm, people waving at the drone. Got another wide brim bucket hat. I think that's a pretty good strategy. Keep the sun off you. Looks like we got another runner here coming up. Got a question from Zachary Peters here in the chat. New to the stream, how many racers total? I believe there's around 175 racers that have started the race. So we'll see what we hit in terms of finishers, but yeah, right around 175 people starting, I believe is the number. And then we got Awesome Ottawa Tours. Go Coury. I wonder, is that Ottawa, Illinois? If so, much love to the great town of Ottawa, Illinois. People showing up and supporting Ottawa's favorite ultra runner, Coury Waltering. And you can see him there on the live track. You can kind of see his location there. Tom Levine, what is a normal attrition rate for a race like this? That is a really good question, Tom. The short answer is we don't really know because this is the first year for this specific race, and this race is not like anything else. So we aren't 100% sure on what the attrition rate is going to be with the heat and the changes in elevation. It could be a lot, but there's also a lot of really tough, gritty runners out there, so it might not be all that high.
Well, typically, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's around 30% for these 200-plus mile races, the attrition rate. So we'll see how this race stacks up on, compared to other races. More polls coming up there. Yeah, we're going to see how that stacks up. Yeah, some more shout outs in the comments to Maggie Gutierrez. It's just great watching how this race is already playing out. So a good amount of the front runners are now in that no man's land zone of mile 11 to mile 33. We have some more runners having a great time out there, waving at the drone. Patrick is saying that he paced Coury for 60 miles on his Pinhoti FKT. He's contender for this for sure. Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more. That must have been an experience, Patrick, pacing him out there. Yeah, you definitely would want to be wearing sunscreen out here. You definitely want to have that. The sun is intense, especially here in the Southwest. Yeah, you're exactly right, John, in the chat. Our race director, Steve Adderholt, thought it would be more around a 20% attrition rate. That seems about That seems right. I'm gonna have to agree with John. John in the chat on YouTube is saying he thinks it's gonna be a 35 to 40% attrition rate. I have to agree. I hope it's not. I want to see everyone out there get to Flagstaff by Saturday. But I'm going to think it's going to be in the high 30s to a 40% because this race, because of this section right here, this section that they're about to enter is just, it's going to get gritty. It's going to get hot. You know, so another question is we're looking at comparing a 200-mile race versus 100-mile race. Is there a higher DNF percentage at the 100-mile distance? You know, that's tough to say. I mean, I'm sure we could crunch the data and get it. I don't know off the top of my head, but I think you have to pick specific races because you can't compare a race like Hard Rock and say it's similar to like like Hard Rock 100. Is a much different 100-miler than, I don't know, than like Bandera or not Bandera, sorry, than like Rocky Raccoon or even Javelina. So, I see a Raised by Rams t-shirt out there. That guy knows how to climb some vert.
You're dang right. Shout out to everyone who has participated in our virtual events in the past. Shout out to Raised by Rams participants, and then a little plug that the Cocodona virtual experience did kick off today with this race. So if you're interested in kind of, going through this experience, it's a 5-week journey that kind of helps fully immerse you in what runners are going through here. So if you're interested, go to aravaiparunning.com/Cocodona-virtual-experience.
Yeah.
You can find out more information. We'll have registration open for the next 5 weeks. So there's some awesome swag there too. So
you're actually wearing some on your
hat.
Got
one of the hats. We got a lot of cool merch there. So definitely check that out if you're interested. There's a lot of additional content that helps kind of support that initiative, but definitely love to see people out in the race wearing some of the merch we've provided on the virtual side of things. It's really cool to see.
And you actually did a great job at making it a really immersive experience. So even though it's virtual, you're going to really feel like you're in Arizona because can you talk a little bit about what happens each week and with the badges as they go through different areas on the course?
Yeah, so the whole goal is to try and create a fully immersive experience, right, which is extremely difficult in the virtual space. So runners will have basically 5 weeks to be able to traverse the 255 miles of the course, and as they go along, they'll be able to see their kind of little person move across the course map, and we'll go ahead and interrupt. It looks like we've got some more runners coming through here. Are these wave 2ers or wave 3 now?
Oh, I mean, I think based on where Troy, our drone up, is at, I know is around mile 7.5, and the leaders are already they're closing at a mile 13.5, mile 14.
Okay,
so I'm going to guess these are probably waves 4.
Yeah. 4. But yeah, so as you traverse, you'll be able to see your kind of virtual figure move across the course. You'll be able to unlock different badges that are representative of kind of key spots along the course as you hit certain mile markers. And then additionally, we'll have weekly raffles and video content. We'll have weekly emails that are sent out that highlight any sort of video content we've created, that highlight via text and photos the certain sections of the course that we're highlighting. And then we'll have weekly challenges that kind of correspond with the certain sections of the course. So, for instance, this week's challenge for the virtual participants was a climbing challenge. Yep. So it seems counterintuitive. You're trying to cover 255 miles over 5 weeks to have a climbing challenge, but it directly relates to this first 50K section of the course.
We're watching right here. Yeah.
You've got to climb about 10,000 feet or so in that first 50K, which
that's so much climbing.
That's a tough, just 50K on its own.
Yeah.
And imagine starting off a 250-mile journey that way. So it's brutal, but yeah, a lot of really fun stuff happening on the virtual side with this event. So if you got time, definitely go check it out and see if it interests you at all, because then you'll get to hear more of me on live videos. So what more could you want in your life, you know?
I can't get enough of Matt Feldhake. So, yeah, and that's great. And like you said, all the swag that we make, all the merch, all the shirts, all the hats, so the majority of it, at least we make it in-house. So shout out to the amazing Aravaipa Artworks crew. They actually have a lot of Cocodona merch, like this shirt I'm wearing now. You can get it online. If you go to cocodona.com and click on the shop tab, there'll be a whole bunch of merch you can get. Like, I got the full kit. I got the Cocodona Mountain Sketch shirt and the Cocodona 250 endurance run hat. So, yeah. It's there's a lot of Cocodona merch that you can, if you're not out there, you're not a part of it, you could still celebrate the fact that you're watching the live stream and you're part of it with us, because we're loving you. We see all the comments coming through right now. So I actually did see a question that asked about our drone coverage. How often will the drones be moving up the course? So we have a couple drone ops out there today, and the next time we'll be able to get a drone based on the roads and based on mostly the cell service connection is going to be up at Crown King. So once this drone feed cuts out, fingers crossed that Troy can keep it up for a bit, but these views are just incredible. So we will see a drone up at Crown King. And Crown King, we're expecting to see the leaders at Crown King probably around 11, actually. We'll go to our schedule here. We'll take a look. Yeah, it's looking like 11:25 at mile 37 is where we're expecting our leaders to come through Crown King. And again, that is going to be based off of a sub 60-hour pace. So we might know pretty quickly if that is too aggressive or if that's spot on. If someone's going faster than that,
Well, we'll know very quickly whether the early pace is as hot as it looked. You know?
It did look intense. Yeah, and you know what? Looking at this list, if we have leaders coming in to Whiskey Row by 7 p.m., I will be incredibly impressed, given how hot it is at this point. But really, what's going to unfold is what happens overnight. So I think we'll all wake up to it, quite the surprise tomorrow, and we will give you the amount of coverage. So right now we got Dave Krupski. We're getting an update that he is at mile 11.5. So he just is getting past. He just got past Cottonwood Creek aid station, the first aid station. Yeah, Dave Krupski all the way from Florida, East Coaster. A lot of East Coasters out there. Just a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see people from all over the country coming out to enjoy some of the best that Arizona has to offer.
Yeah, it's just Florida's a really. You have to go quite a way. I guess you have to go up to Georgia to get any kind of vert if you're not going to do it on the treadmill.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Somewhat.
Well, you've lived down the southeast, so tell us.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people in Florida either rely on the treadmill or there's a lot of bridges in a lot of these places, so you can get a lot of vert.
A bridge is probably 6% grade, though, right? Something like that.
Yeah, but you can do some repeats. They're short.
It is good. Repeats are really good for training. I will.
So
say that.
Sometimes you can rely on that. There's in a lot of these places there's some rolling mountain bike trails as well. So you're not getting big gain. You probably have to go, depending on what part of Florida you're in, you probably go, I mean, you might actually be better off going into Alabama. You can get some decent trails in the Talladega National Forest.
Right.
Over near Talladega. But the only thing is to get to real big vert in Georgia. Mm-hmm. A lot of the big climbs are more in North Georgia.
They are, yeah. I would imagine because that's where the kind of the Great Smokies kind of start to.
Yeah, so that's actually North Georgia is the start of the Appalachian Trail.
Okay, Appalachian, that's right.
Yep,
I'm thinking more Mid-Atlantic where you get
so the southern terminus is in North Georgia, but you do have some state parks and stuff like that south of Atlanta, closer to Florida that. You can get some decent vert in it as well. But if anyone in the chat is from Florida, would love to hear.
Where do you get your vert in?
Yeah.
You could do the treadmill, which is great.
There's a lot of different ways.
But I'm curious.
Stair climbers as well is another good training tool. It's not the same, but
because it's like a symmetrical climb. You don't get that variation.
You don't get the variation. But
so same thing with a treadmill, of course.
Exactly.
But hey, you got to get your vert in somehow. Vert is real, but there's also virtual vert.
Yeah, there's always virtual vert.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Let's just take in this amazing drone shot right here. This is that section where it dips downhill. I saw a bunch of runners starting to drop down and start to pick up that leg speed.
And it looks like Highland Running Club in the chat. Bridges, 60 feet per mile.
Yeah, I am loving the idea. 60 feet per mile for bridges.
Yeah, so, I mean, not a lot of vert, but over 10 miles you get 600 feet. It's not a flat run by any means.
So 60 feet per mile, what would the grade on that be?
What's 5,280
I think
it's like 7 or 8%, I think.
Okay, so close. I was close with 6. That was a wild guess. I believe I heard Skyler say that on a Mountain Outpost pod, so it stuck in my head. So shout out Skizzle Fresh. He would know because he's run flat, stay low. So I believe he said it was around a 6% grade. So, but yeah. So TJ Gardner in the chat is saying we need to get shirts that say Cocodona 250. I watched the whole thing.
I take that back. The average grade, I believe, is actually closer to 1.1%. But
okay,
that's up and down.
That's much more. That's very underwhelming. But
yeah, but that's up and down.
Up and down. Oh, so you're
doing
saying the
repeats.
Net.
Yeah,
that'd
be the net if you're getting 60 feet per mile.
Yeah. Hey, you got to get it in somehow.
Have to.
So it looks like a drone is in that section where the feed's going to get a little shaky, but we're rolling with it. And I can't wait to see what the view looks like at Crown King when our other drone operator, Tony Hill, gets up there and puts it up above the saloon. It's going to be pretty quite an amazing view. But yeah, so let's get a little update. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, let me confirm this with Anthony. Is that Corey? It looks like Corey Waltering is back in the lead. It looks like Corey Waltering is back in the lead.
Look at that view.
Yeah, that is quite the incredible view. I could look at this same view all day. Yeah, like even if this was, this is kind of the views that you would get if you're going to run the Black Canyon 100K or the Black Canyon 60K. It's a little bit off the Black Canyon Trail at this point, but you're at the foot of the Bradshaws. So this is a good taste if you're interested in running that race in February. This is the view you get. Panning around, you can see even in the distance some more runners making their way up. And it's 7:37 a.m. local time in Arizona, which means the front of the pack, so Wave 1 has been running for a little over 2.5 hours now. And in that 2.5 hour time, bib number 6, Corey Waltering, is leading the pack. And the chase pack behind Corey is Joshua Locke. Shout out Chandler AZ local, South Valley. I mean, like we were saying, I think that runners that are local or at least very familiar with the diversity of this course are going to be are very well suited. Doesn't mean that it has to be like that. It's just, it'd be no different if this race was out in Colorado or the Pacific Northwest. Like, each of these areas just have their own unique challenges.
Yeah, definitely. I think knowing what you're getting into here as you traverse, across the greater central Arizona area is important, And now it looks like with that live tracker refresh.
It just refreshed.
Yeah, Whit Weisbrom, El Matador, and Michael Versteeg are both kind of right behind Corey in second and third.
Yeah. And you got to look out for that pink bib number 4. I already know that's Maggie Gutierrez. Yeah, Durango, Colorado's very own. Originally East Coast.
Yep, originally a
Was it
Westchester,
Westchester?
Pennsylvania. I
Right,
believe.
that's right. We talked about that. Some more runners making their way. Very smart with the conservative power hike up that section. Yeah, let's take a look, see if we can get some confirmation on what the rest of this pack is really looking like right now. So based on our spot tracker from Track Leaders and where our drone operator is, it looks like coming up here, this might be Kurt Foster. We just keep finding the East Coasters. I'm loving to see that, you know? I'm a proud, desert dweller at this point, but, I still got the East Coast in my blood. That's where I started trail running in New York. So to see somebody from Berlin, New Jersey coming through right there, it looks like Kurt Foster is coming through. I just want to give a shout out to DJ for that super nice comment. We really appreciate it, and it is the fans and the community around ultra running that inspire us at Aravaipa to bring you this coverage.
Yeah, and DJ, I will say, tune in about 6 hours when the coffee pots dry out, and just see how interesting and engaging we still are. Hopefully, around 9 p.m. everyone is still enjoying this, but. Definitely, again, all jokes aside, appreciate the love and the support from all the commentators. Yeah. And Rob and I both, I think I can speak for you here, we are excited to just be a part of this and to be able to bring this to you from the broadcast side. Rob and I joke we could talk about this stuff for days on end.
Well, that's exactly what's going to happen because we have days on end of coverage to go, and I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, so we appreciate that you guys find this interesting. But no, in all seriousness, we are super stoked to be here and to just be a part of bringing you Arizona's true beauty.
Yes, and there is. And to answer Reed Morris's question in the chat, there is a live leaderboard. If you go to cocodona.com/live, it'll take you to our website that has the spot tracking that updates. I don't actually know exactly how often it updates. I believe it updates every minute. Based on what the spot tracker's on. It's every minute, is that correct? So when you refresh it, you will be able to see at cocodona.com/live every runner out there, all 175 or so. As of last night, there were 176 on the entrance list. Not sure if any others DNS'd, in the last 12 hours before the race. But there are about 175 runners out there. And you can follow them all on Track Leaders. So even in the areas that's gonna have very little cell coverage, like the areas that they're going in, you'll be able to follow them via GPS. So it looks like our drone pilot is putting a new battery in. So we're going to let's chat a little bit about our. I forgot what the term we were going to call it again.
Dark cheetah in a hammock.
I thought it was dark. Is it dark leopard in a hammock?
Yeah, but cheetahs are faster.
Cheetahs are faster,
leopards, aren't they?
Yeah. So with that, basically the dark horse, the wild cards. Let's just say the runners that may not you may not see their names on race previews, even in the most thorough race previews. Shout out to our friends at Treeline Journal put together an amazing race preview and said some very kind words about Cocodona 250, Jamil, and everybody here at Aravaipa. So we were really honored for that. They put together a great race preview from Treeline Journal, and they named a lot of the ones to watch. So the dark horses would be ones that let's say they're not on a list like that. I think I said earlier I talked about Shelby. So we'll see how she plays out. She's looking pretty good. About 13 miles in, and I believe, did you say El Spacek was one of your dark horses?
Yeah.
Now, what about for the men? Do you have a dark horse for the men, or sorry, a dark cheetah?
A dark cheetah in a hammock.
It's still the best comment of the day.
Yeah, I think just someone that we haven't really touched on would be Peter Mortimer.
Yep.
So Barkley
Absolutely.
participant, he had the unfortunate mishap of only getting through about 6 miles before going off course due to, just some miscalculations. And so basically,
Get the drone back up.
he only got in about 10K out there in eastern Tennessee, so he's not fully drained from that experience. He's finished the Tahoe 200, the Bigfoot 200. He's finished the Dragon's Back 200 mile, which I believe is a 330-something K race over in the UK.
Yeah.
So he's been in some of these races. He would be someone to watch. He has the experience. He's from Flagstaff, so he's adapted to that high altitude. He understands what he's getting himself into, so I think he's definitely someone to watch as well.
Yeah, he's spent a ton of time on the course. Like you said, he's local to Flag, and you've seen him in Jamil's some of Jamil's training videos. Like, he's been up on, especially this section. He loves the Bradshaws. I know that. He told me that he likes to spend some time in the Bradshaws. Especially because, Flag, as much as Flagstaff is a amazing place to train, there's a bit of a mud season to it where the trails aren't exactly the best for running. So usually you go down to Sedona, but if that same snow hasn't hit the Bradshaws, that's another great place to train where the trails will be much quieter. You have more trail to yourself up there. So,
yeah, I mean, they were still getting quite a bit of snow in Flagstaff even just a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
so
and they're in for a treat. Unless the sun is hitting the Mount Eldon correctly, I don't think that. I think that there will still very much be snow there. And I do see a question in the chat about bib number 179. It looked like bib number 179, based on where our drone pilot is stationed and where they are on the live track. 179 probably has not gone past the drone yet, so keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for him, for his friends and family watching. And yeah, we just continue to see runners. There it is, Mark Rivenbark, bib 179. That we had some folks asking about where he's at on the course. He was in one of the later waves, and it looked like on the live tracker he had just got off the Black Canyon Trail section, and he's on this double track road that we're looking at now. So based on his pace, we should be seeing him, I don't know, probably in the next, here I am doing my math again. We need an in-house statistician for these things. Probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes if he maintains the current pace that he's on. Yeah, a lot of long sleeve white fabric clothing. That's a heat choice, and it's a smart choice. Something you see a lot at races like Badwater, and it's really cool to see it out here.
Yeah, definitely. Trying to protect the skin from the direct sunlight.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the same thing with those hats to protect the neck. Yeah, Elizabeth Rivenbark is saying, the batteries sure die quick with the drones. They do. As amazing as drones are, drone batteries really only last for 30 minutes. So our drone ops have they've got 6 or 8 batteries out there with them, and a charger and a generator, and they're trying to cycle through them. And then when they drive to the next location, for instance, our drone op out there right now, Troy Wicks, is going to have a couple hours to get to his next spot. So he is going to be able to charge all those batteries in that long drive back. So we have now questions about bib 81. We'll see if Anthony can pull up bib 81 to get us some info on where 81 might be at this point, and we'll be able to tell you if they have passed the drone yet. So Joe Sosa, oh, sorry, I'm reading that wrong. Jose Sosa, bib 81, based on his tracking, he's on the double track road, so I don't believe he's passed it yet, but it could be quite soon. There's the Santa hat, having a good time. And we were just talking about wise hat choices. I'm not going to say this is an unwise choice, but it's definitely a different choice, and I love it. Yeah, good luck to your dad out there, Elizabeth. That's really awesome that we're really happy that you get to follow along on at least part of his journey here. There's bib 86 coming through right now. The runners here, they're all in such good spirits. Like they're just waving. They're having a good time. And, they're on a tough climb.
Yeah, I mean the enthusiasm of these runners is certainly something that I love to see. I think it just shows you that they're still having a good time out there, and hopefully that continues for the next couple 100 miles.
Yeah. And that was, I mentioned bib 86 was passing through before. That bib 86 was Ashley Nicole Ellis. That was her coming up, looking strong, coming up that about 7 or so miles in. Yeah, that was her coming in. Let's see if we can. Where is 94, Jared Manziel? Let's try to see if we can find some of these runners for our great viewers here by utilizing our GPS tracking system, and then see if we can get them. Yeah, Jared Manziel, bib 94. Oh, he completed the Triple Crown of 200s. Based on his hat, I'm going to say that he already passed the drone, because that is a stylish hat, and I did see someone moving very swiftly wearing that hat. You know what? You're right. The drone probably is closer to mile 9 right now. Troy must have moved up the road. So I apologize for that. Continuing to say mile 7.5. It's before the mile 11 aid station. Where is Versteeg? Well, we don't have eyes on Versteeg because he is leading the pack. Well, he's in the front of the pack right now. But Michael Versteeg, again, just got to throw it out there. My pick. I'm looking at Matt for this one because him and I do have we like to make not bets, but we do like to talk about this stuff on our picks for races. So Versteeg is in the front of the pack, and yeah, it's looking like Anthony. Do we have a place on him right now? A place? What place is Versteeg in? Oh. Oh, there we go. Look at that. We got our runner in the Santa hat. Look at them having fun down there.
I love it. Between the bright fluorescent colors and the Santa hat and the...
That is how you run a 250-mile race right there.
Well, that's actually probably how you run closer to 270 miles. But, they're just getting more money or more bang for their buck. So... Yeah. But in all seriousness, I really love the enthusiasm. I love seeing everyone out there having fun as they're perusing the desert here.
Yeah. And for those of you watching, that we are not looking at Michael Versteeg right now. We were talking about him. Michael Versteeg is currently sitting in third place. We were talking about him, but we had to give a shout out to these runners just from the later waves, just having a blast on that descent down into Cottonwood Creek. The aid station, mile 11 aid station, where they could fill up. And they're going to want to fill up all 3 leaders. So every runner is required to carry the ability for 3 leaders from the start. And the reason is because of the aid station that they're getting to, that they're heading, at least these runners that you're seeing on your screen, heading to mile 11. It's going to be another 22 miles before they get in. Was that Andre coming down? Yeah, but shout out to Andre Lee, friend of Aravaipa. He's run a 50K every weekend this year, and he's obviously fitting in multiple 50Ks this week. So, super inspiring. I've had the honor to chat with him after a few races, after Copper Corridor, after Crown King Scramble, and he's got the best. It's like one of the best perspectives on this race, on just running these long efforts every weekend. It's really inspiring. And again, just a update. We got Coury Waltering at mile 15.7 based on our GPS currently right now, and followed pretty close behind by Andy Pearson.
Andy Pearson, another guy who could definitely fall in that dark cheetah in a hammock category. Yeah. Doesn't get talked about nearly enough. Has finished the Fat Dog 120, has finished the Bigfoot 200, Barkley participant, has done Big's Backyard Ultra. Like, he's got a lot of experience.
Yeah.
I think that he could be someone who factors in late in the race again, just depending on how well he manages the early part of this race.
Absolutely. It's and coming from LA too, I wonder what his training as, a SoCal guy, what it looks like compared to somebody like Shelby and some of the other SoCal runners out there. I always think SoCal is just all about the beach, and then there's so much good vert training out there, and it does get hot. I mean, it's not the desert, it's not Arizona like where they're running today, but it's a really good variety of terrain to train on out there.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, yeah, it gets hot out there, So I think that heat exposure probably won't be a huge factor if he's trained properly and
right.
and dotted his I's and crossed his T's in that regard. But we'll definitely know a lot more in the coming hours as far as how big of an impact this first this first section of the course in the low desert has on people.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to be really great to see it playing out. So right now, with the front of the pack approaching mile 16, that puts them they're still only halfway to that climb up Lane Mountain. They're like about halfway to Lane Mountain, which is mile 33. And a nice another pack of runners coming up now. Yeah, I mean, we heard Jamil talking when he joined about an hour ago on his part of the course right here. You got to find ways to stay cool. And it's a challenge because you heard him, the creeks out there, the river crossings, they're bone dry. We had not gotten a lot of rain in Arizona this year. Not a ton of snow either. Like I say, it did just snow again up in Flagstaff, but it's a low snow year. So all those things add to how much water is going to be in these washes and creeks, and it's pretty dry out there. So you can't really filter a lot of water out there. And again, that's why runners are required to bring the ability for 3 liters. I know Jamil said he was going to be carrying at least 4, or the ability for 4. So, probably like four bottles or something like that. Or maybe some people might have a couple bottles in a bladder.
Yeah, and in this stretch right here as well, I think it's even more important to have that extra water, because this is a long stretch, 21, 22 miles in between aid stations here. So without the ability to filter, definitely a need to be carrying as much water as you possibly can between hydrating and doing your best to stay cool.
Absolutely. We just saw some Some good spirits from bib 149, Joshua Garza. He was part of wave 5, so that's second to last wave. He was in good spirits there. I caught his bib number. And, these bibs, did you get a look at these bibs? I wish I had a close-up photo of the bibs. They were quite the design. And they have, like, the best, like, Andy Klink, our technology director who actually makes the chips, like, they're chipped bibs, but they also have really great art on them. Shout out to Sydney, our designer, who worked on the artwork behind there, and runners have their names on there and their state flag. It's they're quite the bib itself is the immersive experience. So it's really
I think that the bibs turned out really well. Something that, depending on how brutally torn up and disgusting they get over the course of these 3 to 5 days, could be a cool keepsake for people to be able to kind of frame up as they remember this incredible experience.
Right. Absolutely. I'm seeing some comments about Speedo power. He's got to be talking about. Was Coury rocking the Speedo at the start? I didn't think so.
I don't believe so.
I did talk to him, and he did say there will be, quote, multiple Speedos on the Cocodona course.
Well, that's how you know he's all business. He's ready to get out there and fly.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, super proud of Coury for being out there again and showing that people from the middle of nowhere in Illinois can do really cool stuff. So much love to Coury and all his fans and supporters out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, more runners from waves 5 and 6 making their way up.
Hold on, Rob. I've got multiple people in the chat here saying, yes, he was wearing the POW Speedo.
Oh, man, I just didn't catch that.
POW Speedo.
That is the same, well, maybe not the same one. Maybe he's got multiple POW Speedos, but he was wearing the POW Speedo for Black Canyon.
Love it. Yeah, we got people saying they saw a photo of him at the start in the POW Speedo.
Yeah, that's just a classic choice. That's like a superhero reference, right?
Correct.
Yeah. June has got some great advice. It looks like having run races in the desert, pacing Badwater out in Death Valley, I've always had extra water for squirting my legs and neck. I know that's the thing, is you can carry the extra water, but it's like you got to conserve it because there's not much out here for that 22-mile stretch between aid stations.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a long stretch without aid that makes it tough.
Thomas Awesome is saying, there is only one POW Speedo.
I'm just going to throw this out there. I think Coury should have his own line of Speedos.
I think that's those would sell. Those would sell well.
Maybe the North Face, if anyone out there is watching, they can create their own POW Speedo just for Coury.
Yeah, I mean it's the Speedo is a wise move, and we see it a lot in the track world. You see the Speedo. You just get better. You ran track, so I mean, was that your style when you were running track in college, or you ran cross country?
1,000% never wore the Speedo or the buns,
right?
As the female runners would call them. I ran both cross country and track, fortunately, and no, I was a split short guy or a half tights person.
Okay.
So
now,
a little combination, but definitely you don't see a lot of the Speedos on the men's side in track, which, again, I think is one of the things that makes Coury unique is he's kind of true to himself and to his brand and to the image he wants to portray. And I think it's really awesome, to be perfectly honest. I think what he's doing is really cool.
Yeah, I'm curious. Can you talk a little bit about, speaking of Coury, you actually raced against him in college?
I did race against Coury in college. I didn't remember it until, doing some research for this live stream. But Coury ran at, I believe, Greenville College is a Division III school in southern Illinois. And I ran at Eastern Illinois University, home of Jimmy Garoppolo. Shout out to Skylar Hall in the Bay Area. Jimmy, about to be the former quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, I think. But, so I raced Coury a few times collegiately in cross country. I was surprised to see that I'd raced him that many times. So
yeah,
I'm not going to disclose the record because I have a lot of love for Coury.
It was 2-1.
But Coury and I can chat about that offline.
The record was
sometime.
2-1. But I think you got to throw down the gauntlet and challenge him in the Cocodona 250.
Yeah,
I know who will win that one.
I think I do as well.
We got the drone back up in the sky. Let's go out to Troy Wake's picture here. Back on that section before runners drop into their way down to... Oh, we're actually also getting a view from Hector. We'll try to get to Hector in a bit. Hector Rodriguez is actually pacing Mike McKnight later in the race. He'll be pacing Michael McKnight. He's actually a coaching client of Michael McKnight. And, I was talking to Hector a couple days ago. He just, he is a huge fan of Mike, but, he said, Michael McKnight is like Conor McGregor to him. He really is. Michael McKnight is just, he's a beast. Like, he's such a unique, runner, and he's so, cut out for this kind of race. I mean, he's, again, Triple Crown 200s champion. He's proved it time and time again. So,
Shout out to Hector as well. Cocodona virtual experience participant, Hector Rodriguez.
Hector H-Rod. We're actually going to go to H-Rod's video right now. He looks like he's at Crown King. They're getting ready for the runners. This is where the runners are heading.
That's
the
it.
lead pack is expected to be there around 11:30 if they are on that split time, which actually I do want to check to see if they were on that Cottonwood Creek split time. So we'll have to see if they got to Cottonwood Creek around 6:38. If we can go back and look at that, and then we can take a look. But Hector, can you hear us out there?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. What's the scene like out there at Crown King? They're getting all set up. They're getting the aid station set up for the runners.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Looks like we might have some sound. Again, the internet out there is touch and go. We'll see if we can get Hector back in a minute, but we still got great drone footage.
Just to touch on that area at Crown King again. Mm-hmm. That saloon that you saw right there in that shot, the oldest continuously operated saloon in the state of Arizona.
Yeah, it really is. And it is such a quintessential saloon. Like, you look at it, you're like, oh, that's exactly what I expected to see. When you say the sentence, go to a saloon in Arizona, that's probably what you'd picture in your head.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you think of like an old Southwestern John Wayne movie. Like, in my mind, that's what goes through my head.
Yeah, it really is. And again, to the people that have never been up to Crown King, it is that saloon, and for the most part, it's a saloon, a general store. There are some other establishments there, but it's really popular with like quads and OHVs and dirt bikes, and it is a great hiking section. Obviously, Aravaipa has a run up there, the Crown King Scramble every March. It's just a really good vibe there. The community is really great and really friendly. So the runners are going to really feel it when they get there. It's they're not only going to get that downhill that they're going to get from a little bit after that Lade Mountain aid station. They're going to run downhill for about 4 miles into Crown King. They're also going to get that energy from the aid station community, not just from the fuel at the aid station, but from the community of volunteers out there, and maybe there's some locals cheering them on in Crown King. And we'll see if we can get Hector back up.
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. We are
Perfect,
at
Hector.
Crown King Saloon. I am pumped.
Are they getting the aid station? They're getting the aid station all set up there. What do we got? We got some sun-kissed, some organic apples.
That's right. Some apples. We got some munchies. Definitely got some fruits. Looks like we got some bread over here.
You know,
Good
you're
old chips.
naming a lot of carbs, and I know you're pacing Michael McKnight. Do you know if he's going to go for any of that stuff, or has he got, like, avocados in his pack or something?
You know what he told me? He said, we're running and we're eating steak. So I can't wait. We about to eat good.
Running and eating steak.
That's what he told me, so we'll see what we do.
Maybe he
It's gonna
meant
be
jerky,
awesome.
but something tells me he actually meant steak. I'm going to need an update on that steak run
Yeah.
as it unfolds.
Got
Yeah, I
another
think
Raised by
that-
Rams shirt there as well.
I think we'll definitely be eating some form of meat as we're moving along. So it's going to be a good
Interesting.
time. But
Fantastic.
yeah, we're setting up. The drive here was pretty gnarly. All dirt road, just kind of literally out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
it
the
felt
drive-
like, but it was beautiful.
Yeah, it is a beautiful drive. So the drive, for those of you watching at home, the drive to get from Crown King is you get off the I-17, and there's a few ways to go, but you can get off at the Bumblebee exit, and it's about a 90-minute drive on primarily dirt roads, pretty well maintained until you get past Cleater's Yacht Club, and then you start climbing up into the Bradshaws, and it's not for the faint of heart. It's not
No.
too bad, but you know, it depends what your experience is, but it's you know, it definitely pays to have some decent clearance. I have seen a Prius or a, you know, small sedan go up there, but yeah, it is a beautiful views, and the runners are going to be getting similar views as they make their way down.
Yeah, what I noticed here too, which I think they're going to look forward to, it's a little cooler. We got some
Yes.
trees, a lot of trees up here. It looks like we might have some shade. So I think they're going to look forward to getting up here and being a little cooler environment than maybe where they're at right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, just look at that scenery. You're looking at Ponderosa Pine. Like, if you pan that, yeah, perfect. Pan the camera there. You got those trees in the front. You got cottonwood trees in the front right there with the lime color leaves. And then you have a bunch of Ponderosa Pine, which is very similar to what you'll see at Flagstaff at the end of the course. So it's a little taste of what's to come later on in the race. And, you know, these trees only grow at higher elevation, cooler elevation. So that's a good sign for the runners that are looking to escape the heat.
Yeah, and I've heard you guys earlier talk about just how diverse this course is. And it's pretty wild that you start off literally like kind of, you know, desert. And then in this short drive that I made to get over here, it's nothing but trees. Like you'd feel like you're in Big Bear, California or Flagstaff or somewhere like that. So it's going to be an epic journey, adventure for these runners.
Exactly. Hector, we'll check in with you again later. Thank you for the update.
Awesome.
I will say we have some you have some friends in the chat saying go Wolfpack.
That's right. Wolfpack, baby. We'll be definitely capturing these runners, whoever's leading the pack. So much love to everybody. Talk to you guys
Thanks,
later.
Hector. We'll check in again later. And speaking of that diversity, look where we are now and then back in the desert. That is just there's no course like it. No, that is that mountain right there. I can't remember if that's like Malpais Mountain, the one that's just coming into your screen. I'll have to confirm that on like a topo, but there's a few different mountains in there that it's just the granite starts to. There's granite and limestone, and then it's just the textures in there just make for such a unique mountain range, and the beautiful Bradshaw Mountains.
It's definitely super interesting how diverse the terrain is, and what's funny is once runners get up into Crown King, they're going to eventually drop back down and hit Red Rock Country in Sedona.
Yeah, that's Sedona. Sedona is something they'll see, something that at least the front of the pack will see in day two. Again, if they're on that 60-hour course record. Well, I guess anything will be a course record, right? Well, that 60-hour finishing time will put them in Sedona around 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. So, yeah, let's We're still getting some great drone shots. Are there any more runners coming up? There does appear to be some more runners coming up the climb. We have a couple right there. Oh, no, actually, thank you, Anthony. Anthony's alerting us to the leaders. We got Coury and Michael running out front.
Michael Versteeg.
To
clarify.
To clear, that's right. We were just talking about Michael McKnight. We got Versteeg and Coury Waltering running out front. And yeah, we can't wait to get some footage of them as they come up into the Lane Mountain section. We do have a filmer up on Lane Mountain, and that's at mile 33. That'll be the next aid, but they are still a bit from Lane Mountain. They're probably they're at least 90 minutes from Lane Mountain. But yeah, Crown King is mile 37, as John is saying. So it's they'll get to Crown King 4 miles. Like it's from Lane Mountain to Crown King, it's pretty much a 4-mile downhill. And John knows it well. John ran Crown King Scramble this year. I remember watching him run down that forest road. It's a great way to end that race, but it's only the beginning of this one. Jim Rooney knows Hector Rodriguez. You know, that's what I love about trail running and the ultra running community. It's like, it's such a small world. Like, so many people, pretty much everybody knows everybody. And if they don't, everybody's so friendly to make friends and meet more people.
Yeah, definitely. And shout out to Jem. It's awfully late over there.
He's coming from Australia, right?
Yeah, just outside Sydney, kind of. Sorry for, the Americans over here having to lump you in with Sydney. But it's awfully late over there. So, Jem, thanks for tuning in, man. We really appreciate it. And then Jennifer Simpson, numbers on these runners. We're going to keep trying our best to identify as many of these runners as we can. Sometimes it's hard just depending on our drone angle to identify the bib and be able to identify these runners. But we're going to continue trying our best, and we'll try and get you an answer quickly, Elizabeth. I know you asked that just a few minutes ago as well, so we'll try and get you an answer.
179. Let's see if we can get a let's see if we can have Anthony pull up bib 179 if we can confirm where he is on the course. Yeah, we'll check that out for a bit, and we'll get back to you on that, Elizabeth. So Mark Rivenbach running that Javelina 100 in not just last year, but also in 2019. So he is on the fire road at this point. Anthony, do we have a mile marker on Mark? What mile is he at right now, based on our GPS tracker?
And we got Ageless Wanderer here in the chat. Greetings from Colorado. Much love to everyone in Colorado.
Yeah, Mark's at mile 9.3. 9.4 just updated, so he might have just recently passed the drone. Yeah, again, it's hard to see, with the bibs. It depends on where, bib placement is. There's a few different areas where you can place the bib. When it's not on the on the chest or the back of the pack, it's pretty hard if it's on the leg. I'm not sure where Mark has his, but we do have some fans in from here from Colorado. There's several Colorado runners from across the pack out here as well. So, again.
Including the current women's leader, Maggie Gutierrez.
Yes. Durango, Colorado. I know she does a lot of training runs on the Hogsback over there, and that's a great place to live, to train. You're really not far from the La Platas and the San Juans. Like, it is just an all-around, it's just a beautiful mountain town. We got some cheering a cheering section for El Matador. Woody Weisbaum is in the chat. Hello from Atlanta.
Hey, Woody. How's it going? Recently moved here to Arizona from Atlanta. So shout out to you. Shout out to your brother or your son. Shout out to Whit as he embarks and moves forward on this incredible adventure. I'm super stoked to follow his journey, and I've had the opportunity to run with Whit when I lived out in Atlanta a few times, so super stoked to see him out here and to see him having a great day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. El Matador really is he really is one to watch, and I'll admit one I overlooked, but you did not, Matt. And I mean, he's definitely a contender for the top 5, top 10. Of course, for the win. I'm not throwing that out. I'm just, I just can't wait to see how he develops as this race goes on, especially as they get into the cooler climates.
Yeah, no, I think that people in the Southeast get slept on a little bit, but I think Whit has a lot of really good experience out here in Arizona with his Arizona Trail attempt or FKT a few years ago, and there's some gnarly trails out in the North Georgia mountains. So super excited to see what Whit has in store for him. Again, regardless of the outcome for any of these runners, I hope that they enjoy what is bound to be an incredibly epic experience.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna. I can't wait to hear the stories at the end of this from the runners, like the adventure. I mean, the tagline for this race is aptly, or very fittingly rather, adventure awaits, because, well, it does.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the stories that come from this race will be really, really interesting to hear, and can't wait to hopefully be able to hear those and to be able to kind of share those with the viewers at some point,
Yeah. And speaking about collecting those stories, we do have a documentary team out there. Our very own Aravaipa's own Dylan Harris is out there leading a team with Derek Lytle, and Allie McLaughlin is out there, as well as Jake and Allie and Derek. Yeah, there's 4. We have a team of 4 documentary filmers out there. So there's going to be a documentary that comes out of this as well. See if we can get a read on the bib. See the example, like there's a bib on the pack right there. But I can't get a clear read. But really great power hiking momentum coming up from this runner. Matt, can you get a read on that bib? Does it look like a 124? 128.
Yep, 128.
So right now,
he looks back and smiles. He looked like he was just having the time
Chris
of his life.
That's Chris Walsh, another Wave 5 runner. Looking strong, all smiles. And here we go, another runner coming out. Taking it. Yeah, so Chris Walsh is who we just saw on our screen before.
Yeah, and you can see in his photo there wearing a Javelina 100 Aravaipa race shirt.
Yeah. And we'll see if we can see. I think this runner is wearing the bib on the front. Oh, interesting. No, that's probably could have been a duplicate bib.
Looks like someone in the chat is saying that should be Linda Quirk, bib number 135.
Okay, thank you for eyes on that. Man, our friends in the chat have been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff that's come from the chat has been way better than the commentary you and I have had. So shout out to everyone in the chat. We got
well, we got to up our game because we have 14 hours of coverage to do.
I mean, Dark Cheetah in a hammock came from the chat.
It did.
Didn't come from us.
The best things come from the chat because the ultra running community has the best chats.
Well, and they're just amazing.
Yeah. So that we believe the runner we saw moments ago was bib 135, Linda Quirk.
Hey, Brandon in the chat. Yeah, work week productivity is definitely going to go down. If you need me to write a note to your employer or anything like that, just let me know. I'll make sure you get an excused absence.
I can't authorize that.
I can't promise that they will accept it, but I can definitely write it.
I can't authorize that, but I can definitely empathize with it.
But no, seriously, much love for tuning in during the work week.
Yeah, and again, if you're just tuning in, Matt Feldhake here, Aravaipa's virtual race director.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I'm Rob Riccardo, the marketing director at Aravaipa, and we are just so excited to be able to witness and experience this race the way you are. We're all watching it unfold, and we are in the Phoenix headquarters for Aravaipa, and this race, while obviously it goes 160 miles north as the crow flies, essentially to Flagstaff. They're currently in the Black Canyon section, about an hour north of here from Phoenix, so still very much in the Sonoran Desert if all the saguaro cacti wasn't obvious enough. And it looks like our drone is going to make a landing. That probably tells me that we need to do another battery swap, or maybe he's just spinning around. We'll keep that feed up until he does need to recharge.
Yeah, I mean, the views out here
160 as the I-17
incredible.
goes, I should say. Yeah, the views are just, look at that, the layers and layers of mountains. So what you're looking at way that way, the mountains way in the back, those are the New River Mountains. They're a little north of Anthem. And then that will be bisected by the I-17, and then you see those mesas. That's the Table Mesa area. You see a lot of those mesas. Yeah, it's just you can't get enough of that scenery. Yeah, so we'll continue to take a look at our leaders here. Let me just do a refresh on our leaderboard. If this is right, we've still got, that's not the refresh, I would say. Oh, yeah. So the leaderboard, we're 3 hours, 27 minutes, and 8 seconds into the race of a race that we think is going to take roughly 60 hours for the finisher. But that could be an overestimation or an underestimation. We won't know. We really won't know till Wednesday morning, and we get a better read on where they're at.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we'll take a look. Yeah, we still got Corey Waltering out in front.
No, that's
Oh, sorry. I've misspoken. Michael Versteeg is out front. Corey is bib 6. Michael Versteeg is bib 3. And Andy Pearson rounding out the top 3 right now. And let's try to see if we can find
those 3 are all pretty close together though now.
Yeah. And leading out front for the women is Maggie Gutierrez. About 16.6 miles in. So
Training for Ultra in the chat. Going with 65 hours as his guess. Guess for the
Training
winner.
for Ultra going for 65 hours.
That's a pretty good guess. I think I
Solid.
set the over-under at about 60.
Mm-hmm.
I would take the over. So maybe the over-under is actually closer to 63. That might be a better threshold.
I believe the 63 was my
that's
my
where
exact
you
number.
get the push.
Let the record show. 63 hours is what I believe the winning time will be. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's faster because that'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
63 would be ridiculous.
I'm going to go closer to 62.
Okay. Nice.
61,
just, like,
61, 62 in that range.
Okay.
Maybe I'll take 61.30 then. No, I think it's going to be somewhere in that
Christopher
range.
Murphy's going with under. Over under for 63-hour finish. Let's hear it in the chat right now.
Yeah, I'm with Christopher Murphy. I'm taking the under as well. I think there's too many talented runners in this field for it to go over.
Yeah, it really is. I'm curious to see what the ultra community in the chat is saying. David's saying 69. 61. Mike McKnight said 60 hours run, 1 hour sleep, so he's going to go with under. All right, DJ, I can see that. Under. Everyone's going under. Well, I hope it's under, because we based our filmer splits off 60, so I would be happy if it's under.
Yeah, we got a lot of people in the chat.
Yeah,
taking the under.
We got Rob's going. Rob McDermott is saying over. Tron Adnison is saying 67, so he's going over.
Ooh, we got
Max
a sub
Long,
60 prediction.
Sub 60. Well, Steven Adderholt, the race director, shout out to him. He did provide us the splits, and his estimation has it at roughly 59 hours, 45 minutes, give or take. So sub 60. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this unfolds, especially.
We've got the drone back in the sky too, but yeah, it's anybody's guess, really. I mean, Courtney shocked the world in Moab when she ran 57:55, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's so much unknown with this course, right? Because of how diverse it is, there's a lot more that can go wrong when you're dropping in and out of varying altitudes. You're dropping in and out of various temperatures.
Yeah.
There's a lot of climb in certain sections. There's just a lot of room for stuff to go wrong. So I think that's why I would predict it maybe to be a little bit slower, because I think runners are going to have to use a little bit more caution in some of these areas. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, there's EML Recordings in the chat has a really good point. The way records and times are tumbling all over the world for races and distances, like, FKTs, they say, I'm going under. They make a great point. I will say, however, this is something, I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm saying this is important to think about. There is no time on this course yet because it's the first year. And what typically drives progression, whether it's a course record or an FKT time, is a target, like a well-defined target to the second. Like, let's use rim to rim to rim, for example. We watched the women shoot out for that I believe it's like 7:25 right now, 7:26 for rim to rim to rim on the Kaibab Trail in Grand Canyon, right? And then Brittany Peterson missed it by 2 or 3 minutes last year. And I feel like when you have a defined time like that, that's what's driving that time down. Because then when Taylor Nolan set that 7:26 FKT in the Grand Canyon, it was because there were a few. There was a 7:33 time and a 7:29 time. They were all happening, and so they're within minutes of each other, right? And the same thing happened with when Rob Carr took it away from Anton, I believe, if I have that right. I'm going back like 5 years now. I'm going deep into the well in my brain for FKTs in the Grand Canyon, which is one of the coolest things to follow. But it's a good example of progression, right? So now back to the Cocodona course, it's like there is no defined time, Exactly. Clayton George just said it much more eloquently and in a much briefer manner than I could have said. The proverbial carrot isn't established on this course yet. Exactly. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. I don't know. What are your thoughts? Did Sage Canaday pass when they changed the Sage Canaday? Sage is not running the race.
No, but if Sage did, shout out to Sage. Much love from
I don't
from
believe
us here,
Sage is out there, but you know what I mean? I'm hearing rumblings that there is pretty much everybody who's anybody or anybody who's everybody. Everybody who's an anybody in the ultra running world is out there on the course, either crewing, pacing, or spectating. So maybe they meant that. Sage is 100% not in the race. But we will see who we can spot out
Chase
on
the summit. Are you guys going to stream the entire thing? No.
We're not going to stream the entire thing this year, but next year we're going for 125 hours of full coverage. There's a lot of logistics to make that happen, but the key differentiator here is we have to learn from the unknowns of this coverage and this race so we can plan a proper 125-hour coverage.
Yeah, and we need to see what your palates will entertain, We'll be giving you basically 3.5 days of coverage with breaks overnight, where we just won't have video footage, essentially, because it's dark and it's in remote spots. But, we're going to give you a lot of coverage. We're on for close to 18 hours today. We'll be on for a little bit less than that tomorrow, right around that on Wednesday. I mean, it's a lot of coverage, and if you guys want 125 hours of coverage next year, we will deliver it.
Hit that like button if you want to see 125 hours of coverage next year.
It will involve a lot of coffee.
A lot of drone batteries. And a lot more volunteer filmers out there on the course. So shout out to all of our volunteer filmers and everybody on our video and photography teams out there. We could not be getting any of this footage, coverage, or information without them. So yeah, they are the eyes and ears for us out there on the course. But yeah, Anthony, back to Anthony Esposito, who is actually in studio, and great. This is a great point. The difference is very few races. You really can't run to train on the whole course of Cocodona. You have to race it to get it all. Because
there are some private lots that you literally can't access.
That's the perfect point.
On
Fain Ranch,
unless it's race day.
Yeah, like Fain Ranch is we basically have an easement for the race, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, and I know they got permission for the scouting run.
Yes,
as
for the
well.
Scouting run.
But outside of that, I don't believe anyone else has run across the iconic Fain Ranch. Which once we get to that section of the course, we'll dive a little bit more into Fain Ranch. But
right,
truly incredible. But yeah, Anthony is 100% right. There are sections of the course that are on private grounds, meaning that participants just couldn't train on them. So the only time you'll be able to run this could be possibly the only time participants are able to run this course in its entirety.
Right.
Yeah,
that's absolutely right. And to answer Elizabeth's question, this is the only drone that is in the air right now. Again, there are a lot of sections of the course where there's just not a lot of service. So this is as far as we can get into the Bradshaw Mountains, really the foot of the Bradshaws, with service. Our next drone won't be up until the Crown King area. So that's mile 37. But we will have a filmer out on Lane Mountain at mile 33 at the aid station on the ground. Getting drones due to restrictions and just hotspot, Wi-Fi hotspots and everything, it's quite the challenge. It's not. We can definitely have more out there. As we learn more about the course this year, we'll have an even better read for next year's coverage. But to get an update on what mile are they at, if you mean the leaders, we're looking at I think that was still Versteeg in the front, yeah. Yeah, Michael Versteeg is at basically he's at mile 18, mile 17.9 on the latest refresh. And we're going to try to get some more updates for some of our other friends in the chat here. So update for Elizabeth Rivenbark. Your dad appears to be at mile 10.6 right now. So he is not yet at Cottonwood Creek aid station, but he is very close. He is basically less than a half mile to get to the aid station there. So looks like he's moving along beautifully. But yeah, so I think I saw a few more requests for. We will get the leaderboard on screen. Well, we'll do that when we don't have any drone footage because we want to make sure that the remaining runners do get some camera time right there. But you can actually see the leaderboard at home if you go to cocodona.com/live. And you can search for your runners that way. But we will bring out a leaderboard on scene in a little bit. The drone is at roughly at mile 9. Started at mile 7.5, and then he drove up to mile 9 at where the Cottonwood Saddle is, where it drops off before going to Cottonwood Creek at the first aid station at mile 11. Yeah, Diggs Digglers, which is a fantastic username, fantastic name, I should say. Talk about footwear choices for a race like this. Tough time deciding what shoes to wear for a daily run, let alone 250 miles. That's a great question. I can speak to, I know what Jamil's got on his feet. Jamil has basically, it hasn't launched yet, but our friends at Salomon, this is the Cocodona 250 presented by Salomon. So they are actually about to drop a brand new shoe called the Ultra Glide. They'll be having launch events. They'll have 4 different launch events later this month. That is sponsored by Atra, and you can try out the shoe. It's a more plush shoe, and so I think that's a good shoe. Any shoe that's got some more cushioning, if that's your style. But you'll see runners for, depending on who their sponsors are or just what their style is. Sometimes they'll go with really thick shoes. Sometimes they'll go thin. Matt, you're a fellow shoe nerd. What's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of individual variability, right? So I think, does a runner prefer more cushion or less cushion? Where does their sliding scale of cushion preferences sit at? And then I think whatever that scale is, they would tend to be on the upper end of their personal scale. So if you're someone who trains daily in a moderate cushion shoe, you might be looking at a slightly higher cushion shoe for an event like this. If you're someone who trains in a lightweight, low cushion shoe, you might be looking at a more moderate cushion shoe for an event like this. So going up in cushion versus what you're used to, I think is probably where I would be. The other thing with an event like this is you need multiple options.
Yep. A lot of people are doing they have a rotation of shoes.
Yeah, going to have multiple shoes, especially as you get into later stages of the course where you could hit water, you could hit snow, you could hit mud, once you get up into higher alpine territory, the weather conditions will be much different than what you will get down here in the low desert.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really varies too. I do see a question from Joe Galopi in the chat. Shout out to Joe Galopi. What mile is this drone at? This drone is roughly at mile 9. We can't get any deeper into the Bradshaws without losing connection, but we should be able to get more images to you closer to Crown King up near Lane Mountain at mile 33. So we're going to stay on this image until we lose it and make sure the rest of the entire pack gets their camera time. And, yeah. Another great question regarding hydration vests. That varies. I definitely have my preference. Something like the Salomon S-Lab Sense, the Advanced Skin. That's a really popular one I see out there a lot on a variety of races. It works really well. But again, it really comes down to preference. So a couple more runners making their way toward their first aid station. They're roughly at mile 9 right now. I think those are our trail sweeps moving in the course. So it looks like, if you see them, so for those of you watching at home, you can see them pulling some of the course markings off. The way we keep these courses clean, once we have a couple people following behind the last runner, and they pull the markings of the course, to tread lightly, leave as little as a trace as possible, and we pull our flaggings and course markings from the course. So we are going to get ready to probably queue up some pre-race interviews, but we'll see if we have any updates from the track leaders right here, we could see if Michael Versteeg and Maggie Gutierrez are still leading the charge out there. And again, if you're just joining us, we're just getting some of the view in the Bradshaws. Again, I'm pretty sure those are our trail sweeps, as most of the last runners of the wave have moved their way through. We're going to queue up in a little bit. We'll queue up some pre-race interviews that we did with a variety of the athletes as we wait for the next spot where our drones and filmers can get service. That'll probably be like another hour or so from now. And so right now, just trying to refresh this track leader. Oh, perfect. So let's see who we've got in the lead. Again, we don't have eyes on the leaders because they are in the area without service. But Peter Mortimer has taken the lead based on our tracking. Yeah, so we've got Flagstaff's very own Peter Mortimer, followed by Michael Versteeg, and then Bib 2, Drew Fraze. We have an Arizona trio at the front of the race right now, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, Peter Mortimer, one of the dark cheetahs in a hammock to watch. Yeah, I'm not surprised with the Arizona contingent being up front. Like we talked about earlier, I think knowing the course and knowing what you're getting into is going to be super important.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the Arizona advantage is, we're talking about in a lot of ways is, because they just know the course. I think this actually might be a really good time in a little bit to queue up to give you a better idea of what the runners are going through right now. We should probably queue up like the first episode of Cocodona Origins, if we can, in a little bit. So you could actually see, we have like a nice mini series on this course from the 2019 scouting that Jamil Coury and Anthony Culpepper did. And they kind of walk you through the opening, this opening section where they ended up in just past Crown King, where all of the runners right now are headed. So we'll get that queued up in a little bit. But other than that, do you have any final thoughts before I cue that video up?
No, I think that my thoughts are I'm just curious to see who paid a price for the fast early pace and who hasn't.
Yeah.
You know, everyone, I know that we say, oh, this is the leader now, but we've got, we've got a dozen people within a half mile of each other right now, and in a 255-mile race, that's pretty doggone close. So, I'm interested to see who paid a price in the Sonoran Desert section and who has the climbing legs as they start to really get up into the Bradshaws.
Yeah, it's we'll see again. We'll probably see if I bring up the day one schedule. This is what our estimate of what we're looking at for today. We're looking at a roughly 11:25 a.m. arrival in Crown King, mile 37. And, of course, before that at Lane Mountain, about a half hour before that, they'll be coming over, summoning on Lane and getting onto that fire road so they can run a pretty well-maintained fire road about 4 miles down to the iconic Crown King Saloon.
Yeah, and that's where the fun begins.
Yeah, and we plan on having coverage, as much context and perspective as possible as we can bring you, even when there is limited cell service, all the way till 10 p.m. tonight. So stick with us, and if you're enjoying the live stream, please be sure to give it a thumbs up, give it a like on YouTube, and please, we'd really appreciate a little YouTube subscribe. And just keep the chats coming. We'll be talking with all of you in the chat throughout the coverage and answering your questions, and try to keep you as updated as possible based on the intel that we're getting from our eyes and ears on course. So, yeah, I guess without further ado, we're going to take a 10 or 15-minute break and show you episode 1 of Cocodona Origins on the 2019 scouting trip that Jamil Coury and Anthony Culpepper did. And this is the section of the course that the runners are actually in right now, starting with the start at Black Canyon City, Rock Springs area, and going all the way up past Crown King. So we'll take a look at that, and we will be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. So thank you guys for tuning in. I'm Rob Riccardo, and this is Matt Feldhake, and we'll see you in a bit.
See ya.
All right.
In 2019, I set out with my friend Anthony Culpepper and a support team to pre-scout what we were planning to create, which is the Cocodona 250. And we set out the same time frame as what would be the future race, so the first week in May, and to experience the conditions and the trails, and we really didn't know quite what to expect. A lot of this was uncharted and unscouted. We had the route in mind, but we didn't quite know what to expect. And what we ended up with was a crazy week of weather, a bunch of dead-end stops along the way, and an adventure that I'll never forget.
Good morning. Here we are. This is the start of the first ever Cocodona 250.
Have a good time.
Thanks.
All right.
Alrighty. Okay, so the first stretch of this route is on the Black Canyon Trail, which is just an awesome place to start. The first mile or so is just through the desert here, climbing up, and we're gonna be dropping down and crossing the Agua Fria River almost immediately, which is amazing. Way to begin this journey, because the end of the route in Flagstaff will be in the pine trees. So it's really highlighting the diversity of Arizona.
I think number one reason was, I think it was the most efficient way to scout the whole route. And we pieced this whole thing together. Myself, Anthony was a big part of it. He hiked the Great Western Loop, I believe it's called. And so he had been on a lot of the areas. He's also used to live in Prescott. So using our knowledge and our experience, we have a lot of race courses that touch this route in general. Crown King, Black Canyon, Whiskey Basin, different events in Flagstaff, Big Pine, Flagstaff Sky Peak. So it's like a connection of all of these things together. But I wanted to, see if it all actually would connect. There were some unknown pieces in there. And it's also just, I wanted to be the first to do it before I put anyone else through the ringer. Like I was gonna cover it first, basically, was the thought process behind the scouting mission and the scouting trip. And plus it's what we love to do. I mean, getting out there, exploring our backyard, but in a new way. And there were a lot of sections of the course that I had never been to, like crossing the Bradshaw Mountains. It's not something I'd done before. Crossing all of Fane Ranch, doing the drop down from Jerome and Kasner Mountain and everything. So just tying it together, I think, was important to me to work out the kinks for the race, but also just go on an adventure.
I'd say this isn't too bad, Anthony. All right, we got a little update from almost mile 11 here. We're heading up a canyon. We dropped back down. We're about 2,000 feet above sea level, but we're following this creek, Boulder Creek, up through this canyon, and it's pretty awesome. I think much better than we expected so far, honestly. Not that we weren't expecting anything. We were expecting awesome, but this is even more awesome, I think.
Just crossing mile 17-ish. Cocodona 250. We'll just put the caveat, this is a very unofficial route thus far. A little bit of property crossing issues down below. Jamil might focus in on more on that, but Lake Pleasant off in the distance. We are about to leave, I think our last saguaro might be around the corner over there. Almost at 4,000 feet. With a little bit of, almost 4,000 feet of climbing thus far today too.
Just let me know
So yeah, pretty, getting warm. It's about 10.
Ready? Hey, actually, we have a little breaking news update. Jamil Coury is just getting service. We're going to wait for him to join in. Jamil is actually joining in, so we're going to have an update from the Jam Cam momentarily. Let's head to the Jam Cam. There we go.
Rob,
Jamil,
can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Hey, we're at mile 17.3 right here. We got a nice big pack. And I'll give you a little perspective. Down there is Black Canyon City.
Yes, this section looks quite familiar from one of those Steep Life vlogs. Who else are you running with in that pack right there?
Shelby's just ahead. We got Don, we got Sarah O, we got Sean Nakamura, Ben Light, Taylor Spike.
You're in good company. Yes, if you're just joining us, this is Jamil a little after mile 17. Just epic views on this climb up the Bradshaws.
Yeah, it was pretty hot back there. There's been a bit of a breeze, which has been great. And it's actually starting to feel a little cooler now that we've climbed up a couple thousand feet already.
That's great. And I mean, how How was that section though when you're coming right out of the aid station and you're still kind of like, based on old video footage, you're still kind of like tucked into the mountains. Is that where you really felt the heat? Right after Cottonwood Creek aid station? Kind of losing his audio a bit as he dips in and out of the canyon.
We were in that deep canyon, definitely feeling warm. Uh-oh. So yeah.
So that's great. Yeah, the pack is looks like they're in good spirits. And do you have poles out there? I'm gonna guess you don't, because it looks. I think you've got your phone in one hand. So
I have too much camera equipment. Yeah. I have pretty much everyone. I'm the one guy that said, yeah, everyone bring poles, and everyone did except for me. So later on, maybe I'll have a poles.
Right. Yeah, Matt and I were talking about that. We were noticing a lot of people on the drones. I would say probably at least 60 to 70% of people appeared to have their poles out for the sections where we were able to get some drone footage on there. So,
yeah,
that's great. We're just taking in these awesome views. If you're just
the sun feels like it's overhead. It's definitely warm out.
How much water have you gone through so far? We'll see if we can get his feed back up. Of course, he is climbing up into the Bradshaws right there. So I'm just pretty happy we were able to get some coverage there as he makes that climb up. So we will bring the jam cam back in a little later once he can get service again. We'll keep an eye out for him. In the meantime, let's talk about. Let's dive deeper into that the sleep strategy, because I think it's something that obviously they've got a while before they should probably even be considering sleeping. But it comes to mind, like when you are, we already talked about Ben Light and his decision to have a lack of sleep strategy, but other runners go for the I got to give a shout out to we haven't talked about him yet, and Trevor Medding. See if we can get Anthony to let us know where Trevor Medding is in the pack right now. So Trevor from Sugar Land, Texas, he's run a 393 miler before the trail running over Texas. He's run that race was mostly on roads, I believe, but
that's far.
That's a long way.
That's really far.
Yeah, he did it in about 5 or 6 days.
Jeez.
So. Yeah, so he is no stranger to the long stuff, and he's run a couple 200-plus milers. Other than that, this will be like the second longest race that he'll be doing. But he was talking about he's pretty good with the 90-minute REM cycle strategy, which is, again, not a scientist or a doctor here, but you'll read a lot of people talk about this, that, roughly, according to him, he's like his REM cycles is like where he will reach deep sleep is about every 90 minutes or so. So he'll try to do it in 90-minute or 3-hour chunks, and he'll feel much more rested compared to he'll do 3 instead of 4, because then he'll get up in the middle of a REM cycle. And he says it works for him. I'm going to say I've tried it out before. I might be trying it out tonight. And it's actually a strategy you see a lot. You see that strategy a lot out there. So.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how each individual runner has a different strategy in terms of sleep and how that impacts the overall leaderboard.
Yeah.
Because when you sleep, how long you sleep, those can factor into your position in the race standings.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I think there's different strategies for different people, right? It seems like Ben Light has a no sleep strategy that works for him, and people like Jamil in races tend to go until they absolutely need the sleep, and then they sleep, and they try not to sleep for too long. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how all that plays out.
Absolutely. And we'll be able to ask Jamil. We'll probably wait till later in the race to ask that. I'm sure he's not thinking about sleep right now. But there's just so many factors. Again, from the heat to the sleep to the cold to the elevation. There's just a lot of factors to consider. So it looks like the jam cam is back up. We're going to tune back into Jamil here. The jam cam is live. Jamil, if you can hear us, looks like it might be cutting in and out. The jam cam is cutting in and out again. It's okay. We'll we'll keep an eye on him in our director feed, and we will get his feed up and running. It did look from that quick view. It looked like I believe that was Shelby.
That looked like Shelby.
Looked like Shelby from Gitter, just right in front of him. Again, she seems to be moving pretty strong with those poles up that climb.
Yeah, and like I said, it'll be interesting to see how some of this early climbing impacts these first-time 200-plus milers.
Yeah.
You know, it may have a huge impact. It may have no impact on these men and women at all. So it'll be interesting to see just kind of how that plays out.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? We keep talking about our DCH or Dark Cheetah in a Hammock pick. So DCH pick is the other one. I said Shelby, and it's funny that she's right near Jamil because I swear this is not a biased pick, but Jamil is my other pick for Dark Horse because nobody knows the course better than him.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think Jamil would be the first person to tell you that, like any participant in a race, you wish you had maybe just a little bit more fitness. I think that every runner who towed this line probably wishes they had an extra week to just get that little bit more of fitness in there. But like you said, no one knows the course like Jamil. Not many people have this lifetime like base of overall fitness and vert in their legs like Jamil. And so he's definitely a solid pick to be a dark horse. My only hesitation with that is he a dark horse? Like, to me, he should almost be one of the kind of favorites to win the race because he has all of this inside knowledge of the course and he has this,
that's for sure. It's really how you're
doing hard stuff.
100%. His resume is stacked and he has course knowledge to say the least. It's something that's been in his mind for at least a few years, and it really depends on the only thing that would make him a dark horse is and he'll tell you before anybody else is his fitness is not where he would wish it would be at. He's incredibly busy person, but he came off he said that publicly, coming into it and out of his attempt at Barkley back in March. So we'll see what kind of benefit that course knowledge has. I'm sure we'll learn in the coming miles and the coming days ahead.
Well, it seems like he's running a pretty smart race thus far, and so
and he seems a good spirit. He's no poles. He's carrying a stabilizer and a phone, and I'm sure I know for sure he has a GoPro and more camera gear in his bag. It's classic Jamil style. We wouldn't expect anything less. So he's got some extra gear that is not at all required in there on top of his required hydration carry. So and he's in good spirits with all that. So I'm sure once he picks up the poles from his drop bag, potentially at Crown King or maybe later in the course, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
What about you? What other picks you got?
Yeah, so we've touched on a fair number of kind of my maybe more dark horse type picks. I think just another interesting story in this race is Pam Reed.
Yeah.
I don't know that she's expected to be up near the front or on the podium, but she's finished over 100 milers.
Yep. I think she just did her
101st, I believe.
101st at the Drift.
Recently.
Yeah.
And so her ultra running resume is insane. She was the first woman ever to win the Badwater 135 outright. She's done some really just epic stuff. She's got over 2 decades of ultra running experience. So her story is just like another unique thing, a unique storyline to watch.
Yeah, it really is. And it looks like she's making her way on that double track right now. If you look on the live tracker to the left of your screen. So yeah, more up. We'll talk about more of the veterans out there. There's some amazing stories out there. Some runners that have so much experience that because I had the pleasure of talking to Pam before that, and she gave a lot of great advice. But we're going to try to bring the our view from the Jam Cam back in. We're going to check in with Jamil Coury. We just have to check in with Jamil. There he is. So we're getting some decent views here from the course on that, continuing that rock. Look at those rocks. How's that climb, Jamil?
Hey, it's good. It's going. Yeah, they've graded this road somehow. It's kind of all freshly tilled up from when I did it a month ago.
Wow. All right. Well, that's
Yeah,
a nice surprise for runners.
Yeah. Maybe it's better. I'm not sure. It's softer, that's for sure. But yeah, there's a really nice pack right here. We've got a couple people from Wave 2 that have caught up to us, and we're just making our way up.
That's great. Yeah, so those of you just joining us, we're actually looking at the course through the camera of Jamil Coury, of course, the creator of the Cocodona 250. It's got to feel good.
We're at mile 18 right here.
So a little over halfway on your way up to Lane Mountain.
Yep.
Is that Ben Light with you right there?
That's Ben.
What's up,
Ben.
buddy?
How you feeling, Ben?
It's so hot in Arizona.
That's a wise choice for a hat, though, so you knew what you were getting into.
It catches the breeze on both sides underneath, and little air conditioning.
That's just perfect. Some good headwear choices. We were making comments about that. These are just great choices for headwear right here for the desert.
Between the wide brim straw hat and then the hat with kind of the drop down neck cover, smart choices as you're kind of exiting the Sonoran Desert up into the Bradshaws here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so if you're look at those views as the Bradshaw Mountains in the backdrop, you just see the diversity of the terrain and how that geology shifts as they continue to climb up this, I guess, recently graded double track on their way up to Lane Mountain at Aid Station 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think this just puts into perspective how gnarly of a climb this is right here.
It's a grinder for sure. So if you're just joining us, you are getting the perfect view from Jamil's camera. Oh yeah, you could see the fresh grade marks right there. You could tell that's super recent. It looks like Jamil is wearing the Ultra Pros. I know that's one of his favorites. Is that correct, Jamil?
You can see Black Canyon City is right that way, and like the start line, you can actually see it from here.
That's just an incredible view. That appears to be Shelby Farrell at the front of that trio right there.
Yep. John Nakamura in the middle.
All right. I'm curious as to how much water Ben Light is carrying, how much capacity right now.
How much water you got?
4 liters.
4 liters. That seems to be the magic number.
Yeah. I hope most people brought 4.
Yeah.
I think they'll need it.
Yeah, and again, they were required to have 3 for this section, so, or the capacity for 3. So and 4 is a smart choice.
It's such a long stretch between aid stations when you're down in, in these hotter temperatures at these lower elevations. So definitely going to need more water, especially with the weather we've been having here in Arizona. Not going to be a lot of places to filter water.
Absolutely. It looks like we got some eyes on Jeff Garmeyer right there, right behind Ben Light. Eye of the Tiger, Jeff Garmeyer.
People want to see you.
I was warned from our Dylan Harris that might happen, so thank you, Jeff. I'm not seeing any Tiger. He's going with a different wardrobe.
It's coming.
It's coming. He says it's coming.
On the back half.
Back half. He's saving the Tiger for his negative split on the Cocodona 250. Yeah, so those of you watching Jeff Garmire, we talked a lot about him earlier. Really big into the FKTs and amazing on those longer efforts. And he's known for wearing the tiger patterns. So we'll look forward to seeing that later in the course. He's moving swiftly up now, moving up towards Shelby Farrell from Gooder.
And then we got to shout out Sean Nakamura there.
Rocking a little run steep.
Sporting the run steep, get high, foamy trucker.
Yeah.
Love to see people out on the race course supporting the brand.
Yeah. I like the vibrant color too. Look at those views. And we want to continue to give a shout out for everybody that's been donating on the Super Chat. Thank you to Obstacle Racing Media for the latest one. We really appreciate it here at Aravaipa and Steep Life Media. We're happy to be bringing you this coverage. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Jam Cam. This is the camera of our very own Jamil Coury. I'm curious if Shelby can hear me. Shelby looks like she's really enjoying that climb with the poles. I think she's got her headset in though. She's in the zone right now.
She is in the zone.
No, I'm not listening to anything. I can hear you.
Oh, Shelby, how you feeling?
How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, I was just saying I need to keep telling myself to be patient. It's all about patience out here. But yeah, just trying to feel comfy. And I do.
Well, she's certainly looking strong, and patience is definitely the key.
Definitely. She's looking good, and I might say looking very stylish with her Gooder shades.
Super stylish with the Gooder shades. I mean, we'll catch in for an official Shelby check-in later, but, the Gooder shades it's a good option out there. The Gooder shades is a great option.
Always a great option.
I think I remember this from the preview run, guys. I think we're right around 5,000 feet elevation. You can see the vegetation is changing for sure. No more the saguaro cactus are gone, and we're seeing a lot more like bushy type vegetation ahead. So we're getting there.
Are you starting to notice any sort of change in temperature as you're climbing up into the Bradshaws here?
You have like an off and on breeze, and so that was helping. Right here, there's not much of a breeze, and it's honestly very hot. It's very warm. So I think as long as we have a bit of a breeze in and out, now I can feel the breeze coming back. I think that'll help save us. But yeah, it's going to be a warm day out here.
I know, and there's the lone cloud in the sky, which is really just.
Hey, it's better than nothing, Maybe those.
It is better. Hopefully they'll build, give a little cloud coverage from the sun there. Right now it's just adding to the scenery. So either way.
The live stream.
Is
Rob?
Is that James Benet?
That's the one and only.
There he is. How you feeling out there, James?
Good. It's not too bad yet. It'll be warm soon though.
Yeah, looking strong again. Looks like James is he's going for the lighter clothing and the long sleeves to beat that heat. And of course, he's got the head wrap to protect his neck, because that desert heat, man, that southwest sun, it gets you.
I mean, that's one of the big things that you're seeing is people trying to keep that skin protected to keep themselves cool.
I think that's Lane right there. Is that Worden? No, it's Rob and Matt. Ah, nice. Let's see.
Yeah, it sounded like Jamil's got a view of Lane Mountain.
Oh, they got shades on. Yeah, I think straight ahead there is it. We've got it. We're going to end up going up and down through this valley multiple times. So, are you sat? Satellite? No. Oh, we got just from right here. There's a little bit of service. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where they're heading right there. If you're joining us right now, those summits ahead is where they're going. And as you heard Jamil say, he's gonna pop in and out of coverage just like right there. But we're gonna stay on him as long as we have that coverage, and as long as he doesn't mind filming while climbing.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see. This is why we have service. We can see Black Canyon City just below us there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good rule of thumb. If you can see I-17.
So good.
Yeah, we could hear the wind out there. It's probably that decent breeze that you're talking about.
It's off and on. A little bit, yeah.
Shout out to the fam.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, kids. Hi, Aaron. I don't know if they're watching. I doubt they're watching. Hi, Mom. Nothing like not training and then jumping into the 250.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it together. It's gonna be great. Shirtless already.
No, I would not do that.
Yeah, that is an interesting choice.
Somebody can't take it.
Yeah, all white, long sleeves. You got the check. Yeah. And the sweet shorts.
Those are pretty sweet shorts.
Anyway, you're 6 right?
Yeah, these aren't bad for Salomon. Salomon Foundation. Oh, there's that breeze. Yes. What are those?
No shirt, just barebacking on the vest.
Seems like a risky.
It's a risky maneuver.
A risky move, but
hey, whatever works for you.
Off.
They're getting a little downhill action right now. It's a good time to open up the legs. Shelby is cruising down this downhill.
Look at her use the poles on the downhill. Another really great strategy if you know how to utilize the poles while running downhill.
Absolutely.
Definitely kind of help you with your footing, can help you kind of stabilize there, and saves you time and energy from having to carry them in one hand or hold them in a different way or anything like that.
Yeah. And there he is. There it is. That descent didn't last long, so they're back on the climb. So.
Oh, from Hard Rock, right? Yeah. That's so funny.
They got to open up their legs just for, I don't know, maybe
build, right?
100 meters.
Especially for the later starters.
Dude, that's what I'm thinking, man. That's all I can think about right now. And I might circle back and bring him some water, snacks.
Yeah, I didn't expect to see you, man. What are you doing right here?
Oh. I'm not pushing it right now.
I'm not ever pushing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Really cool tattoos.
And again, for those of you that are just joining us, we are watching the climb up into the Bradshaws. This is around mile 19. Jamil is out there. His camera's going to cut in and out, rather, as he loses some service. So we'll try to get Jamil back up on the jam cam as he can get that service. Again, he's got to dip down. You know, as you could see pretty clearly from that terrain out there. You got to dip down, and like he said, a good rule of thumb is if you could see I-17. You can see the main interstate from the mountains. You typically have decent cell coverage. Now the thing is, it's really hard to get out there with a car. You need like an OHV, like an off-highway vehicle. So we're really glad that we were able to get some of that footage from Jamil. So we'll continue to bring it in as he has it. But man, I think the main takeaway from that view was poles are the popular choice, at least for what we've seen in a few different areas. Long sleeves, but light coloring, like white fabric, and long hats or wide-brimmed hats.
Yeah,
that's how
I
you
think
race in the desert.
those were definitely some of the trends in terms of gear.
Mhm.
I think one of the other interesting things of that footage was just how gnarly that terrain and that climb is. Like that looked, not only was it like rocky, it was super rocky.
Right.
But it looked really steep as well. So this isn't just some, few mile, 1,000-foot climb. Like this is kind of tough.
Yeah.
And I hope people maybe understood that going in. Otherwise, they're going to pay a high price later in the race if they took this early section too hard, because that was hard. That looked a lot harder than any race briefing or course description could ever make it out to be.
Right, and while we did state it in there, you really don't know until you experience it. You get to see it firsthand. I will say a lot of the athletes I talked to and a lot of the comments I've read on YouTube, Jamil had a Steep Life vlog on the Run Steep Get High YouTube channel. I believe it was episode 1 or 2, but it was the one that was Cottonwood Creek to Battle Flat or Crown King, and that's that section. And it kind of I don't want to say scared a lot of runners that I talked to, but it alerted them to wow, it gets really hot in there, because he did that a little over a month ago, and it was an unseasonably hot day in that section, and he didn't carry enough water. Luckily, he had his Salomon filter that fits into the soft flask, so he was able to draw some water. But a month later, it's been hotter. I don't know that you're going to be able to draw any water from like that Milk Ranch area that's on the course on the way up to Lane Mountain. So that's a good preview of the runners got a good preview, and that's why we heard Ben Light said he was carrying 4 liters.
Yeah, I think it certainly helped runners in terms of how much water to carry.
Yeah.
But I think at that point, it's hard to change your training.
It is.
The hay, at 4 weeks out, the hay is in the barn, as they say.
In the barn. It's well in the barn.
Yeah, I think people were able to alter their hydration strategy and their pacing strategies appropriately, but you weren't able to just put in more time on technical climbing. Like you weren't able to just get better at that.
Right.
So the hopes for a lot of these runners are that their fitness is where they think their fitness is, and that they planned appropriately with managing the effort during this section.
Right.
Because it's interesting, hearing from Jamil and James Benet there. Jamil felt like it was pretty warm out, whereas James Benet didn't think it was terribly warm yet.
Right.
And so it's super interesting how both reside kind of in the desert here, in the valley, that they have different perspectives on how it feels out there. Yeah. So it's super interesting.
It just shows you everybody's so different, and that's why you really have to get to know your body during training. Training is, especially with these races, it's not just about logging the miles or, doing your speed work, especially on a race like this. It's not about the volume. It's about getting to know what works for you, nutrition wise, sleep wise, recovery wise. So all of that stuff plays a factor, and you just see how 2 runners, even though they're from the same city, from the desert, they feel different in the same conditions.
Yeah, no, it's super interesting how individualized that kind of stuff is, and that's why it's important to kind of see how this plays out.
Yeah.
And see how different people feel based on their effort levels and based on the heat. Some people will respond just fine to exercising in the heat like this. Some people won't. Same with the altitude as they start to get up higher. I mean, Jamil said they were probably around 5,000 feet at that point, so they're starting to get into what is considered kind of high elevation already.
They still have a few thousand feet to climb.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that the Bradshaws top out just under 8,000 feet.
That's correct.
So
They'll
get up into the 7,900 range, I believe, at Towers Mountain.
They'll skirt Towers Mountain, but they're not far off the summit of Towers Mountain.
So they get up there pretty high, and you're going to start to see like who can deal with the altitude and the temperature adjustments, and who can't. So super exciting to just follow along and watch all this play out.
Yeah, we'll actually try to give you a little bit of a better view of where they're heading and kind of what the course looks like. So we were just talking about Towers Mountain right there. That's going to be after Crown King. You can see the course, that blue line on your screen, skirts Towers Mountain, meaning it ducks right below it, so you're not quite at the summit there. But yeah, this is the Bradshaws where they're heading to. Again, you heard Jamil's about around mile 19, probably making his way toward mile 20 at that point. The mountains that we saw on the horizon, that was Lane Mountain, Malpais Mountain, but they're heading over Lane, and they're probably around this section of the course right here. So that's kind of the terrain that you're looking at. They still have quite a bit of climbing to go.
One that's so interesting is the climb looks super steep, but they're kind of skirting a little bit of a ridgeline that runs up.
Yeah, they really are.
They're kind of skirting a spine there, so it's not even like the steepest possible terrain.
Right. No, you can get much steeper in the Bradshaws if you really wanted to go for it. But yeah, I mean, there's just so much climbing left. My legs hurt just thinking about it. But yeah, we're going to try to get some updates now. We're going to go over to the chat, and we will see if we can get any updates on the runners that our friends in the chat are looking for. And again, if you're in the chat, please, or if you're watching the live stream, please drop into the chat, leave a comment, and let us know what runners maybe you're rooting for, or if you've got friends or family out in the race, and we'll try to get you an update based on our GPS tracker, which you can do yourself at cocodona.com/live. But we'll try to get some intel from our eyes and our ears.
And I believe there was a comment in there from ultra distance runner or something like that, asking for the elevation gain in meters. You're looking at about 12,900 meters of total elevation gain.
That is,
yeah. So that's what you're looking at.
Yeah. 40. So that's 42, just over 42,000 feet, and then the metric system. We're looking at almost 13,000 meters. Is that's steep. That's a lot of climbing, rather.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of questions on else basic. People wanting updates, so we'll try and get you those as soon as we can.
Yeah, we gotta find else basic. We want the intel. We do have to get that. We'll try to get that track for you. Let's take a look to see if we can get any intel on else basic, because like I said, this is one of the no man's land sections of the course where, other than Jamil's camera, we really don't have which
anything.
Is cutting in and out. We really don't have any footage, because you can even see he knows like where all the special spots are, because again, he knows the course quite well. Got to stay hydrated. You're getting hot in here too. He knows the parts of the course. But let's see if we could get some intel on else basic, who again, one of our picks to watch. Because she's got such an incredible running background, and this race is a lot different from what she usually runs.
And while you check on that, Rob, I've got Carl Borman here asking if we're doing coverage for the entire race. So, Carl, we will be doing coverage from now until 10 p.m. tonight. Basically, we'll be doing coverage every day until about Thursday mid-morning, early afternoon, with breaks overnight. So from about 10 p.m. to 5 or 6 a.m. each evening, we will be off air. But we will join first thing in the morning and kind of recap the day before. So
right. I am excited to try to get the jam cam back because it looks like Elle Spacek was not far, and he is currently not far behind where Jamil is at. She is right in the pack with, we saw Sean McNamara, Elle Spacek, Taylor Spike, James Benet. So she's right in the mix right there. And then Sarah Ostaszewski and Jesse Alexander are not far behind. So we'll try to get some video of Elle Spacek if we can get Jamil's camera back later on. But she is looking strong.
And interesting you mentioned Sarah O. She started in Wave 2. So she's moving up with...
That is correct. She had 10 minutes to gap them, she was back 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what others runners in that kind of grouping started with Wave 2, but I do know that Sarah O., my dark horse, I might add, or my dark cheetah in a hammock, is up there running right around Jamil, just a little bit behind him there.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we'll try to get the track leaders up. I mean, we could even put it on the screen so we could give specific details on Elle Spacek. In the meantime, we're going to head over to Hector Rodriguez, who is waiting for the leaders to come through at Crown King. We still got a bit before we go, before they get there, but let's check in with Hector. Hector, how's Crown King looking?
Crown King is looking good. So when we first talked, we were setting up. Looks like the aid stations now are about ready to go. Setting up the food, some snacks, some drink. You can see here we got the drop bags ready to go for the athletes when they come across. And then I'm sure they wish they would have this bar functioning, but we don't have a bartender here yet. But
Oh, shout out, that's Dylan Harris on camera right there. He's leading our documentary team out there.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Actually, can you go over to him for a sec? Let's see if we can get some intel. Dylan, how's the documentary going?
Hey, Rob. Hey, Matt.
Can you guys hear him?
How's the documentary going?
He's asked, how's the documentary going?
Pretty good so far. I mean, the morning was epic. The start was epic. The whole crew did amazing. It went smooth. It's been a smooth drive up here. Just following them via GPS. Michael Versteeg's in the front. I just saw that. That's pretty epic. So, it looks like they're all going to show up kind of in a group, which is interesting. Thought they'd be a little bit more spread out, but I guess we did kind of think they'd be condensed by now. So, it's just interesting following the race, and it's beautiful up here. So we're stoked.
Absolutely beautiful.
Right on. Thanks for the update, Dylan. We look forward to seeing what documentary content you guys put out there. There's Jake also who's working with them. So shout out to the documentary team. Yeah, like we mentioned, we've got a team out there from Aravaipa that's going to be capturing this inaugural race, and it's going to be quite the film. I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, I don't know that excited again is the right word. It's going to be so epic that there needs to be a word like above excited that.
Well, we're going to have to go to the chat to see if they can make a word up for us because they already gave us dark cheetah in a hammock.
Yeah, if the chat can come up with a word that is like way better and more cool.
What's beyond
and
epic?
Hip than excited. I would love that word. So please pitch that to me in the chat.
Yeah. We're learning. We're inventing things out here. I love it. So anything else? Any updates from Crown King out there, Hector?
We're starting to see more cars, so we're starting to definitely see more of the crews showing up. You can see we kind of got limited parking, but people are definitely finding spots wherever they can. So I think that's pretty much the update from here. I'll definitely jump back on here once we know we got some runners getting close by, and we'll see how they look and how everybody's feeling and how everybody's doing.
Awesome. Yeah, we will definitely check in with you again as the leaders, the front of the pack gets closer. So, Hector, we will talk to you again soon. Thank you for the update from Crown King, mile 37 of the Cocodona 250 course. So, yeah.
And just to jump in here, Rob, I'm just getting word that that if anyone in the chat is an Arizona native, we did reopen the volunteer page until Friday. So I think they are looking for some volunteers up in Jerome and Black Tank Aid Station, as well as in the Sedona area. So definitely check out the volunteer page on the Cocodona site if you have availability or in the area and are interested. So Just got that word. Want to give a plug. If you want to be a part of helping make this amazing experience happen,
I mean, it's the best way to. Yeah, it's the best way to experience the course experience the race is getting out there on course, and you can really be part of this inaugural event. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you get to essentially see parts of the race firsthand and get to interact with the runners in a way that you can only do as a volunteer, and you get to help them progress through their journey.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just a great way to be a part of the ultra community. So thank you for that. Thank you for that update. Let's bring up some of the leaderboard here, and we're looking at track leaders. We're gonna try to get an update. Oh, it's looking like Versteeg is still leading the charge. I think that's Peter Mortimer. And then like a tight pack right there. We got Drew Fraze, Vaughn Jones, and Andy Pearson, SoCal. And of course, Maggie Gutierrez. Look at that. Just leading the women. And let's see who else is bringing up the rest of that pack right there. Sarah O in second for the women, and close to 10th or 15th overall if I'm counting quickly, if I'm counting the bibs on the screen. Sarah O, and again, Matt made a fantastic point before. You know, she did not start in wave she did not start in wave one.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. Again, this will be her debut 200-plus miler, so she's going to be in uncharted territory at some point. But she's someone who really knows this first section of the course from a type of terrain standpoint and from a weather and climate standpoint. So shout out to Sarah O. She's out there crushing it along with, all the other men and women out there doing their thing.
Yeah. And then Becky Lynn Bauer rounding out. I'm sorry, Jesse Morton Langhaug is actually rounding out that top three mix right there. Oh, actually, we mixed it. We see it's updating. So, yeah, there's actually a tight pack of women coming through. And they're all around where Jamil was before, so I can't wait to get back on the jam cam later because then we'll be able to really see a whole slew of the runners. But again, if you go to trackleaders.com/Cocodona, you will be able to look at this same map at home, and it's interactive. So on the bottom right here, you are on the bottom of your screen with the red terrain. That is the course profile. So you can see where all the blue dots are on the bottom, on the red jagged line, that is the climb. So, I mean, you can see it's one of the steeper climbs. You can see that big climb on Eldon on the back, all the way on the right side. Just it's all downhill, and then boom, right there. Just the final climb. But we've got a couple days before we take them there. So, anyway, we will try to get more footage from that section of the course. But I don't know, as far as other runners to watch, we were talking about Trevor Metting before. And is there anybody else on your list that comes to mind just off the top of your head from the runners that we were you seeing like really in that top 20 right now?
Well, I think one that hasn't been mentioned near enough is Jessie Morton Langhaug.
Yeah, and she's actually in the front of the pack.
She's right up there with the top three women.
Yeah.
But she was the 2020 Moab 240 champion. She won the 2020 Bryce Canyon 100-miler. She was top 5 at 6 different 100-mile races in the last 2.5 years.
Yeah.
In 2.5 years, top 5 at 600-milers. That's insane. And so she's another one who I don't know that she's a dark horse per se.
Right.
I think that the expectation for her should be definitely running up near the front, right? Like that's where her ability level is. And so I'm super excited to follow along and see how she runs towards the back half of this race.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. There's part of me that, like when we covered Black Canyon, that's 100K, that's 62 miles. So in my head, we're watching this race like unfold, and we're like, oh, well, the race is starting to play out now. We'll know by the end of the day. It's like this is
just the beginning.
Michael Versteeg put it as the first 24 hours will be a warm-up, and the second 48, I'll actually start racing. I just remembered that quote. That actually, it's probably better for him to just tell you that himself. So we're actually going to queue up Michael Versteeg's pre-race interview, and since he is leading the pack right now, so we will listen to Michael Versteeg and the conversation I had with him just a few days ago. So let's pull that up for you right now.
I think the really
I think it's like
a lot
sort
of
of
runners
a
are coming in with like
quintessential like Arizona, like
races,
heart of Arizona
like,
race, and
this
like
is one of the shorter things that I've done. So
just sort of like
250 miles
packs
doesn't
a
seem
lot of
like
cool stuff
too
into
crazy, and it's sort of like I've done
a relatively
like on the Colorado
long or
Trail,
short
when I
distance,
set the
however you want to
unsupported
look at
FKT,
it. It's
carried
like,
everything
but the
I
terrain
needed
that
and
it covers in
averaged
only
5 miles a
250
day
miles
to
is pretty cool.
finish Cocodona under the cutoff. So it
versus
gives me a little reassurance that I can at least finish the race.
But yeah, I mean, just like running through like Black Canyon and the Bradshaws. I mean, I grew up in Prescott, and I grew up in the Bradshaws, and like still have places there. And being able to run through the Bradshaws, and like, I've run all of those trails so many times. And I actually I just moved to the Dells, and I like I have a place like right by where the course runs by. It like runs right by my house, and it's like and then, yeah, I mean, just like the whole terrain, running like the man against horse course up and over Mingus and like down into Sedona and Flag. And like I went to college in Flagstaff, and like it's very like, yeah, it's just a cool like local Arizona thing. And I felt like for me, and like I feel like people that know me through running, I feel like I'm like sort of known for like long Arizona stuff. So it's like I felt like it was like I was, I'm excited to be included in the race and being able to like participate in it, and like do it with Jamil. I mean, Jamil and I go way back, and like you brought up like doing the scouting last year with him. Like I only did a day with him. I didn't do the whole course, but it's like just, I don't know, just helping out with like cool local stuff. And I mean, if there's a 250-mile race, like I said, that runs like by my house, like obviously I'm going to do it. And like, let alone all those other reasons. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, I don't really know how to train for something like this. Like, it's like, I don't think anyone really does. It's like, let's say you're like running a 100-miler, like you might go out and do some like 40-mile days or something. Like, I'm not going to go on like a 120-mile training run. It's like, so it's like, I almost feel like you don't really need to be like running fit per se. I feel like the fastest mile I'll probably run is like a 12-minute mile. Like, it's like you don't really need to be like running fit. It's more about just like doing it day after day and like being on your feet for long days. Like, I mean, just being able to like stand up and like move on your feet for like 20 hours a day is like, and again, not that I've really been doing that, but like, I don't know. It's like, it's just a hard thing to train for. Like, I feel like I'm generally fit for like me, which is like a pretty relative term, but, I don't know, like I'll use the first 24 hours to train, and then the second 48, I'll be fit, and then I'll drag it in the third day or something. I think I'm going to go for it. I think that this distance is like uniquely suited to like my skill set. Like sometimes I feel like even 100-milers are a little bit too short, just in the sense that like, I feel like I'm better at being miserable and suffering than almost anybody. And like, that's the only reason why I've had success in ultra running, is like, not because I'm like the fattest or the fastest or the fittest. It's like, I can just be miserable for days on end and like keep going. And it's like, and this is sort of a distance where it's like, it's short enough that like you can run quite a bit of it, and like it's short enough where I feel like you can like push and like try and do something like good, but long enough where like sustainability obviously is a huge thing, where like, I mean, you only have to get up a few times. You only have to do it for a few days. It's not like a 2-week deal where like you have to do it every single day, or like a 2-month deal where you have to get up every single day and do it. But it's like, I mean, you have to get up every time you wake up and do it all over again. So it's like, I think I can do a pretty good time on this. So I'm probably going to push it. I think like, I think 3 days is like is a good goal for competitive runners. Like whether or not that's me that does that or somebody else. Like, I actually think like some of those super guys or gals could probably do it in like pretty fast. Like, but again, whether that's me or that's somebody else, like I'm not sure. But I think like 60 to 72 hours is like a good.
Yeah, so you heard him there. He's kind of a wide range. He said 60 to 72 hours. So I even think even he feels that there's a big unknown on this course. That even though he knows a lot of the sections pretty well, it's kind of a wide range.
Well, it goes back to your point earlier where no one's done it before.
Yep.
So we don't know what's possible.
That's exactly right.
And so as of right now, Versteeg is setting the bar. And
really
we'll know a lot more in the coming days as to what that finish time is going to look like.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's pretty amazing to hear. I didn't include this part on the interview, but we'll hear it later. Like I talked to him about like the whole the FKTs that he likes to do and unsupported, and I was like, well, you're running this race basically supported, like, so he thinks it's going to be like a combination. It's going to like add up to being the best of both worlds. He's going to run with this like unsupported mentality, but he's going to have the ability to see friends and people he knows along the course. He will be able to stop at aid stations. So I think it just makes him like such a strong competitor, contender out there.
Yeah, definitely. I think it goes back to kind of what we said towards the top of the broadcast with Versteeg. Is one of the things that makes him such like an interesting person to watch, and one of the favorites for this race is his ability to do long distance FKTs, having held the Arizona Trail FKT until just a few weeks ago, and then having. Like he finished 4th at Run Rabbit Run. He's won the Mogollon Monster 100. So he's done some like really good stuff at like the more ultra, like in the ultra racing scene. So I think he's kind of got that good combination of being able to run fast and being able to grind out long endurance feats.
Absolutely. And as of right now, I'm just checking the track. He's still holding the lead. Peter Mortimer is really not that far behind. So actually, let's check in and listen to a little bit of Peter Mortimer's pre-race interview to get some intel on like what he said. I talked to him a few days ago about training and his strategy. He mentioned his short experience at Barkley, but I think that might serve him well because he's fresh. He didn't go beat up his legs through the briars on a couple loops at Frozen Head. So. He was, I think it was only like 5 or 6 hours, but, he came back. He's got some redemption, So let's go over to Peter Mortimer's pre-race interview. We'll cue that up.
It's kind of weird. I just came off my Barkley training, so it was basically just rollover from that, but that was a disaster for me. So I kind of came out there with a little fresher legs that I intended, and I basically just been trying to keep the legs, somewhat fresh, doing some nice easy runs. So I did a couple long runs when I got back, but nothing too crazy. So, but leading up to that, it was, I mean, I was doing some serious vertical. So I did something like 40K plus in a week at one point. So, but yeah, the course has been great. I mean, having it in my backyard, and I've took the last couple weeks to really go over and explore some of the sections I'm more unfamiliar with, because I've run a lot of the different sections either during a race somewhere or just with friends over the years and stuff. So it's kind of been nice to go out and explore the different areas and see how everything connects. I think for anybody at this race, I think the first 50 miles is going to define this race. The amount of climbing, heat, and exposure that we'll have to encounter in those first 50 miles is going to be nuts. So for even people that live here and deal with heat, I mean, it'll only be mid 90s, but you know as well as I do, when there's no shade to go around and you're out there trudging, pounding dirt in the middle of the desert, it can wear you down. So I think it's going to be key to kind of keep a nice, slower, consistent pace, especially with all the climbing involved. And then you'll be able to kind of use some of the energy later on in the race. At least that's kind of going to be my strategy. So there is no sense going out hard in a race of this distance. I've done this distance several times, so you can definitely make up time by feeling great later on. So my previous races, let's see, the last 200 I did was a stage race across Wales, so I couldn't really have any support. But the prior 200s I did Tahoe and Bigfoot, we had a pretty big crew, so like 8 or 9 people. I think probably 10 or more this go around. People will be bouncing back and forth, around their work schedule. But for me, it's always been amazing because I get to, see these guys and at the aid stations, and, maybe pick one of them up and say, hey, let's go on a little run together. And it's really just a party for them, and that really kind of motivates me to get going. As far as pacing goes, I've got a couple pacers lined up, some good friends out here. My buddy Nick Panisse and Nick Holland down in Sedona have offered, and I have a couple other guys lined up as well. In previous years, I have waited on my pacer, and just because it was more of a adventure, and if I did well, I did well. But this year, I won't be afraid to drop them if they're falling behind. But as far as it's a little different because, the Bigfoot, for example, you'd have sections that's like 20 miles and with all this climbing. And for some people that was, a little bit more than they're used to. So with the aid stations a little closer together, I'm counting on them having a little fresher legs. I did Bigfoot a couple of years ago and I finished it in 60 hours, more climbing, more remote. My combined time out with Dragon's Back was 52 hours. That was 60,000 vert. A little different because it's a stage race, but I almost think it's harder waking up the next day all sore and starting over. That was also like pure route finding. So I've been kind of using those numbers a little bit to figure it out. I mean, I'd like to shoot for the W and everything, but I'm going to play it safe. And I've got all these advantages living here, knowing the course, great crew, and great sport, everything. So if I have a good day, I'd love to shoot for the 60-hour range. That would be awesome. But there is an additional 50 miles involved. So basically, I'm just pitching that last 50. It's just I'm running in Flagstaff. I'm just going to run around town. So I know it kind of sounds crazy to think about it that way, but in my head, it just makes it that much easier.
And there you heard it. He's just on a big run home to Flagstaff. That is the thing about these Flagstaff locals. They're really just running home right now. A little Forrest Gump action.
Yeah, I mean, they just got dropped off in the desert and have to find their way home.
And luckily, it's marked.
Yeah, thankfully, we marked the course for them.
Yeah.
We provided them with aid. Their friends can come see them along the way.
Yeah.
But they still have to travel on foot back home.
Yeah. It's but he had a good perspective. You heard him say that 60-hour number, so it's on the radar. The carrot may not be on the stick, as we were saying before. Like, nobody has set the course time before, but that maybe that relative target of 60 hours is enough to drive the progression and have somebody go for that sub 60, 59 and change. Maybe even faster,
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough course.
Yeah.
That's my only reservation with the sub 60 thinking is it's a tough course, and there's so much unknown because no one's done it in its entirety as of right now.
Yeah, that's 100% right. I think I think that. Ultimately, Peter, I think the redemption factor is going to play the biggest. Like again, I mentioned it earlier, and he mentioned it in the interview of that Barkley redemption. He put in so much training for Barkley and for it to, and that's just the way of Barkley, right? But for those of you that aren't aware, Peter Mortimer ran Barkley back in the middle of March, and it's quite a hard race to get into, a bit of a secretive race to get into, but he got in, and of course he's well qualified for it. We went through his resume earlier, but he forgot his bib, and the bib has to correlate. So say he's bib number 15, you have to find books, like 13 books around the course, and you have to prove that you were on the course. You have to return all your pages that correlate with your bib number. He couldn't remember his bib number. I was reading on his Instagram post. He's like, was it 13? Was it 15? And he had just started on the course. It was like 2 a.m. when it started. So it was the middle of the night, and it was raining in Tennessee. So as he recounts, he ran back to go to get his bib. I think it was bib 15 it ended up being. And he was then on the course by himself, because the course is not marked. It's all basically an orienteering race. And within 5 or 6 hours, he was lost. He ended up being at like a church that was way off course, and his Barkley experience was over almost as quick as it started. So I think that's where the redemption factor comes in. He used it almost like a little bit of experience for potentially next year at Barkley, but he's coming back, and he didn't have destroyed legs, so he didn't have to take that recovery time that a lot of other runners did, even if they just did but even if they did 2 loops or even a loop. He was pretty fresh and came back, and he just kept training. You saw him on some of Jamil's videos. He's training out in the Bradshaws. He trained in Flagstaff where he lives. So anyway, I could ramble on about Peter because he's got all the credentials and he's got that local knowledge.
And touching back onto the whole sleep plan thing, Chris Worden in the chat just said he got a chance to catch up with Pete before the race, and he's planning on not sleeping. So the non-sleep strategy gonna be at play as well.
That is news to me, because I don't believe he told me that in the interview. And I was talking to him. He's just like, I'll probably sleep.
Yeah,
so
I'm just taking it from the.
I trust Chris Worden, who will
be
he'll be here tonight filling in. But so Chris, that's great intel right there. Not gonna sleep. I think it's that 2-night thing. We'll talk to Ben Light later in the race about that. Just that after 2 nights, your head just hurts so much.
Well, if you're trying to get it done in 60 hours, that puts you right at that 5 p.m.
Yeah. And you know what? We actually got a great update from the Jam Cam. Let's bring him in. Jamil, how's it going out there?
Hey guys, it's going well. We're mile 21 right now.
Oh, making their way up to lane.
And this trail was this road was graded recently, which has been awesome. It's nice and soft. I think we talked about that earlier, but it's really great.
It looks a lot more plush than you would imagine it to be, if I could use that word for it.
Nice and soft, yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like he's still in the pack there. It appears to be Jeff Garmeyer looking strong up there.
Got James Benet
And James,
the,
still in the
beautiful
pack.
bright colored shorts.
Yeah, who else is in the pack with you? We can't see their bibs from here.
We got Jordan up there. We got Sarah.
Sarah O?
Yep.
Sarah closing the gap from wave 2. Not surprised at all. Yeah, looking super strong. Everybody on the climb right there. Is that L Spacek in the red?
No.
No.
That's Jordan.
Oh, Jordan. That's right. You said
There's
that.
Jordan and Sarah.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, they're looking super. Look at those. The vegetation is it just continues to change up there, Matt.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see how the landscape changes from that low desert saguaro cacti. Now you're getting into more lush bush type.
See views of Lake Pleasant over there in the distance.
Wow. Yeah, Lake Pleasant is a lake basically on the outskirts of Maricopa County, across from the Anthem area. So yeah, you can see the edges of Phoenix basically from there. What a view. I feel like I'm getting my vert in right now, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely getting in the virtual vert. That's for sure.
Yeah, so this is the pack that we were talking about before. That they're moving together. Quite strong. There's like that. Yeah, there's a huge pack coming through.
And as look really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we are. So strong. 10% of the course destroyed. Yeah.
Yeah, and Versteeg is still out in front right there. Looks like we lost Jamil's video, but he's there. He is coming in and out. He's climbing up into the Bradshaws.
I don't know who designed this, but what is the answer?
Hey, Jamil, we got a question in the chat. If you had to guess, what do you think the temps are, kind of where you guys are at in the Bradshaws right now?
Temps. Anyone got a guess? Yeah. Temperature, yeah, 75.
76.5.
75, 76, but it's just kind of sometimes there's a breeze and it feels really comfortable, and then gets more stagnant and it feels hot. So
you can tell it's going to heat up, though.
Yeah, it's Verizon, yeah. It's fully exposed. You can see that's a pretty decent cloud right there. We're hoping that keeps building.
It does appear to be building.
It
does. That
does.
Cloud did appear to be building. So if we could we'll see if we can get Jamil's feed back up. Here, his feed's coming back in right now. So we'll see if we can get Jamil's feed. He's coming in and out right now. But that cloud did seem like it was forming. We were joking about it before, and he's like, maybe it'll form. It did look like it was, and that's going to be a very welcomed bit of coverage as they...
Yeah, I mean, anything that can reduce the sun exposure for these runners is going to be more than welcome.
Yeah.
It's one of the big things about Arizona is there's not a whole lot of hiding from the sun in these lower alpine areas. Right. You don't have the alpine vegetation quite yet. So as runners move up closer to the Coconino Plateau, they'll get a little bit more coverage, but right now it's going to be exposed and hot. And hopefully everyone has taken enough water for this long 22-mile stretch between aid stations here.
Yeah, and we heard you heard Jamil say that he's at roughly mile 21 right now, so he still has about 12 miles to go to get to Lane Mountain. But that is, we talked about coverage. He will have a little bit of reprieve from the sun there because that's where the ponderosa pines start to come in a little bit after Lane, and then clouds or no clouds, you're in the tall trees.
Yeah. Yep. And you're getting up there in elevation as well, so the temps hopefully won't get too hot.
Right.
But yeah, hopefully these runners just continue to kind of move forward and continue to do the best they can to stay hydrated and to protect themselves from the sun
Right.
and just get through it, because once you get through this first 50K section, you're going to have a stretch where it's not quite as hot, not quite as exposed before it gets hot and exposed again tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the pack that's ahead of them on track leaders. That pack is looking like Vaughn Jones, Trevor Metting, Joshua Locke, Andy Pearson. But way out front, we've got Michael Versteeg. So actually, I'll bring that up on the iPad so you can see. Michael Versteeg is roughly almost at 24 miles. And, according to Jamil was at 21. So from that pack right there, Versteeg is putting in about 3 miles on that pack. So that's pretty aggressive. Again, we can't iterate it, say it enough that it's super early in the race, but that's quite the gap. And if you look at his moving time, 2.6 miles per hour, and seems to be on par with Vaughn Jones is cruising. I wouldn't be surprised if Vaughn Jones closes that gap, because he's only about a half mile behind Versteeg, and he seems to be moving pretty quickly. So another Texas runner there, Vaughn Jones. I mean, Vaughn Jones, Trevor Metting, both of them being in Texas, they're no stranger to heat. It's a different kind of heat. Humidity's a little different depending on what part of Texas they're in, but that's an example of a state or a place to train that it's pretty comparable to parts of Arizona. So I'm not really surprised when you really break it down like that.
Yeah, especially early on with the the lower altitudes, the lower kind of desert areas. I think that their exposure is going to translate pretty well. I think the interesting thing will be is to see how their fitness carries once they get up into the higher altitudes and higher elevations.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at Maggie. Maggie is looking at about a little over mile 22, and she's moving at a pretty good pace. But she is leading the pack. She's at 22. Jesse Morton Langhag is really only about a half mile behind. So, given how early we are in the race, we are, the half mile's super tight gap. It may not look like it on the map, but, we'll see what happens at Crown King. We'll see how much time they spend in the aid station. So, let's take another look at the chat here and see if we can answer any of your questions. So John Marushik is telling us that it's currently 61 degrees at Crown King, so that's nice. Temperature's going to drop a bit. As they climb higher, the temperatures will soar a little bit lower. So that's the way it works. Yeah, Chaser Williams is saying go Trevor. Yeah, shout out to Trevor Metting. Yeah, Tony Hill, one of our excellent drone ops, is going to be out in Crown King. So we are looking forward to getting that drone footage in the Bradshaws. It's basically the next possible area where we can get drone footage. Even if we can get a vehicle back to where Jamil was, that it would just cut out so much. We would just be in and out from being able to connect to a drone, and we'd probably lose the drone in the process, or at least it would self-land. That's happened before, but those drones the technology is pretty insane what they do now. It's hard to lose them at that point. But yeah, so what else we got going on in the chat here? David Von Stroh, I'd still put my bet on Michael McKnight and Maggie finishing 1-2 in some order. That's completely plausible.
Yeah,
probable,
I wouldn't bet against it.
I wouldn't bet against it. I mean, you can't. they're wisely hanging back in the early going. It's funny. Maggie technically is hanging back. I think we're especially because the way this breaks it up with with blue and pink of being male and female, just to differentiate, it makes it easier to find if you're looking for somebody specific. It looks like you're like, oh, she's running way out front, but you have to remember this is a great equalizer, these races, in so many ways, that she really is technically hanging back, because she could very well be up there with Versteeg and the rest of the front runners up there right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she has the capability to be leading this race right now, and I think she's playing it smart, and hopefully that pays off for her, and she's able to run a strong back half. And kind of show what she's capable of on this course.
Absolutely. And we have a question from Ben Perez in the chat. Did they go off in waves, or did everyone start at the same time? So, yes, the runners went off in waves. The majority of the quote-unquote elites, if you want to call it that for this kind of race, were in waves 1 and 2. There were 6 total waves starting at 5 a.m. Arizona time, and they were spaced a total of 10 minutes. They were spaced 10 minutes apart. So it was 5 a.m. and then the last wave went off at 5:50. But so most of the runners up front are in wave 1. But as we talked about, Sarah Ostaszewski from wave 2 has already caught up to Jamil's area of the pack, and she's looking strong.
I'm interested to see how far behind Maggie is she right now? Like, where would she stand if you factor in that 10-minute buffer? You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a great point. I didn't even factor that in.
Because she would be, she started 10 minutes behind, but what is she in real time? Like, she is, I think, running a sneaky good race. My question is has she conserved enough for the last 150 miles? Because this will be her first foray into the 200-plus mile distance.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to pull up Sarah. There she is, bib 44. Yeah, so based on, she's at almost about mile 21, and then you've got Maggie at 22.1, so a mile behind, and they're climbing
Maggie's
at about
still running a little bit better ahead.
A little bit ahead. Yeah. I'd say if they went off the same wave and say they had the same race strategy,
Maggie's
it would
probably a half mile ahead, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
I'd say
I'd
probably
around there.
Between like 8 to 10 minutes ahead based on their climbing pace.
Yeah. So, so when you think of that, she's having a really strong race right now. Again, I hope that she's saved enough to run the back half faster. So, Jess Abu, I've seen you ask this in the chat here. Those two people are not in the race. Their bibs are probably just in one of the tech vehicles that is at the next aid station, and they haven't been fully deactivated or anything like that right now. So that's why they're showing up a little bit further ahead. They are not actively in the race.
Yes, and of course you're referring to Miller and Culpepper, who were supposed to. They were registered for the race, but for different reasons, they unfortunately were not able to start. Especially with Anthony Culpepper. We know him from the Cocodona Origins mini doc series. And he was part of the scouting of the 2019 course scouting. So so we're thinking about Anthony, and you heard Jamil say he's running this race for Anthony today. So that was like really, really awesome to hear. So let's. I just want to answer a few more questions that were actually. We'll take a little break, and we'll replay that first episode of Cocodona Origins as we wait for the lead pack to make their way up to the second aid station at Lane Mountain. But we are looking at Dylan Harris tuning in. So Dylan from our doc team tuning in and saying, watch out for Bill Dittman. Yes, slid into the third wave. I believe he's a crusher. We'll be passing some people. All right, yeah, we got to look out for Bill Dittman. There's so many names and I'll just admit it. I'm not even going to skirt around it. Like, we just you miss them because I think we're conditioned to look for a certain credentials in someone's resume, or also the field is just so stacked, especially in a race that it opens the playing field a lot. So we'll hope to have more updates on Bill Dittman as that evolves throughout the race.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a number of people who are going to be exciting to watch as the race unfolds.
Yeah, really. And Chrissy Watson is saying bib 96 and bib 75. Let's pull those up just real quick to see who that is. Now, Drew Watson, he's at mile 18.2 right now if you're looking for that update. And, of course, bib 75, Douglas Watson. Oh, okay. I'm going to imagine that they are
family members.
Family members.
Sort, right?
Chrissy, can you help us out? Are those your sons or your husband and son? Running out there together, they seem to be right neck and neck. John Maruzic. He's right, though. In a multi-day run, he says he'll finish ahead of runners who are faster than him, but they'll blow up mid to late race. It's all about the pace. Patience. That's really what it does come down to. So they are brothers. Chrissy Watts saying they're a brother. That's awesome. A little some brotherly love out there in the Black Canyon. It reminds me of the Bellis Brotherhood who ran out there in the Black Canyon. So it's really cool to see that camaraderie out there. So yeah, we will actually be taking a brief 10 or 12 minute break. We will show that Cocodona Origins episode. And Anthony, would you like me to cue that up? Cue it up. I'll cue up the Cocodona Origins episode, and then we will jump in after this short break. Anthony.
In 2019, I set up
Little technical difficulty there. Hey, it's been going pretty smooth, though, I'd say. So let's actually recap a little behind the scenes. We'll recap how this morning went.
Well, would you like me to describe it, Rob? Yeah. Because
there was an internet outage.
Yes, and me being the least tech-savvy person among us, I sat here and I drank my coffee while Rob and Anthony ran around, scrambled to try and figure it out, and it turns out that the internet provider just had an unplanned outage, and it was out of our control.
Hopefully it's not happening again. I do see the system pinwheeling a little bit. Yeah, those unplanned internet outages, you can't plan for them. So, but yeah, obviously everything was able to. We were able to get everything off the ground with minutes to spare. I almost wish there was a member from the doc team filming that moment, because there was panic, adrenaline, and fear,
and coffee
excitement,
consumption.
Lots of coffee.
I gotta chime in and say it was a race of our own.
It really was a race of our own. Is it? I don't know. It was. We called up the provider, found out there was an unplanned internet outage, and we were able to get things off the ground, because we started going on air at 4 a.m. We were about 25 minutes into our pre-race show. It was going well, I thought. And then you could probably see it on YouTube. It cuts out. And then the race first wave went off at 5 a.m. And at 4:52, we saw the internet go back on after we were told that it wasn't going to go on in our area until 8:30. So, hey, trail magic.
So shout out to the gentleman at Cox Communications here in Phoenix
whoever pressed that button
who talked to us on the phone, and we magically got our internet back. So shout out to that guy. Hope he has a good rest of his day or evening wherever he's at. So.
Yeah, and while we're waiting to fix a minor technical issue, I'll answer some questions here. Looks like the Watson brothers, according to Chrissy, they do all their races together. And yes, the other question, what's the cutoff for the race? It's 125 hours after the waves start. So you'll have an extra 50 minutes, not an extra 50 minutes, but if you're in the last wave, it'll be 50 minutes behind what the first wave will do, because that was the difference of time between the first and sixth wave. So that 125 hours right there. Yeah, Gene Dykes is an absolute legend. we had the chance to talk to him pretty briefly when he came in for his packet pickup a few days ago, or at least I did. And I know Dylan spoke with him. He came showing up in his white jumpsuit, and he's one of the older runners out there. I think there are two 73-year-old runners out there, and it's just super inspiring to see that. So, just keeps going. So, are we good to queue up that Cocodona Origins episode? We'll give it a go. We'll see if Anthony can queue up Cocodona Origins episode, and we'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. I guess not.
In 2019, I set out with my friend Anthony Culp.
Yeah, it's all good. So, anyway, let's check in how Maggie's doing. Still at mile 23.2.
In 2019, I set out with my friend Anthony Culpepper and a support team to pre-scout what we were planning to create, which is the Cocodona 250. And we set out the same time frame as what would be the future race, so the first week in May, and to experience the conditions and the trails, and we really didn't know quite what to expect. A lot of this was uncharted and unscouted. We had the route in mind, but we didn't quite know what to expect. And what we ended up with was a crazy week of weather, a bunch of dead-end stops along the way, and an adventure that I'll never forget. In 2019, I set out with my friend Anthony Culpepper and a support team to pre-scout what we were planning to create, which is the Cocodona 250. And we set out the same time frame as what would be the future race, so the first week in May, and to experience the conditions and the trails, and we really didn't know quite what to expect. A lot of this was uncharted and unscouted. We had the route in mind, but we didn't quite know what to expect. And what we ended up with was a crazy week of weather, a bunch of dead-end stops along the way, and an adventure that I'll never forget.
Good morning. Here we are. This is the start of the first ever Cocodona 250.
Have a good time.
Thanks.
All right.
Alrighty.
Okay, so the first stretch of this route is on the Black Canyon Trail, which is just an awesome place to start. The first mile or so is just through the desert here, climbing up, and we're gonna be dropping down and crossing the Agua Fria River almost immediately, which is amazing. Way to begin this journey, because the end of the route in Flagstaff will be in the pine trees. So it's really highlighting the diversity of Arizona.
I think number one reason was, I think it was the most efficient way to scout the whole route. And we pieced this whole thing together. Myself, Anthony was a big part of it. He hiked the Great Western Loop, I believe it's called. And so he had been on a lot of the areas. He's also used to live in Prescott. So using our knowledge and our experience. We have a lot of race courses that touch this route in general. Crown King, Black Canyon, Whiskey Basin, different events in Flagstaff, Big Pine, Flagstaff Sky Peak. So it's like a connection of all of these things together. But I wanted to, see if it all actually would connect. There were some unknown pieces in there. And it's also just, I wanted to be the first to do it before I put anyone else through the ringer. Like I was gonna cover it first, basically, was the thought process behind the scouting mission and the scouting trip. And plus it's what we love to do. I mean, getting out there, exploring our backyard, but in a new way. And there were a lot of sections of the course that I had never been to, like crossing the Bradshaw Mountains. It's not something I'd done before. Crossing all of Fain Ranch, doing the drop down from Jerome and Kasner Mountain and everything. So just tying it together, I think, was important to me, to work out the kinks for the race, but also just go on an adventure.
I'd say this isn't too bad, Anthony. All right, we got a little update from almost mile 11 here. We're heading up a canyon. We dropped back down. We're about 2,000 feet above sea level, but we're following this creek, Boulder Creek, up through this canyon, and it's pretty awesome. I think much better than we expected so far, honestly. Not that we weren't expecting anything. We were expecting awesome, but this is even more awesome, I think.
Just crossing mile 17-ish. Cocodona 250. We'll just put the caveat, this is a very unofficial route thus far. A little bit of property crossing issues down below. Jamil might focus in on more on that, but Lake Pleasant off in the distance. We are about to leave, I think our last Saguaro might be around the corner over there. Almost at 4,000 feet. With a little bit of, almost 4,000 feet of climbing thus far today too. So yeah, pretty, getting warm. It's about 10. Clouds have moved away, sun's coming out, but we got nothing but up for here until Crown King.
It's not only a route that I'm personally stoked on and connecting all these towns and mountains, but it's something that as a native Arizonan, I'm proud of. And I wanted to do something that had a lasting legacy, not just for myself and for the running community, but I really want this to be something that everyone who lives in Arizona and lives in these towns and communities can be proud of. And we can welcome people from all over the world to take part in this amazing endurance event. You know, the Tour de France or the UTMB, these are these global events that everyone knows. And I mean, first off, I want the local towns and communities to know about Cocodona, and eventually the whole world to know about it, because we have an amazing backyard and it is just as worthy as so many other amazing places around the world. And really the vision is to share that in some way with everyone, from the running community, from people that live there, and people and spectators and fans around the world to watch these athletes take on this course.
I mean, we pretty much put the desert behind us at this point.
So we're back on the Zangray course apparently, and
what makes it Zangray? What are the characteristics?
Oh man, this is like Zangray circa 2008, before any clearing and new trails. Overgrown manzanita and a shit ton of rocks. Yeah, starting to get some scratches, so it's perfect. Good old Zangray.
Okay, we are 23 miles in. We've been going for 6.5 hours. It's ridiculous. And we just hit the Prescott National Forest boundary. We were scared this was going to be wilderness, but there's no sign. It doesn't guarantee it, but it's a good sign. Usually you have to mark those.
We know that we're kind of skirting the boundary of the wilderness, which is over here on this side of the Castle Creek Wilderness, but Yeah, there's no sign, and one of the TI maps indicates this is sort of should be a multi-use trail, like motorized.
Yeah, not what we just did, but.
So, yeah, I would not look like that.
I mean, if you're coming down this, I don't think you would even find the trail.
Yeah,
like there's not, you don't see anything from here. There'll probably be a little more use. Maybe.
No, that's a good question. I'm sure there's more use up toward the top here, but
yeah. I mean, just to get to Horse Thief Lake is way out of the way.
Yeah, like it's a random place like nobody.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Look at that one. Oh, I got some good ones. Welcome to Arizona. So we are at mile 28 and came around a corner. We can see the San Francisco Peaks north of Flagstaff right through there, which is pretty amazing. We're not quite to Crown King yet, but we're getting close. So what, those are the Black Hills in between, huh?
Yeah, so, yeah.
There should be Mingus in the Black Hills.
Black Hills, we see the rest of our route.
Yeah, basically we're gonna dip down into Crown King, then head up there, across the Bradshaws over to Prescott, and then that's kind of Prescott Valley Fane Ranch. Black Hills, you drop down into Sedona, and then up to the Mogollon, or to the rim, yeah, and across. But yeah, we've got the next 220 plus miles, 225 miles of this route spread out before us. The interesting part is the first section is the most remote on the whole entire course. So when we started at Rock Springs, we had to carry everything we needed for the first 30 miles of the trip. There was no way for our support crew to really meet us without doing some crazy off-roading. So the first time we saw them was 30 miles into the run. Yeah, I think it certainly would have been easier and simpler to take the trails around the towns and maybe even provide potentially a better run course, more single track possibly, but this was really about connecting the towns and the landscapes equally. It was so important to me to go downtown of every town we could. And I think part of that draws from just my experience attending events internationally. In the US, we typically avoid cities and towns. We want to get away and go out into the wilderness, and maybe we start or we finish in a town, but for the most part, we don't really involve the towns.
I'm gonna let you guys decide if you want to sprinkle some salt.
To me, that was important, to connect with the people and the communities that we're traveling near. And it's not the easy way. I mean, the amount of extra permitting required and expense is definitely making this event harder to put on our end, but I think in the long run, it'll be worth it for the experience. All right, we just drank beer, had a shot, ate a huge meal. All of it was amazing. And now we didn't get any rooms in Crown King, so we got to continue on. Yep. So a little status update. We're behind schedule. We had an ambitious schedule for first day, so we thought we'd get 68 miles or even 78. Or Anthony's like, "Oh, we need to go all the way into town." So yeah, we're gonna do 45 today. We're gonna stop at this place called Battle Flat, which is somewhere on the Senator Highway, which is this dirt road in between Crown King and Prescott. Crosses the Bradshaw. We'll kind of intersect it. So our crew is heading there now, and we have, at this point, a little over 11 miles. We've got a decent climb up and out of Crown King. Crown King's in a bowl, and we got to climb out of that bowl.
Yeah, we climbed up out of Crown King. There's a pretty significant climb once you hit the saloon, so you're not out of the weeds, so to speak, yet. You climb all the way up near the top of Towers Mountain. And then we took a single track that won't be able to be included in the race. There's some protected endangered wildlife habitat in that area, so we're going to be on the Senator Highway, which will probably be faster and easier than the trail we were on, which was pretty overgrown and slow. So you'll be able to make up some time, which will be nice, I think, after the really big climb. And then heading towards Battle Flat. And we rolled into Battle Flat during our training run after dark, and it'll be after dark for a lot of runners. And we got rain overnight, and we camped out there. And when we woke up in the morning, we looked back, and all of Towers Mountain was covered in snow. So it just kind of was a reminder that even in May, this is Arizona, we've got, even though it can be hot down in the deserts, we can see rain and snow up in the higher elevations. So, being prepared is smart out here in the mountains. It's a mountain race, and you'd be thankful if the race happened that week, people would be running through the night in a snowstorm up on that mountain. So it's pretty cool that we can see such a wide variety of weather conditions out there.
Coming through town at night, it's just awesome. Like, to be out in the woods all day, it's a great feeling.
And that was episode 1 of Cocodona Origins. That miniseries got me so stoked for this race. So that was actually filmed in 2019, and the main filmer on that was actually Derek Lytle. And our documentary editor, filmmaker, producer, Dylan Harris here at Aravaipa, edited that footage, and then he also shot all those interviews that you see. So essentially, Derek and Dylan are both part of the documentary team out there. So feeling pretty good that there's going to be a very similar, or at least the same quality of content that you're getting from Cocodona Origins is going to be put into that documentary. So again, a little shout out to the whole doc team of Dylan, Derek, Jake, and Allie. So excited to see what they come up with as this race unfolds. But
yeah, in episode 1 of the origin story does a really good job of just explaining how this came to fruition, right? How it came from an idea in Jamil's mind to scouting the course and making sure you could connect all these places. And again, re-emphasizing that the goal wasn't just to connect, Black Canyon City to Flag. It was to take you through all these iconic towns along the way.
Absolutely. Yeah, and, the Cocodona really is we've said it in a lot of different places. It really is the brainchild of Jamil. It's just been in there, and to see it really come to fruition these days is it's just an exciting week for all of us here. Because we've all been now part of it, whether it's been for a week or months or for a few years. So shout out to Anthony Culpepper, who was part of that, who unfortunately could not run the race, but we know that we're thinking about him while he's over in Georgia. So yeah, I want to now give you guys an update. We're going to check in to the chat again in a bit, but before we ran the Cocodona Origins episode 1, there was a lot of questions about L SpaceX. So looks like she's currently at mile 22.5. So looking pretty strong.
Looks like she's right in kind of that same group now with Shelby Farrell.
Yeah, she's closing in because that's Shelby at 29, mid 29.
Yeah, at 22.6, 22.5. So
yeah,
looks like they're kind of pretty close to each other now. So yeah, there's your Else Basic update. She's got a lot of loyal fans in the chat wanting to keep tabs on her, and rightfully so. I think that this is a race that she can be extremely successful at, and I'm excited for her because she's a dang good runner, like we said earlier when we were going through her credentials. So I'm excited to kind of see her take this, next step on the journey of ultra running.
Absolutely, yeah. When I talked to her before the race, she said, she was a little. She didn't use the word worried, but she has been training a lot of a lot of 12-hour days post holding in the snow. Where she lives out in Colorado. So she was a little worried about the heat, but she's got such a strong running background that I'm not going to be surprised to see her move up quickly to the pack and really hang on tight. Throughout this race. So
yeah, and I mean it seems like she's running fairly smart. She's not pushing up near the front. I mean that's easy for me to say sitting here in my air-conditioned studio. I can't actually speak to what her effort levels are right now, but just as an outsider looking in, I think that she's doing what I would deem as a fairly good job at kind of managing those efforts.
Right, and it looks like Michael Versteeg is currently a marathon into it. He's at just about 26 miles into this race. And so we're looking at 26 miles at 4:44. I probably can't run a 4:44 road marathon right now, but that's quite impressive because that's all a climb in the heat. Just to give you a little perspective on how swiftly he is moving in the Bradshaws. So we're gonna still keep an eye on Versteeg because currently, so Maggie Goodall has about a mile lead on the next woman, and Versteeg is actually Michael Versteeg is only 0.2 miles ahead of Peter Mortimer based on our tracking that we're looking at right here on the desk. So I like that. I like that little Northern Arizona little battle that's no pun intended heating up right now on that climb up into the Bradshaws.
Yeah, no, I mean I think it's just showcasing that the local Arizonians are maybe dealing with the heat a little bit better than some of the others, or maybe they're just a little less risk averse when it comes to this race. They're just more willing to take chances early.
Yes.
Not thinking the heat is going to impact them.
And I have been fact checked, or really mathematically checked, which we've already stated is my. Honestly, it's just a sleep deprivation that I can't do the math. I'm not that bad. Chris Worden, though, thank you for helping me out. It wasn't 5:45. I said 4:45. It was 5:45. The race started at 5 a.m. and it's 10:45. So that is correct. So I just wanted to correct myself by way of Chris Worden. So so that Michael Versteeg in 5:45 clock time, he's just over about marathon distance. He's at a little over 26 miles now into the race. So thank you for that, Chris. So actually, we do have a lot of questions for some other runners. We're looking for Todd Scott and Mika Dews. What's up? Actually, we haven't seen much of her on the cams. So she's at 21.8. She's still in the pack right there. We'll go back. She's at bib 38. So look at her. You see her pin right there bouncing up and down. So that's Mika, and she is really in the mix. And again, it's going to be another 50 miles before you see the pack really start to spread out. Max Longeson, he just looked at the elevation profile. That climb at mile 100 is going to be brutal. There's a lot of brutal climbs that are on this course. And if you look, if you were looking at the the elevation profile down there, you could see just the quick ramps. Actually, I could pull up it right here. This is the elevation profile of the course right here. This is the Cocodona 250 elevation profile. So this is Mount Eldon. If you're going to go from south to north, they're running from south to north right here. And all these steep spots, these are the climbs that the runners are doing. So that's pretty ridiculous. They're up on this climb right now into the Bradshaws, and then they're going to descend into Crown King. So I love that little 3D printing rendering right there. It really gives you a good idea of what all these runners are in for right now. But I actually want to go over and queue up Else Basics pre-race interview so we can hear a little bit more about her training and her strategy, and just learn more about what her thoughts are as she was getting ready to embark on this insanely long 255-mile effort.
So training's been interesting because it is typically like my training isn't picking up like this for a big race until starting in kind of May, right? So having to train pretty hard all throughout the winter when gyms are closed has made training very different. So, I mean, it's exclusively outside. And that means that like there's days I've done a lot of like probably like long back-to-back days, not exactly in terms of like big mileage, but just hours on my feet. That's something I work with my coach really hard on, is just go out and put hours on your feet and be eating, and like regardless of the conditions of the trail, right? So I did a run a couple weeks ago at a like local mountain by my house, and it was 12 hours of post-holing in snow. You know, I've done a lot of racing in heat. I started trail running in Arizona, so that's where most of that's where I started on this journey. So I've done a lot. I have like quite a bit of desert training under my belt. I think sometimes with heat, one of the biggest things that it can do is it starts to dehydrate you, especially when we get into Arizona and we talk about a dry heat, is like it starts messing with your mind first, and that's when you start getting really psyched out. Right? You're like, oh my God, do I have enough water? Oh, I'm so hot. I can't, like, this is burning, all these things. And so I think it's mostly for me at least, it's going to be kind of a mental game of being like, all right, just making sure I'm taking deep breaths, like understanding that, like, just not kind of letting it psych my mind out, and knowing that like, this is a completely passable thing to do. Like you can move through this heat. I know personally for my body, I can. I'm not one of those people that like runs in a sauna, which honestly probably sounds like great training. So like kudos to people that have that capability or like access to a sauna to run in. But I think a lot of it for the heat is really a mind game and just making sure to stay hydrated so that my brain can stay as sharp as possible. I would say that one of the hardest things for me about training for Cocodona is I am not a good eater. Like I will admit that every day. I wish I was those people that like just could carry a pizza with them and like eat it's amazing. So I've done a ton of food training. Every time I go out on my long runs, I'm eating. And I've been doing a ton of backcountry stuff, a lot of similar to like kind of how the Barclays is structured. Colorado hosts one called NIWATS, put on by Human Potential Running. So I participate in that. And so that's a lot of just kind of out there and just having to carry all of your stuff, carry your water, and just eat even when it sounds horrible. So I've been kind of experimenting with what tastes good and what doesn't. But for me, this is honestly probably going to be a challenge of eating more than it is of running. So I'm very lucky in that I have my dad and my brother and my partner, Ben, will be there, along with, I've got 8 other of my friends. And so the people like Ben, my partner, my brother, Jeremy, and then a couple of my friends are kind of teed up to share the pacing. I don't have like my brother runs ultras, but that's pretty much it. So everyone's going to try to share sections, figure it out as we go. We've been making a very intense spreadsheet that is probably going to be worth nothing as soon as the gun goes off in terms of time and preparedness. So, that's kind of what we're doing. I mean, my goal with my crew is that we kind of function like this, like a pit stop at a NASCAR race, right? So that like when I'm coming in, someone's keeping track of time. Like someone is, taking my pack off, getting water. Someone's doing this, someone's doing that. Everyone kind of has a role. And then so that we are just a well-oiled machine, and I'm kind of in and out and on my way, because I think for me, success in this race is going to mean to keep moving. So so that's kind of what our goal is going to be. Like, cannot wait to get to Prescott. That's where I went to school in Prescott College, so that's where I started running. All the areas around in that valley. I mean, I'm so stoked to run through the Dells. Like, that's going to be such an amazing experience. I've told my entire crew, like, go hike at the Dells while you're out here. Like, this is going to be amazing. And for me, I honestly think, like, anytime I get to touch down on that red dirt is just like such a gift. So I cannot wait for that.
And there you have it. Elle Spacek, even though she's in Colorado, you heard her say it right there. Her trail running roots are actually right here in Arizona. So that's just like another factor that makes you go, I think you got to put her toward the top of the list of contenders right there. Resume aside,
Yeah, no, and like I said, she's got a very stout resume that, like, she should be up there anyway.
Yeah.
Like, she should be included in that conversation for people who can win this race regardless of her roots. But then the fact that she's had time here in Arizona just adds to it,
Absolutely. And, we actually have a bit. We're gonna go to the chat again in a bit, but we have a bit of a developing story, or really a question, currently unanswerable question right now. We're looking at the live tracker, and it appears that Coury Woltering hasn't really moved too much. He's slowed down dramatically pretty recently. He's kind of been hanging tight right around, mile 22, mile 23. So we're going to see if we can get an update from the course. It looks like Jamil probably should have passed him recently based on our GPS tracking. So I wonder if he's having any issues out there. Hopefully not. I hope it's just like not that I hope for a technical issue, but I hope he is moving smoothly and maybe something just didn't update. But I don't think that's the case since everybody else is updating. We'll have to see. Maybe he's just taking it cool, taking it slow. He was going pretty strong out front, but so we'll have to get some more intel on that and get back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously more than anything we hope that Coury is okay and that like nothing is wrong by any means, and we're definitely going to kind of bring you all answers as soon as we get them. But we did just notice he's not like his little person or his little number on the course isn't moving, so it could also be a technical issue. If you have 150 or 175 people and one thing isn't working, that's less than a 1% technical issue, so that's pretty good. But hopefully it's just a technical issue, and we'll kind of continue to work on following that story as soon as we can.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we'll try to get some more information about Coury, and maybe we'll get some views, especially as we get more runners coming through into Crown King. And again, we'll pull up the schedule. This is based on a 60-hour finishing time. The splits on that, we should be expecting. Actually, I'm really looking at the clock now. It just ticked over to 10:56, and the splits should have the leader at Lane Mountain at 10:55. And I don't think that's the case. And you know what? I'm not surprised. That's just how challenging this open part of the course is. So let's actually go and take a look.
Let's check out where Michael Versteeg is here.
I mean, Versteeg still has 7 miles to go to get to Lane Mountain. So we'll pull up, pulling up Michael Versteeg on the live tracking. You can see he's at mile 26.5. The next aid is mile 33, which is Lane Mountain. And our splits had 10:55 for that estimated time. And let's just say that 10:55 is coming past, and he's probably at least 40, probably an hour away at least from that.
Oh, minimum.
Minimum, yeah.
If you're running 7 miles an hour, you're running like 8:30 something pace.
Yeah, he's not doing 8:30s like this right now.
He's probably a good, probably 90 minutes away at least from getting there, maybe longer. What is his current moving time? His current speed's just shy of 4, so he'll probably be an hour and 45 minutes-ish would be my best guess, which means the rest of the splits are also going to kind of fluctuate based on
potentially. I think we need a bigger. We probably need a bigger sample size to. At least that's what I'm gonna tell myself. We need a bigger. No, but for real, we need a bigger sample size to really see, because we were talking about this morning, and we're continuing to talk about that opening 50 to 55K this race, which is an absolute beast. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think we'll know by we'll probably know by Camp Kippa or Battle Flat, somewhere along the center highway where they can cruise and make up time. If they get back into that split window again, if they get to like Battle Flat around 1:40 or Camp Kippa at 4:05 p.m., if they're back in there, it's just a balance of losing some time on that climb and then making up for it on the flats and rollers and downhills. So we shall see as the race develops.
It's just a waiting game to kind of see how things shake out as we continue to move forward on our journey towards Flagstaff, Arizona.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a question over the chat. Carrie Allen is asking, did the race start at 6? Looks like splits on the website are based on 5. Yes. 5 a.m. was the first wave, and then the sixth wave. Every 10 minutes there was another wave. So 5, 5:10, 5:20, 5:30, 5:40, and 5:50 was the last wave. So the leader splits at least are based on the ones that we were showing is on the screen are based on a 5 a.m. Start time. So, and we already see that the splits are aggressive, but we will see how they even out as the race continues to develop and move forward. So I'm actually going to pull up the chat on my screen over here and see what else we've got going on over there. So, yeah, Versteeg, let's go. We get some fans in the chat. Yes, a 4:40 marathon. That was my bad math. It was actually 5:40. I was just adding incorrectly for that one, Carrie. I'm sorry about that. So, yeah. Started at 5, and there's 10-minute waits. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hope everything's okay with Corey too. We'll try to get some stuff. So Cynthia Sosa talking about Jose Sosa. Yeah, we saw him before, Bib 81. He was looking good on that climb. Let's actually check in and see where some of our later wave runners are. So yeah, Jose Sosa is actually looking quite strong at mile 23.9 right now. That's let's see exactly what section of that. Yeah, so he's in like a nice climb near Malpais Hill. He's actually moving along really, really strong. Yeah, so that's great. So Matt, I think I wanted to talk a little bit about. I saw her name pop up from some of our friends in the chat talking about Jody Seminole. We talked a little earlier about her.
Yeah, before we get into that, we do have a question about volunteer slots.
Oh, right.
Real quick. So, Nathan P., which volunteer slots are most needed? I think right now the biggest needs are at Jerome and Black Tank aid station. Once those are filled, I then think the need becomes Sedona at the church aid station in Sedona.
Yeah.
So I hope that answers your question there, Nathan.
Yeah, and the Sedona aid station is actually very much like the Jerome aid station as well. Those are both in and out aid stations. I know that at least the Sedona one for sure is like in and out. So you'll see runners come in and out the same way. They'll kind of branch out and then carry on their way. So it'll be a good spot to volunteer at either of those stops because you'll see what the transitions look like. Then they usually tend to spend a little more time at aid stations that are like that. So. Plus, you'll get some epic views regardless of which one you choose to volunteer at. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. And did you mention the race credits?
No, I didn't. That's a good point.
So so if you go on the I Volunteer page when you sign up on the website, it'll state exactly how many credits. But everybody that volunteers will get race credits. It's usually $10 per hour. Some of the stations are a little different, but it's usually $10 per hour volunteered for Aravaipa race credits for ultra sign up, so you can use them at future trail running or mountain bike races. We do those as well. So anything that's on ultra sign up will be good for those credits.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk a little bit about Jody Seminel. See, we're seeing some more comments about Jody in the chat right there. I was talking to her, and we mentioned this earlier, that she lives in Nebraska, so she's not exactly near Vert. She actually has to go to Iowa, which sounds further away, but it's really just across the border from Omaha. But she goes to the Hitchcock Nature Center, where she gets a decent amount of vertical repeats on a climb out there. So I'm actually going to queue up her interview in a bit, but first we're getting a little update from, I believe we've got Tony Hill getting ready out at Crown King. Let's see if we can get Tony, one of our drone operators, to give us a little update out there. If he's getting his drone set up. So we're looking at some quick footage from Crown King. Of course, those are the drop bags for the runners. They'll be picking them up after 37 miles of, well, as we were seeing, quite brutal uphill.
Yeah, I think once people hit Crown King, I think they'll be a little bit. They'll be feeling like the path forward is a little bit easier, but that you got to get through that first 50K, 35-ish miles before you start to drop into Crown King.
Right.
Like Jamil mentioned in the Cocodona Origins, Crown King kind of sits in this little bowl. So once you hit Crown King, you have a downhill into Crown King, but then you have to climb out. But then the course becomes maybe a little bit more manageable. It's still very hard, but maybe just a little bit more manageable compared to the first 50K of this course.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking at a bit of a static shot. I think our drone operator Tony Hill is getting ready, but this is the drop bag area in the near the saloon. But we'll have a drone up there probably momentarily, and we will get to see what the Bradshaws look like, or Crown King looks like, nestled in the Bradshaws from above. I've seen it from above from a drone shot before, and everybody's in for a treat when that's ready. So, in the meantime, a little update. We were talking about Jody Seminel, bib number 14. She is currently at mile 22.1, so she's looking pretty strong. And, she's just plugging along there. I actually want to queue up her pre-race interview so we can learn a little more about her training. And I mentioned she likes to train at the Hitchcock Nature Center or Nature Preserve. And we can learn exactly what it takes to do quite well at 200-plus mile races while training in Nebraska, of all places. So let me cue that up real quick.
So I live in Nebraska. So training can get kind of difficult when trying to get ready for a desert race and mountain race. So I've just been putting a lot of time on my feet. Every weekend, it's, I don't know, anywhere between 10 and 14 hours out running. We do have a place we can run in Iowa. It's actually about 20 miles from my house, called Hitchcock Nature Center. And that's about the hilliest place we can go to train around here. I think the longest hill is maybe, I don't know, a quarter of a mile long with 200 feet of gain. So there's a lot of time spent going up and down that hill. And as far as heat training, we've had maybe, I don't know, 3 days over 90 degrees since January. So we don't get a lot of heat training here. Trying to spend some time in the dry sauna, I think, to kind of get used to the heat. We do have a lot of cold weather here, so the night running, wearing cold gear, that won't be a problem. But yeah, in fact, we have a 100-mile race in December over in Iowa at Hitchcock. And of course, it was canceled this last December because of COVID. But I did go out there and run anyway. And Mother Nature gave us, I don't know, 8 inches of snow the night before. So on my way out there that morning for our little self-supported 100, my car got stuck in the snow, had to leave it down by the highway. So it was about a mile to my aid station in my car until the plow came through and cleaned up the road. And then my buddy came and drove my car out for me. So I definitely have the cold and possible snow running, although it looks like we're not going to have any snow. And I saw that Jamil posted a video from Flagstaff a couple days ago, and it was indeed snowing there. So I don't know. I was actually registered for Tahoe 200. So I had been training to run Tahoe until it was officially canceled, I believe in August. So I jumped on the wait list for Moab, and sure enough, I got in. So I was trained for that distance, and I was ready for that distance. The heat was tough, I will admit, even though we did have some warmer days here in Nebraska. It got pretty warm the first couple days out at Moab. But it was a good learning experience. I realize now it's going to hurt, and, just fight through the pain. The pain will eventually go away. It may come back again, but, just fighting through those difficult times during the race, eventually it'll get better. And, that was a good learning experience. That was such a fun event. I was so excited after I finished to do Cocodona, because I knew it was going to be pretty similar in terms of the warmer days and the cold nights, and, kind of being out in the remote areas without a lot of people around. Hallucinations, those, they're real. A lot of people aren't ready for that. And so it's interesting how the mind puts things together that it thinks you should see when they're really not there. So across the years, it's, just a 1 mile loop that you run over and over, as you know, and just looking down at the ground by about, 50 hours in, it's like a cartoon. You look down and you see Popeye, and you see Garfield, and you see all these crazy cartoon characters. And then there was this bush outside one of the bathrooms that we used to live. I think it was like, part of their locker room or something, where they the baseball teams came in and did their thing. But anyway, there was this really cool looking bush thing, but it looked like snakes. So every time I'd run by it, I didn't even want to look at it, because it looked like the snakes were just all moving around, being all weird. And then at Moab, I think they're called aspen trees, those tall white trees. They have these big black spots in them. And as you'd run by, they look like, kind of like the ship portholes. And it looked like people were sticking their heads out and watching us run by. So I was trying not to look at the trees. There was a big rock formation, maybe about mile 150 at night. And it looked like Noah's Ark, and it looked like all the animals were kind of hanging over the edge. Yeah, it's wild what your mind puts together.
Yeah, so that's Jody Seminole right there. Hallucinations. There's going to be a lot of great stories, I would assume, about hallucinating out there. I've heard a lot of the runners talk about, just in the pre-race interviews for this race alone, the things that they've seen during the night after running over 100 miles, especially on a 200 miler. Obviously we were talking, speaking of hallucinations, like we were talking about, that's where we got the new name for a wild card or a dark horse of what a dark cheetah in a hammock, or which is like the leopard in a hammock that Courtney DeWalter, famously described. I believe it was during her Moab race. So, and now we hear Jody talking about people peeking out of portholes that are not actually there in the aspen trees. So we'll see if she sees any of that as she gets closer up into the aspen in Flagstaff. But yeah, hallucinating is. Have you ever hallucinated on a race, or
no,
from like sleep deprivation or anything?
I've hallucinated from crewing a race.
From crewing a race.
Yeah.
And what happened there? What race was this?
The Georgia Death Race.
Okay, that's a Oh, I think I know the story. You got to tell it.
So I was living in the suburbs of Atlanta. Drove up the morning of the race, which started super early. Had to be there at like 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m., something like that. and then was up crewing for the entirety of the day. And our runner had a bit of a tough stretch. Ended up taking an extra probably 5, 6, 7 hours. Finished at like 4 a.m. the next morning. We then had to drive our car back to the Airbnb through the mountains, and I was seeing creatures coming out of the trees,
like giant ones
that weren't there. So like the trees were cut very far back from the road.
Okay.
But they were like on me. Like these creatures came from these trees that were next to the road, but they weren't actually next to the road, and they were on me.
Right.
On me. Yeah.
It's crazy, like the things.
And so then I pulled over and my wife drove.
That was a smart
which was
decision.
very smart.
That's absolutely a smart decision. Yeah, it's I agree with what Peter Mack just put down in the comments there. There should be a race recap video on hallucinations. I do plan on interviewing as many athletes as I can for post-race interviews, and we'll be publishing those.
Well, maybe we can cut together just a hallucinations highlight reel.
That's exactly what I'm saying. The
it.
hallucinations highlight reel. Because I'm willing to, take a safe bet that there will be hallucinations.
Yeah. We have multiple people who have already said they plan not to sleep.
Yeah. So that's just setting themselves up for leopards and hammocks. And
yeah. I want to know what like a gentleman like Ben Light's hallucinations are like. Like,
yeah.
He's got the beautiful hat. He's got the gnarly beard. Like, I feel like he would just have some really good hallucinations.
Yeah, he said he didn't really share too many details that I can remember, but he said he's seen quite a few. And I think if he's going to see anything epic off of any other course, it's going to be then. But you know what? Actually, looks like we've got a camera up on Lane Mountain. We've got a filmer, Alex Hill, out there. We're going to go to Alex and see what he's seeing out there on Lane Mountain at mile 33. Alex, can you hear me out there?
Yeah, I can hear you. So just wanted to kind of give check the service out here because it's been kind of spotty, but just kind of give a rundown of what the runners are going to be dealing with. So we're about 0.5, 0.6 away from the aid station itself, and the runners are going to be, that's right about up there is where they're cresting up from the gnarly climb. And they'll come on all of this service road. All there. And as soon as we go around the corner, that's where we do lose service, but it's going to be down and just a little bit down from there. So
right. Alex, thank you for the
make sure that we had service first off. Go from there.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, we'll try to, as we said, we tell a lot of people that there is a lot of spotty service areas on this course. Again, it is a remote wilderness course that also winds through some towns. So we're going to try to get you as much footage as possible in the areas that we can get it. So Alex is about 4 miles south of Crown King. And that's where he was showing you that footage now. So speaking of Crown King, I'm going to go over to Hector to get a little scene back near the saloon at Crown King right now. A little sideways footage from Crown King. Hey, Hector, can you hear me?
Hey, guys. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah, how's it going with the Wolfpack in Crown King?
Man, it's going great. I think everybody's, listening in, checking their athletes, and getting really excited for everybody to come through, as you can kind of see. So we're filling up with more people, and it's just getting really exciting. We got Team Jamil Coury right here, Team Ryan Ingram right here. We just had Team Ben Light in this van, so we are amped up and ready to go, ready to support our athletes.
Amazing. Are you able to get a chat with any of the crew members out there if they're open to it? Maybe they could talk about who they're crewing and what their plan's going to be when their runner comes into mile 37?
Yeah, let's see. So we got Ryan Ingram crew. So they're asking, what are your plans? What was the question again?
Yeah, what the plans are for their runner when they come through. Like, walk me through the process. Like, what are they going to do? What is she going to do when Ryan comes in?
What are you going to do when Ryan comes in? What are your plans? Do you have a strategy?
The strategy is don't say anything.
Don't say anything.
And then he'll tell me what what he needs.
And just listen to it and be whatever he needs. She's got his back.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I do see some Huggies there. Are those wet wipes? Is that part of the strategy to, clean off the feet and, keep everything kind of like a refresher before you head back down into?
So he sees the Huggies. So is that part of a strategy to clean his feet and get him ready to go?
Absolutely. Whatever he needs, whether it's his feet, shoes, socks, refuel all of his nutrition, fuel.
It looks like he's in good hands.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, let's see if we can get any more intel from any crew.
Well, how about
Papa
Jamil
Coury.
Coury's dad, Papa Coury? So how are we doing?
Jamil, he just wings it, but I know definitely a beer and maybe a shot are going to be in order. That's a saloon.
So he's going to have a beer and a shot ready for Jamil.
That sounds fantastic, and it sounds to be on plan with what Jamil also told me. So big thanks to Peter Coury out there for crewing.
Yeah. Awesome.
Amazing.
How about you
Yeah.
guys? Any tips, any strategy for any of you guys' athletes?
He's running, not me, man. Good to go. Keep hydrated, keep getting fuel.
Make sure they're staying hydrated and fueled. That's the plan out here.
Yeah, so that appears to be Jason, Shelby Farrell's husband out there. So can't wait to see Shelby come in at mile 37. Maybe we can get a check-in from her when she gets out to Crown King. Do a little gooder check-in with Shelby. But yeah, the crews are out there. It looks like they've got their crew vehicles. What about you? You're getting ready to crew? Are you crewing Michael McKnight, or are you pacing him later at Wamatochik?
I'm doing both. So I'm definitely on Team Mike McKnight. So I'll definitely make sure I get some good footage of the runners coming in. Then I'll check on him. And then I personally will probably go from here straight to, I don't know how to say it. You guys probably can say it better, but that Camp W?
Yeah, Camp Wamatochik.
Yeah, so I'm going to head there. And then that's where I'll be hanging out, catching, footage of the aid station. And then once Mike comes in, I'm jumping on course with him. So we'll be running probably through the night, having a blast doing that.
Yeah, like as you mentioned before, it sounds like you guys are going to be running and eating some steak on the way. So I can't wait to get the updates and the details on how you make that possible.
I will give you an update if we're eating the filet mignons or not.
Oh, it's not just steak. It's going to be
steak.
straight up filet mignons.
Hey, you don't win. You don't win 200 plus milers by eating these regular steaks.
Yeah.
You got to have the filet mignon.
You got to go for the lean stuff.
That's
I guess
it.
that makes sense. Well, we'll get the full details as things develop. And Hector, I want to thank you for that amazing update. And just let us know if you have any other updates as we get closer to the runners coming in.
Yeah, I'll check in once some people start running through.
Excellent.
Nice
All right,
chatting with you
you
guys.
enjoy yourself out there. So there you have it. We've got some updates from a few different crew chiefs out there. We saw Ryan Ingram's crew. Of course, we saw Peter Coury, father of Jamil Coury, and that strategy seemed to be on point with Jamil. He's not winging it because he just wings it. He just has so much experience in ultras that he kind of that is his style.
Yeah, I
works
love
for a lot
the
of people.
fatherly love there as well. Like, he is going to sit down and he is going to have a beer and a shot. And that's because Dad said so. And
something like that.
Like, no, but seriously, I love Papa Coury's spirit and mindset there. He's gonna keep Jamil in good spirits throughout the entirety of this event, and they're gonna have a lot of fun, and it's gonna be a fun adventure to follow. Again, I think that Jamil's doing a good job at pacing and managing the effort and not going out too hard as of right now, and hopefully that pays off for him, in the closing miles of the race.
Hopefully we get a check-in from him relatively soon, but first we're going to go up and get a drone shot from Tony. This is Crown King from above.
Literally
Look at that.
the entire town.
That is, for the most part, there's a lot of cabins scattered throughout in the woods there. If you go off this main dirt road where the general store is, and you go toward the left of your screen and then turn left, there's another establishment at the top of the hill. It's just beautiful. And as the drone
nestled in the pines.
Oh, it's just nestled in there. And you'll see as Tony moves that drone up, you'll start to see the summits of the Bradshaws that are on the horizon. You can see the cottonwood, some of the cottonwood right there, but it's majority of those trees are just those beautiful ponderosa pines. Oh, look at that. Absolutely incredible. And there's that iconic shot. You can see it's kind of, Crown King is kind of nestled like in a bowl, if you want to. Yeah, it's kind of like in a bowl of ponderosa pine. So they come over one of those summits right there, or just off of them, and then they dip down. They run down the forest road for about 4 miles, and then there they go. That's pretty much Crown King, but it's such an iconic and classic place to go in Arizona. And like you can see that red saloon with the obvious saloon sign on it, and then that little structure to the left of it before that you saw, that was the general store. And yeah, that's also the finish line of the Crown King Scramble 50K that Aravaipa puts on at the end of March every year. I got to experience that myself from a filming side of it, and it was just so much fun. That was my first time in Crown King, and I'll tell you, it's not going to be my last. So it's really cool that there's another race, being Cocodona, where you get to go through Crown King and really get that full experience of such a classic little mountain getaway.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely beautiful to start to really see the terrain change here. You know, the race started down in Black Canyon City in the heart of the Sonoran Desert, where you have all of these saguaro cacti, and now up at Crown King, just a little bit over 50K later, you're tucked in the middle of the ponderosa pines.
Absolutely. We'll just take in these drone shots. Yeah, so it's really a great staging area for the crew to be all set up over there. You can see the crew cars moving in, and yeah, they do. It is about a 90-minute. Well, it's about depending on how fast you feel comfortable taking it, or how cautious you want to take it. You know, it can be anywhere from like an hour and 10 to like a 90-minute drive off of the I-17 just to get up to the Crown King section. So beautiful. And then in the back, you see that mountain just near the Salomon logo on the top left of the screen. To the right of it, there is a mountain with towers on it. That, I believe, is aptly named Towers Mountain, which the runners will skirt to the south side of it, and then they'll drop down onto the Senator Highway later on, and they will basically have a nice rolling section where they'll go all the way to Battle Flat. And from there, they're going to make their way to the different camps. They'll go to Camp Kippa and Camp Wamatochik. Camp Wamatochik, being mile 71, was the first time they could pick up their pacer. So, yeah.
Love the
Wamatochik. It's a mouthful.
Here. Yeah, Wamatochik is.
I love the names of like on the course. It's like the names of the aid stations and everything is like Crown King, and it's just great. So we have some. A lot of setup going on to get ready for the runners. And as we take in some more of these drone shots, we're going to look in the chat and see if we can get any other updates. Carrie Allen in the chat, you know, going back to talking about Coury, he noticed that Coury moved from mile 23.2 to 23.5, so a little 0.3 of a mile push. Hopefully that's a good sign. Yeah, we really want to get intel on that and see what's going on there. I really hope he's doing all right.
We've got the great Nick Coury in the chat room.
Yeah, Nick Coury makes a very obvious and very important point that we cannot overlook. Essentially, he doesn't think that Jamil's plan was to wing it, but he doesn't think anybody else's prep included organizing a 250-mile race, and he definitely has that one covered just for himself. I don't know how he finds time to train, if he does. He is, tirelessly working on putting on the best trail races in Arizona, and to run, it's got to feel so good to run run the race though, instead of waiting till like year 2 or 3. So.
Well, yeah,
really
especially in the inaugural year. I know that's something that Jamil really enjoys is participating in races, especially some of these long races in their first year, because this again could be the only time the race is like this.
Yeah, it'll probably attract more runners, and as it should. We want to see this race grow, and really the towns and the communities embrace it. And I do not want to forget to, speaking of Nick Coury, who just was giving us a little intel on his conversation with Jamil. Huge shout out to Nick Coury and congratulations on his 24-hour win over just a couple days ago, I think it was at this point. So continuing to crush those races. And also, speaking of Crown King, I believe him and his wife both took 3rd place at this year's Crown King. So he can run flat, stay low, and run steep, get high. So congratulations on Nick from everybody here at Aravaipa.
And then it looks like people are requesting a little update on Corey Waltering. He has moved a little bit. Again, he's not moving very fast, so it may either be a GPS issue or he may just be working through some stuff. But that's kind of all the information we have as of right now until we can kind of get some more intel from Jamil or others who kind of saw him out on the course.
Absolutely. So we're lowering out some of that drone footage there. So huge thanks to Tony Hill for getting us some beautiful vantage points from Crown King. There'll be more to come as he does a battery swap later, and we'll wait for some runners to come through so we can get that vantage of them dropping out off that forest road and coming in to the saloon. So, yeah. He hasn't moved in 20-plus minutes. Yeah, we really got to...
Yeah, that was a little earlier, though.
Yeah, I see that now.
And then updated. But Corey definitely isn't moving fast right now. So, again, we don't know that anything is wrong. So I want to reiterate that we don't have any information other than just not seeing his little tracker move very much on the live track. So.
Yeah, well, the question was raised in the chat, and we're just, we're keeping an eye on it. And... yeah, we'll see. And looking back in at Versteeg's closing in on mile 29, so he's now just a few miles off of Lane, out from about 4 miles away from Lane Mountain. So we'll continue to see that there. Continue to check in. Yeah, Maggie Gutierrez just about a couple miles back from Michael Versteeg. So overall, looking like she's in the top, definitely in the top 10, but looking like top 8, top 7 or 8. Look at that. So, yeah, actually, let's check in another pre-race interview. This one will actually hear what Maggie Gutierrez had to say about her training and her pace strategy to give you a little insight of what she might be doing out there and see if she's sticking to what her plan was a few days ago when I talked.
So it's kind of funny because I was talking to Jamil about, I was like, oh, this is going to be so flat, I'm going to die. So I started focusing on just like running, because originally the Cocodona profile said like, I don't know, 28,000 feet of climbing. But then it bumped up when I think Anthony and Jamil got out there and kind of like scouted more. So it's like, what, 42 or something like that now. So I feel a little better about that. But I don't know, I just kind of like took it easy like the week after Barkley, and then just felt like kind of ran how I felt. Just ran. I didn't do anything super specific. Like, I don't know, I did like a lot of vert for Barkley, and I feel like the legs are strong, and I just ran, build up, and then I'm just tapering the last couple weeks, but nothing crazy. I'm gonna just kind of see how I feel, and if it's really hot, I'm definitely gonna slow down. But I would like to kind of go a little faster in the beginning to maybe get up higher before it gets really hot. So, I'm just going to run. I feel like I only have one pace anyway. Not like super fast. So yeah, I'll just see how that goes. And, if I make it to a third night, like if I'm still running, I don't know how long this is going to take. That'll be a first for me. So that'll be cool to experience, but I don't know what that's like. And then I don't know, like, it's kind of funny because I feel like this is my first time doing this because it pretty much is. My breaks are not dictated. They're not every hour. So it's like, I have like more freedom, but you can also probably get carried away with that. So, I don't know. I'm just going to play it by ear. I have a really good crew. I have two friends, Amy and David, who kind of are nomadic in a van. So they have their own sleep area, which is perfect. And they're going to come down and crew, and they'll be like my full-time crew. And then I have like a bunch of pacers and crew to kind of join along the way that are very, very experienced in these long distances. So I think I'm going to be, I'll be set.
There you go. So she's got some friends crewing for her, and she's got a selection of pacers out there. So and she seems to be following along on her plan and moving along pretty smoothly. So I can't wait to get some footage as we get closer to Lane Mountain. Let's see if we can get Alex, our filmer Alex, out there to get some footage of them coming through. They're at this point, if they're like 4 or 5 miles out, they're moving along. What? Are we still like an hour out at that point? Are our splits that aggressive where we're about an hour out? You're better at, we've decided that you're better at the math right now than I am, so.
Yeah, if they're about 3.5 to 4 miles out, then yeah, we're probably about an hour and a half off on our split.
Great.
As of right now. So.
Yeah, but like you said, it's a small sample size. We'll know by Battle Flat, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once you get that runnable stretch down the Senator Highway, not a highway, might I add, just kind of an old dirt road.
Yeah.
Once you get that stretch, you'll definitely know of a lot more because that's a very runnable stretch where you can kind of make up some time.
Right.
So.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's nice rollers, and then it does start to get exposed though again. So we talk, once you go back down, especially you get near the Battle Flat area, there's like sagebrush and probably like some pinyon pines along the trail, but the trail itself it's a double track like forest road, so the sun will be on them. It's not going to be as exposed as the opening miles are that they're all pretty much on right now, but
yeah,
it's you're not going to get that ponderosa pine shade. So
for sure. And then it looks like we have a super chat there in the YouTube.
Oh, huge thanks to Running at Altitude. We really appreciate it. Awesome coverage of the race. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate, all of us appreciate that here at Aravaipa. We are just honored to be bringing this to you, and Matt and I are super stoked to be a part of it. We've definitely worked hard to put it together, but we're just, we're here to watch the race like you guys are. We just happen to be on camera. That's the way I'm looking at it. So.
Yeah, and again, without your guys' support and interest in this, none of this happens. So. Again, huge shout out to you all tuning in. We really appreciate it, and we always appreciate the support.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So I actually want to take a look now. It's let's look at some runners that are a little further back on the pack, and because some of their friends and family might be watching. If splits are off, does that mean we go long tonight, Chris Worden? No, Chris, we will end at 10. Probably regardless, unless we think that you know what, I'll have to I'll take a pause on that answer until probably about 2:00. I'll be able to get a better read on how they look. We're hoping that we can see the first runners come through Whiskey Row, but right now it looks like we might be a little off that time, but again, we'll know by Battle Flat, I believe, because a lot of time can be made up because it was hot and there was big climbs, and even the best of that can get the best of us out there. So, but I want to take a look. If you're looking at your screen, you're looking at the track leaders leaderboard GPS tracking. Again, all the runners have a spot tracking device. It's a GPS tracking device. on their shoulder. Or at least that is the preferred area for it. It has the best satellite reception that way. So we are going to take a look, see if some of the bib numbers that we have recognized we're getting updates on before. You know, it's just so amazing to see people from all over. You know, we've got a lot of people from SoCal running the race. Jerry Ginsburg from Port Angeles. I believe that Port Angeles, no state listed, but I'm pretty sure that's Washington, right?
Not sure.
There he is, Ryan Ingram. We talked to Ryan's crew chief at Crown King via Hector, and we heard about Ryan's plan. His crew chief was saying he's going to come in and just say what he needs, and he's going to keep moving forward. And she said she's not going to say much to him. So that sounds about right. I mean, from you obviously were telling stories about crewing an ultra before. You've crewed an ultra, and have you been crewed at an ultra, I'd imagine? Yeah, same here. So from knowing both sides of it, it kind of seems like the way it goes most of the time.
Yeah, definitely. I think that for certain people, you have to have guardrails in place, like make sure I eat, make sure I take water. But outside of that, I think it's just leave it up to the runner what their needs are, because they're going to know when they're out there, what they're lacking, what they maybe have that they don't need, and what they need but don't have. So
very well put.
I think it's just leaving it up to the runner, aside from some of the basics, like make sure they get in calories, make sure they get in some water,
right,
and stuff like that, and make sure they have all their required gear.
Absolutely. I got to ask, because I'm curious, and maybe some of our viewers will be curious too, but before that, I want to give another shout out to the Unlikely Runner and Martin Thorne. Thank you for the Super Chat donation. We really, really appreciate it here at Aravaipa. And, speaking about crews and crew chiefs being crewed, what is the weirdest thing or the most unlikely thing you've had in your drop bag? In your drop bag, like your drop bag request.
Yeah, so...
or seen from a crewing perspective.
Yeah, so I've never had to have a drop bag personally. Okay. I haven't had any experiences with like people I'm crewing having anything like weird in their drop bag, really. Like baby wipes, but I feel like that's pretty standard.
Oh, that's par for the course, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some squirrel's nut butter, again, par for the course, staple, have to have. But like nothing really out of the ordinary in regards to what what the runner I'm crewing has requested. Nothing like Hector Rodriguez, who apparently Michael McKnight wants like a full steak cooked up and in his drop bag. Like that might be a thing.
I need to know the like logistics behind making that happen, because I'm the wrong person to ask for it. I wouldn't even know how. I'm vegan, so I wouldn't even know how to like cook a steak to begin with. But I'm intrigued. Like, how would they make that work? Like, maybe they have a camp, but can you cook a filet mignon on a camp stove? That doesn't sound accurate.
I mean, you probably can. It probably takes a lot of like propane little burner things, little containers. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I haven't experienced anything weird in a drop bag. But going back to Michael McKnight, like Scott Jurek used to have like potato burritos.
That's right.
And so like, is a potato burrito any less weird than a steak? Maybe slightly, but it's maybe slightly more manageable. Right. But I don't know. Just maybe the steak's pre-cooked and refrigerated, so it's cold. Who knows? I'm interested to see how the whole steak thing plays out. Like, we need to be following along this whole Steakgate saga.
Steakgate? There's no controversy over it.
We don't know. We haven't dug into the weeds yet.
Oh, it's just steak. But you are right that Scott Jurek did have the potato burritos. I also believe Jamil was using that for a while, if I remember from some older Run Steep videos. I've actually done it too, The potatoes seem to work well, but I don't think that would be a Michael McKnight thing because he did mention he's a low carb, high fat guy, so the steak makes sense.
But
there
maybe
for sure.
it's like a steak burrito, but the burrito wrap is like bacon.
That you can get really creative out there. So I absolutely think that Totally Runnable said potato burritos are the bomb during a race. Yeah, I kind of want a potato burrito right now. We need to have a little aid station set up in here.
If we do, actually, like if anyone wants to facilitate an aid station set up in our studio, just hit us up in the chat and we'll make it happen. But yeah, and then it looks like we've also got a couple donations
more
in the
donations.
chat. And I'm not sure what is the pear character
So I
flying
believe
in
they're
the air with a
using.
red cape.
I've been looking at that, and I'm like, there's no way multiple people were just typing that. I believe there's an emoji that they're selecting, which is a different pair characters, and it's through the app that we're using. It's not. It's showing what the meta, like the
text basically, like
yeah,
what
the
it's called.
text, the alt text or something
Yeah.
like that underneath the actual emoji is, instead of showing it because it doesn't have it as part of the system. So
Well,
whatever
shout out
it is,
to that person. I know that we lost their name as the chat scrolled down, and then we had a $5 Canadian donation as well.
shout
there.
out to our
So,
neighbors in the north. Yeah.
Shout out to the Great North. Let me. Sorry, Anthony's bringing that over here. I want to make sure that we get these shout outs.
Okay, that's the emojis that we're looking for. Yeah. Well, thank you for the donation and for
We got
delivering it with a
Teresa
pair.
Brink, and we have Amanda. Sorry, I don't have great eyesight, so I can't see the small text. But thank you both. And then we got another $15 chat right over here.
You have officially started the hashtag Steakgate Saga. Was that really your intention?
No, well, I'm just saying, like, I don't know it's not.
I've seen this. So Alex Azell, we asked this question: what is the weirdest thing you've seen in a drop bag or have had a runner request when you were recruiting for them? Alex Azell says, I saw a guy with a jar of jalapenos in his drop bag. He drank the juice, the whole jar, ran off with a handful of jalapenos. The juice doesn't surprise me because a lot of people will have pickle juice and stuff like that. It's actually really great when your muscles are cramping. The jalapenos, for the life of me, I don't know why. Maybe you get like an extra kick while you're running, or like the pain in your mouth will make you forget the pain in your legs. Or
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big jalapeno guy, so haven't looked into that too much. But I'm excited actually once runners roll into Crown King to really start seeing like some of these crew strategies at play.
Right.
What are some of these other people? I know we talk on Michael McKnight, all in good fun, because he is going to be having primarily meat fueled nutrition strategy.
At least low carb.
Yeah.
Unless he plans on going steak the whole way. But we got intel from his crew and pacer that steak is on the menu for Michael McKnight.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I just do want to get this. I do want to get this question from Jeff Yates. How many runners are out there? We had roughly 175 starters. No word on any drops yet, but we will continue to look for that. It is still a little early, but it is still very possible that opening part of the race is a pressure cooker for sure. So yeah, so go. Yeah, so we're. Some are saying good to see timing working in. Maybe there was a timing issue. We're not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like Coury may have just been working through a rough patch there for a second, but he's
now
moving
25.
a lot better now.
All right.
And he's at mile 25. So, again, I don't know whether it was a lapse in timing because he did move significantly back in the field during that time period. But I think he maybe just had to work through something there. But it seems like he's back, moving just under 3 miles an hour again.
Yeah, which is about, between those 3 and 4, that's about right for the climb up those Bradshaw Mountains right now. So really good to see him moving because I think that might suit him well, whether it was planned or not,
I mean, it's a long race. If you are only going to have one rough patch,
yeah,
which likely not going to happen, you're probably going to have to work through multiples. No. You would rather have that early on in the race, force yourself to be a little bit more controlled, and hopefully save up a little bit for the later stages of the race.
Yeah. So Carl Borman is now saying, just realized Michael Versteeg is currently more than an hour off the estimated first runner split, probably more like 2 hours. That's going to be the question that we're going to keep asking ourselves and we're going to keep getting from you. And which is totally justifiable, like understandable. That opening 50K, we knew. I was like, oh, I think it's going to cook people. But I can't say it enough. I just want to keep reiterating it for those joining us. We will know probably by Battle Flat. We'll have a better read on what is going on. Or not what is going on, but rather if the pace is going to be a lot slower than what is definitely possible on this course, at least what we think is possible. So we will see. Because I think once they get on the Senator Highway, and which is at that point near Towers Mountain, it's kind of a dirt road. It's not exactly a highway until you get into Prescott, or it's not a paved road rather until you get into Prescott. We'll see as they go through the rollers and they get into Battle Flat. We will have a drone operator out there, so we should be able to have good eyes on that as they are coming in. So we're getting requests for Bib 179. I'll check in on Bib 179 for you, Elizabeth. Just give me a second, and I'll pull it up on the tracker there. So let's pull up 179. Yeah. So as far as we can see, Elizabeth, I believe it was your dad, if I remember right from earlier in our chat. Bib 177, excuse me, Bib 179. Mark Rivenbark is roughly at mile 16.3. He is still moving along. This is a tough section of the course. And it is a more remote section of the course, but he does appear to be moving up those climbs based on the tracking. Shout out to G Hill. Thank you for the donation there. Really appreciate that. What link do you donate? There is if you're on the YouTube, there is a $, which is the super chat on YouTube, and that will be the best way to donate. We really appreciate supporting the live stream. It is our goal here at Aravaipa to live stream more races and continually improve what we think is possible for us and possible for the sport, and constantly learn from our mistakes each race, and bring you the best coverage possible, because we just absolutely love this sport. We're all trail and ultra running geeks here, and we just want to give you as much context and perspective as possible for the races that are going on. And we definitely have some plans to live stream other races in the future this year, but still got a few days ahead on this one. And and shout out to Dan B. Again, thank you for the donation there. Yes, DB, does Aravaipa plan on doing this more? Absolutely. Absolutely. As I just said, we'll probably start with the flagship races, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I know Javelina is on our minds as a potential live streamer one, and we'll, of course, Desert Solstice, which Jamil and familiar faces like Chris Worden and have been a part of for the last few years. We're just constantly trying to up the coverage, improve the coverage, and invest in new technologies and a team to make this happen. So it's really exciting for us here. Yeah. Who is leading? So Aaron Schimmons, I believe Michael Versteeg is still way out front in the lead. Let me get an actual update here on our tracker. At last check, Versteeg was closing in on mile 29. So let's actually refresh. And you guys can do this at home as well. We will continue to do it on screen here, because I know maybe some of you are at work or you're watching on mobile in a situation where you can't also track it on another device, but you can track it at cocodona.com/live. There will be links at the top of that. There'll be 4 buttons at the top of that website that you can pull you to the live stream, which of course you're already watching, and there's a live tracker. And if you scroll down, there's also the map, and that's the map that I'm actually looking at right now, and the map that you are looking at on your screen. So let's go and take an update, get an update rather from Versteeg. He is almost at mile 30 now, 29.7. Moving a little slower from that last minute. But again, these refresh every 59 seconds. So if there's a section where maybe he slowed down to adjust something in a pack or tie a shoe or just go up a steeper climb, you have to look at it over a longer stretch than that. So if you see a slow current speed at the mile per hour, it doesn't mean that they're overall moving slow through that section. And then right behind him, ooh, look at that. I did not see that happening. That's a new development. We've got Drew Fraze, Flagstaff local. He used to live in Sedona, also used to live in Prescott, so he's pretty much got familiarity with a decent amount of this course, but he is an Aravaipa Racing team member. So shout out to Drew Fraze, and he is running a lot. He runs a lot of Aravaipa's races, of course, and a lot of them are down here in the warmer climate, the warmer part of Arizona, in and around the Phoenix area and the greater Valley of the Sun, and he's pretty much constantly on the podium or in contending for it. So Drew Fraze is now in second place behind Whiskey Man Versteeg. Looks to be currently 0.2 of a mile behind Versteeg as they close in on aid station 2, just about 3 miles away at Lane Mountain at mile 33, where we will have a camera up there. Again, the service in this area is super spotty. So we are going to continue to give you as much context and perspective for what we're seeing and answer your questions and be there with you along the way as you are joining us for this live stream coverage.
Yeah, it's awesome to see Drew Fraze running up near the front. Again, participates in a lot of the races here, was the 2020 Coldwater Rumble 100-mile champion down here in the desert. So seems like participating in some of those Desert Runner Series races has really paid off and been helpful for kind of getting through that heat.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is about running these races, especially, the races that we put on, they're not just in Phoenix. They're all over Arizona. So, from Flag, Phoenix and everything in between, you get a really good diversity. Of course, there's races in Colorado, Utah as well. So it's really good to get to know the diversity of the elements in the Southwest out here that they can run on. So
I don't know if you pointed this out, but we had a $7 donation to the Potato Burrito
You
Fund.
beat me to it, and I'm glad you brought that up. I just wanted to give a shout out to the Burrito Fund, or to Potato Burrito Fund donation, as well as the one from Brett Thibodeau. Cheers for the excellent coverage. Thank you. I am really excited about the Potato Burrito Fund. And all the donations, regardless what they're for, to support the live stream coverage here. So CJ has a great question. What are the temps like up in Crown King? We don't have a correspondent out there right now who's up on the camera feed, so we'll find that out for you real quick. But you're absolutely right. The temperatures are definitely going to be cooler. It's probably in the mid 80s where they're hiking now. But yeah, once they move into Crown King, it should be better. Yeah, we're looking at, according to the current forecast, we're looking at probably in 66 degrees in the Crown King area. We'll have to get somebody on the ground to confirm that, but that sounds about right. Plus, you'll get coverage from the sun. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of perfect. Mike X is also saying, 64 degrees. So it's in that mid 60s temp. It's gonna probably cool off 15 to 20 degrees from what they're going through right now. Yeah, thank you, Ultra Distance Runner. Yeah, we have a great team here. Yeah, shout out to Andy Klink too, who's helped us out with a lot of the zoomable map features, as well as our friends at Track Leaders, which is the one you're looking at now. It is definitely a great way to immerse yourself in the course when we can't get camera footage out there. So thank you, Joseph, as well, for that super chat donation. It's super interesting to see as I'm looking at this mountain right here, what I'm calling out, of course, we talked about. Wait a second. It looks like we've got. Looks like Drew Fraze within the last couple updates has now surpassed Michael Versteeg on the climb up to Lane Mountain. I am again not surprised. Like you're gonna.
Yeah, and we'll see if that has anything to do with just the timing of the spot tracker updates or not.
Solid point. And that's exactly what it was, which means Versteeg is flying.
Yeah.
Right? That's what that would essentially mean. He's moving faster than it updates. So
that's what the Whiskey Man does. You know?
Yeah. Mile 30.2, so
he'll be rolling in there soon.
He'll be rolling into Lane Mountain fairly soon. Yeah, and so we're talking about the Arizona factor here, as we have a lot of our leaders from Arizona up here. But when you actually get the breakdown of where people are coming from, we actually have the majority of the runners are actually from California. There's 38 runners from California and 36 runners from Arizona in the race right now. So actually see if we can get that chart up for you. And again, here is the overlay of the course as they're making their way toward Crown King. And we were talking about the demographics of the race as far as the location. It looks like we're having a little difficulty on that one. But yeah, I could read off that information. We've got the majority of the runners coming in from California. We've got, of course, Colorado and Texas and the Pacific Northwest are where a lot of the rest of the pack is. So yeah, so let's actually. We got some questions about Jeff Garmire. Can't sleep on Jeff Garmire. He's a former. Yeah, Luke, we've been talking a lot about Jeff. We were actually able to get some words from Jeff on the course via the Jam Cam when he was in the pack that Jamil was in when they were climbing up the Bradshaw. So hopefully we can get eyes on that a little later. But yeah, Jeff Garmire is not one to sleep on. He is built for courses like this, for efforts like this.
Yeah, definitely. Seemed like he was still enjoying himself when we saw him on the Jam Cam. So definitely, I agree with you. Definitely not someone to sleep on, and I don't think we're sleeping on him. I think I have pretty high expectations for the FKT King himself, Jeff Garmire. Right on.
Well, he says Luke says that Jeff and him do a weekly Instagram show. Well, shout out to that Instagram show. I'm sure I'm going to guess it's about through hiking, but maybe it's about tiger print clothing, because we know Jeff likes to wear a lot of tiger print.
Yeah.
He was not rocking it when we saw him on the climb, but he said he's saving it for the second half.
Yeah, I don't blame him. He's once you get to the second half of the race, it's like you switch the mindset. Jeff's going to get into his tiger hunting mood, and he's going to start walking people down in the last 125 miles of this race, and it's going to be a doozy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a fun one to watch. He looked really strong too. He went for a 40-ish mile training run with Jamil and Peter Mortimer, and I believe Rory Moynihan joined in, and of course Jeff Browning, and he looked super strong in the latest Steep Life vlog episode on the Run Steep Get High channel. He just was keeping up with some runners that do have more of a running background over a through hiking background. I mean, I guess that whole group has a really dynamic, strong background in the trails. But yeah, he looked strong. He said he felt strong after that effort, and not surprised. Had a chance to talk to him a few times this week as he was in Arizona, and he said he wants to have fun out there, but he's he also said, he's gonna go for it. So fill in the blanks there what that could mean. And obviously he's gonna leave it all on the line. Did he start off in the cat print pack? I didn't get a good eye on the pack.
I think he had his bib on the back. He had something on the back that was covering up the print of the pack for sure.
Yes, he did have I believe his bib was on the back or hat or something like that. So it was hard to see the entire bib. But Michael McKnight, more mentions from guys. Come on, let's make a top 3 pick. Oh, we've made our picks, but you know what? We probably have a whole different viewership right now as the day is getting later. Maybe some people are. Well, it's only 12 p.m. It does feel like 5 p.m. But
we've only been on the air for about 8 hours here, so it feels like this is just the warm up. It's like the runners. Once they get the Crown King, then the real race starts for day one. That's kind of how our live stream coverage is going.
And I'm kind of taking the page out of Versteeg's book, out of my my pick for the race is Versteeg. So I'm actually going to take this out of his book to say, page out of his book, as we heard in his pre-race interview earlier, I'm going to use the first 24 hours as the warm-up and then just go for it in the back 48. So that's how it feels right now. Kind of getting in and really digging into the race and watching it evolve. And
yeah. No, so I would love a top 3 pick. I think it's a bit unfair now that we've seen the race kind of unfold. My initial winning pick is a little bit further back in the field now, but I still think Coury has a great shot to come back, to get through whatever he was getting through, and there's a lot of race left, man. So, yeah.
I just want to point out that we have everybody in the chat is a very special guest, but I want to point out somebody that we all will know. We got a little Skizzle Fresh in the chat right now.
Oh, man.
I'm going to see if we can get so Skiz is going to be out there. Skylar Hall, the other half of the Mountain Outpost pod, is in the chat right now, and we're going to try to get him on the live stream, of course, while he's out there with Jamil. So he is going to be pacing. He's on pacing duties. I know that he's backed down from pacing. He doesn't want to pace Jamil up Eldon. At least that's the last
I heard.
I don't blame him either, but it is a good climb. But, run flat, stay low. I get it. But we know he can climb. Skylar's a really talented runner.
He has to get ready for the post-race shenanigans, though. I mean, someone has to have that in place and prepared, and that's Skylar's duty. And I don't think that we should sleep on how important that role is.
It's super important. You want to talk a little bit about
the post-race shenanigans is
that role. Okay.
Yes, the post-race shenanigans is what you do this for.
It is.
Right?
You
get the views, you see the cool towns, but it's all about the fun and games at the end.
I would have to. It feels good when you have put in a really solid effort and you get to hang out with your crew and take in the offerings of a nice mountain town, whatever that is. That would mean for you, but
especially in this setting, finishing in downtown Flag, there's so much there.
It's iconic.
You've got breweries right there. You've got pizza and food, and there's so much going on in downtown Flag that it's gonna be a great time. And I don't blame Skylar one bit for not summiting Eldon and choosing to spend his time planning the post race shenanigans.
He does make a good point. The leader, he or she is expected to finish Wednesday evening, is Cinco de Mayo. So Skylar has pointed that out. So maybe it's taco recovery meal and whatever else that might be for you. Obviously, it's probably more than that, but we'll see if we can get Skylar on maybe for an update a little later. We're hearing some chatter in the chat about Drew passing Mike for number 1. I'm wondering if it's the same thing that happened last time. Let's check our live tracker right here. It depends on when it's updating. I thought Drew had passed him before.
Each runner spot tracker seems to be updating it. Will update at different times.
It's true.
Yeah,
because Versteeg is on ours. Versteeg is still in a fairly commanding lead. not really commanding, but
I don't know if there's any such thing as commanding when you're 50K into a 255
that's
mile
true.
race,
I think we've all, not all. I guess myself. I guess I keep forgetting that this race is not over tonight, which is a really wonderful thing. I mean, it's multiple races. It's one wet race, but it's like basically a week of Black Canyon 100Ks, if you really want to break it down like that.
I mean, if this were the Black Canyon 100K, we would be closing in on finishers, I believe.
Yeah. We'll I'm gonna stop doing math until I get more sleep. So maybe tomorrow I'll do math. So I'm gonna defer the math to you. But that would be about 7:08, right? If we're at 12:08 in the race, so 7:08 would have been a new course record at Black Canyon at that point, because the current course record for the men is like 7:52. Sage Canyon.
Yeah, we'd be closing in on it.
But again, completely, they were going not the opposite way, but they're going up the Bradshaws instead of down the Black Canyon trail and down to the Emory Henderson trailhead. So completely different race. This is a net gain, and the other one is a net loss. So
yeah.
There's definitely. It looks like Skylar might be dropping in at some point.
He's going to come test the hot mics tomorrow.
In person, potentially. I'll leave it at that. We don't have any confirmed details. But I'm pretty excited to see Skylar in person. We didn't get to spend too much time together during Black Canyon weekend. I was out on the course, and I don't even think you were part of Aravaipa at that point.
No, I moved here the day before that, though. I'm excited to see Skylar so that we can talk about whether Jimmy G is going to be the future quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. That's what I'm most excited about.
Hey, one sport at a time here. But this is the only sport I know anything about other than surfing, so we're just going to stick to running at this point. But yeah, so we're seeing some talk about Maggie being 6th overall now. Let's go check that out. Looking for that number 4 bib. There it is. Maggie Gutierrez. She is indeed 6th overall. 0.2 of a mile back from Peter Mortimer and about 1.5 miles off Versteeg on the climb up to Lane Mountain. And I keep looking at the director's feed to my left over here to see if we're going to have any of our filmers pop in soon that are up on Lane Mountain. Again, service a little spotty on that area, but if we can get footage like we had Alex pop in before, it is quite beautiful. You'll see the difference in the scenery with the Ponderosa Pine, and we'll get first sight of the lead runners coming up over Lane and to get ready to go down into Crown King. Yeah, as you can see right there, it looks like, I guess there is a decent descent. It's not going to zoom in for me the way I would like it to, but it looks like there's probably a decent descent on the elevation profile, like where Versteeg is. So he's really closing in on that Lane Mountain aid. And if you guys are wondering, the CM1, that's actually our course marker. So we have people checking the course out there, and then before, like we saw with the drone feed earlier this morning, that we had trail sweep. So it's quite the logistical undertaking to mark a course, obviously plot the course, mark the course. There's a huge team here at Aravaipa, and none of this race could have happened without any single one of them. So it's really cool to see the first 50K, at least for the leaders, close to in the books.
Yeah, I mean, between the staff we have here and the volunteers in this community, it's truly taken so many people to bring this to light.
Yeah,
so
it really has.
Super excited and super thankful for everyone who's helped make this happen. You know.
Yeah, our volunteers are, whether you're volunteering for the live stream or volunteering at an aid station, we really couldn't do it without our volunteers. So, and there is still an opportunity to volunteer.
That is correct.
Especially at, was it Jerome and Black Tank?
Yep, Jerome and Black Tank aid are the two most immediate needs, as of the most recent update I've gotten. So if anyone's in the area and wants to earn some Ultra Sign Up race credit as well, you can do so. Just check out the volunteers page on the Cocodona website.
Absolutely. And there'll be, so we're getting some requests for updates from Jen Berry, who is one of our filmers, I believe. She'll be out there at Walnut Canyon on day 3, if I remember that correctly. Becky Lynn Bauer and Joel Gatt. So Woody Weisbrand, the donate button is the $ button beneath the chat function on YouTube. So let's first look out and see if we get any update on Becky Lynn. So Becky Lynn is moving along quite well. She's at mile 27.7 right now. Try to pull that up on the screen with the full view so you can see where she is in the full mix. There she is.
Yeah, and TJ brings up a good point. If anyone is volunteering at Jerome, there are restrictions related to our permit with what's allowed. So, yeah, make sure you fully understand those. Basically, don't take any photos or videos. And, yeah, just try and be a ghost, essentially. Help the runners. Don't bother anyone who lives there. And we'll be good. And hopefully we'll be able to get our permit again next year. And keep it
we just really want to respect what any town wants. We really do respect
100%
their requests. So yeah, that's about said. Just be wary of any rules and guidelines for wherever you are volunteering at or spectating. So we're gonna go back and now check in at Becky Lynn Bauer. Jen Berry was asking about Becky. Yeah, so it looks like Becky is. Let me get a full list here. See what place she might be in. Yeah, she's looking pretty good. Yeah, so Becky Lynn is looking strong. She's cruising up toward mile 28 right now, so she's a couple miles back from the overall. And we do see. I did see a question in the chat about a runner that came through from wave 2 to catch up to wave 1. That's got to be Sarah O.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah O is definitely one of them. I don't know if there are more
That's
runners
true.
from that wave, but Sarah O has been running really strong. She was one of my dark horses in this race, and I think that her experience in those low desert areas in the Sonoran Desert with her experience at the Black Canyon
There she is.
Ultras
Bib 44
is really starting to or is really shining through. So again, this is her first 200+ mile race, so I think we can definitely keep an eye on her and see how she's doing later in the race when she begins to get into unknown territory, because at some point she's going to. And that's super exciting. So she was definitely one who had caught up kind of to Jamil and his group, and she had started in wave 2. So she's definitely running strong, and she's kind of moving through the field, and hopefully she can continue to run like a smart and strong race. And then we got a super chat here from Woody Weisbram. Is it Weisbram or Weisbram? If you can let me know in the chat. I want to make sure that I'm pronouncing this correctly. $25 donation. Again, we really appreciate you tuning in and supporting our coverage. Again, if it weren't for you all, the fans, enjoying this and supporting this stream, we wouldn't be able to make it happen. So we really appreciate everyone tuning in.
Absolutely. And we're looking at. I love to see the legend Jeff Garmire pop up. We'll be talking about him plenty. He is. He's in that main pack. He might have moved up a bit. If I remember right, he's bib 24. So yeah, I think he's in this pack over here. I'll get some updates on him. They still really haven't spread out nearly as much. Nearly as much as I would have thought. But Jeff Garmire is at mile 27. Some updates on him right there. There he is. He's wearing that Tiger, his Tiger outfit in his pre-race photo that he took here at Aravaipa HQ on Saturday. So it's something to look out for. And then we're looking for an update on 81. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty excited because we're closing in on that Lane Mountain Aid, so hopefully we can get a camera out there. There he is. Another update for Jose Sosa, moving really strong up to the field. He's looking at mile 25.8, so he's probably about little under 5 miles off of the leader, Michael Versteeg. And we'll check in to see where our leaders are at as they get closer to the Lane Mountain Aid station. There he is. Versteeg at 30, almost at mile 31. So we're a couple miles away. Let's actually go. So Woody says you're pronouncing it correctly, but you have said it both ways.
I've said it 2 different ways. So if it is Wise Bram, please tell me I'm saying it right. If that is incorrect, I will pronounce it Wise Bram. Thank you, Woody, as well. All love from over here in Arizona. Shout out to everyone over in Atlanta, my former residents there. Love everyone out in the good old Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah. So, we are. I'm going to take a look at these. So this is actually now becoming, instead of the schedule of what we thought, it's more of a beautiful graphic of how far off they are from the splits from that climb. And I think I'm gonna point that out as that's just how tough the opening climb is. So we were expecting the leader to get to Crown King at around 11:25, 11:30, right? So I rounded to the nearest 5. And it's almost an hour past that, and we're still awaiting them at Lane Mountain, which would have been 10:55. So again, we're going to see what it's going to look like as they get past Crown King. And I'm curious how much time they're going to spend in 8. Oh, here's the big question. So Versteeg is in the lead. I would imagine he's going to maintain that lead to Lane Mountain, or at least be in the mix right there with Drew Fraze. He's the whiskey man. Is he going to stop at Crown King for a beer, or is he like, hey, this is game face. This is time to podium at the inaugural Cocodona 250?
You know, this is going to be a moment of truth for Michael Versteeg, right? Like, how true is he to the whiskey man persona? Because the true whiskey man would, at the very least, have a shot at the oldest continuously operated saloon in the state of Arizona.
Yeah.
However, like, the competitor, Michael Versteeg, may just be quick in and out and keep it going. So I'm interested to see how true he is to the whiskey man character. And
I feel like
my bet would be that he keeps it pushing. I think he gets made and keeps it moving.
Yeah.
But I can't be certain. He's definitely he's a wild card in terms of what he will do.
I am absolutely loving this comment from our buddy Chris Worden, who will be on here, who we saw at the start line. He is our field correspondent, and he'll be in studio with us tonight. Chris says stopping for a beer is Versteeg's game face. So he does have the crop top on. Like, something tells me that's all speed. I mean, when you put on a self-cut crop top on a tee, you're in the lineage of legends. You are in the Scott Jurek and Jim Walmsley territory.
Yeah, but think of the confidence he would exuberate if he says, I'm in the lead, I don't care. I'm going to stop, have a beer, and I still feel like I'm going to catch back up.
You're thinking it's going to be like a mental game thing.
Maybe. I'm not saying that. I don't know. And I think Drew Fraze, I don't care. Thanks for the lead, buddy. I think that's how it would go. It's interesting. It's going to be really fun to see how this plays out.
This is getting interesting. You know, it's now the race to Crown King and the decision of what happens at Crown King that we're really looking at. I think the story of at least this section of our coverage is evolving. So
we've moved on from Steakgate.
Yeah,
we're now on Whiskey-gate. We want to know, is Michael Versteeg stopping for a drink at the Crown King Saloon? Like, that's the question. What does everyone think in the chat? Like, I want to know everyone else's thoughts. You know, what do you think Versteeg is going to do, and what would you do in this situation if you were someone who likes to enjoy adult beverages, you know? Personally, I would keep it moving, but I'm not Michael Versteeg, and so the real story here is what's going to happen at the Crown King Saloon.
Yeah. There are some good points in the chat. Alex says 5 minutes for a shot over 75 hours is nothing. It could even be beneficial, that 5-minute break. And what was the overall prediction in hours? So basically the one that's in the runner's guide was based off of a 60-hour finishing time. Matt and I both think it's going to be more like a 63, 62.
I think we set the over-under at 63.
At 63, yeah. So, again, we're going to keep that out there. Over-unders, reply over or under based on 63. Do you think it'll be over 63 hours for the finisher, for the winner, or under 63 hours? It's going to be interesting. It is the first 30 miles of a 255-mile race. It's like it's completely different. Over.
Whitney Herrera in the chat. He keeps going, and his crew passes him a flask. I love it.
Well, that's the thing. So there was a
maybe that happens.
There was a good point in there. They said, well, he's actually the whiskey man because he did Whiskey Basin, the Whiskey Row Marathon. Or no, he did the Whiskey Off-Road and then the Whiskey Row Marathon. Or I know Whiskey Basin was the first one. That is true. That's really where the whiskey man came from. But keep in mind, he did partake in some whiskey during the bike ride.
Yeah, it's about the persona that is portrayed. You know.
Yeah, a lot. I think we're all looking at the majority of people. We have way over.
Yeah, I think we're definitely
63
over
hours.
now.
So I'm gonna have to make some calls after this and get my filmers in the right location for day 2 and 3. But other than that, I'm excited to see how the race develops. No, I mean we'll see how things go when we get to Battle Flat. It's gonna cool off.
There are some more runnable sections coming.
It's all about the
coming
runnable
along.
sections.
So, just because these splits right now are off doesn't mean that these more runnable section splits are spot on. So there is room for people to make up some time, and especially once you get running down the Senator Highway, again, not a highway, down towards Battle Flat. I think that's a good area for someone like Michael Versteeg to make up time. You know, those people who can really run sections are going to benefit from areas like that, and that's why I think it's super important to kind of have that balance of being able to through hike and nail these long adventure type efforts as well as being able to run, because you're going to have to make up time in these more runnable sections.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we do have a drone op out there at Crown King, but the runners were expected to be at Crown King already. They are not, even at Lane Mountain. And we need our drone to preserve the batteries, because those drone batteries, they only last about 30 minutes each, and preserve the the internet connections that we have out there. So yeah, it's part of the big logistical undertaking of not even, not just for the live stream, but putting on a race and getting these splits right. We'll see. I was just messaging with some of our correspondents out there at Crown King, and we will see if we can get some footage just of the scene. Maybe we could talk to some more crews, see what the scene looks like.
Clayton George in the chat. He doesn't always run 250 miles, but when he does, he drinks a beer at the Crown King aid station.
I want to see the meme. I want to see the Versteeg meme for that.
You know, the other meme I want to see is our projected times, and it's like Instagram versus reality.
Oh, man. And if you're just joining us, folks, we've been on the air since about 4:52. right before the start of the race.
Well, we were on briefly
we
prior
were on
to that.
briefly at 4 a.m., and then there was an internet outage in all of Central Phoenix, but luckily there was some trail magic brought down to us as Jeff turned me on to the phrase trail magic. Apparently it's like a FKT.
It's definitely a through hiker thing.
Yeah, but yeah, we got the internet back up here and right before the start of the race. So, but we have been going for about 8.5 hours, almost 9 hours straight, Matt and I, and we are determined to bring you coverage until 10 p.m. or until somebody gets to Whiskey Row, whichever comes first. It's looking like 10 p.m. might come before Whiskey Row.
We'll see how we feel once we hit that.
Yeah.
You know, it depends how close we are. If we're talking first person coming in at 10:30, you know, maybe we're able to stretch the coverage a little bit just to see the beautiful neon lights of Whiskey Row. But yeah, we've been here in the stew since a little before 3 a.m.
Yes, I have
Arizona
actually
time.
not left.
So we are, yeah. I mean, just jacked the coffee and the caffeine straight into our veins.
I
basically
would
at
not
this
be.
point.
I would. There's nothing else I'd rather be doing during the Cocodona 250 than to get to watch it all unfold.
No, and yeah, all
This is
joking
basically
aside,
like a
this is
live
actually,
reacting to the race
This
at
is
this
really
point.
fun for us, and I hope that you all are enjoying our commentary and enjoying the stream. And again, we're once we get to Crown King, hopefully we'll have a little bit more footage from on course volunteers and drones at various points during the race. But
yeah.
Otherwise, you're just stuck with us talking about random stuff, which sometimes can be super enjoyable, like when we go on rants about Crown King Gate at the Crown King Saloon with Michael
But
Versteeg.
not everything is a gate.
Well, what's like
the
another
only gate
term?
of the course really is a cattle gate.
Yeah, but okay, so we've got the Crown King conspiracy.
There's no conspiracy.
We don't
It's just
know.
the Crown King. It's the Crown King situation. Like, how much time are they gonna spend in that classic town? I think they're gonna want to move through. They're spending a lot of time in the heat right now. I do have an update from our drone op out there at Crown King. It's actually quite windy out there, and high winds do, as you can imagine, keep us from flying drones efficiently, safely. I'm sure he wouldn't take off. He's a pro. He wouldn't take off if it wasn't safe. But the high winds really drain the drone batteries really quickly. So in basically low to no wind conditions, the drone battery lasts for about 30 minutes on those drones. So in winds, it could cut that in half. So we're going to try to get a little bit of scenery up. He's not going to stay up long because we still do have a bit to go before the runners come through Crown King.
Our first runner still hasn't hit aid station 2 yet.
Let's refresh that and make sure he's getting quite close. He's coming around Lane Mountain.
So he'll be hitting that aid station.
Yeah, the Lane Mountain aid
somewhat
station
soon.
is north and down the hill a little bit from the actual. You don't summit Lane Mountain, you skirt it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's
And we'll
at
see if
Lane
we-
Mountain now, but
and
not
we'll see
at
if we
the
get any cell service to be able to get some.
It is spotty in that area.
Some on-course footage there.
Yeah, it is spotty in that area. And again, that's part of the big unknowns. I think that's, we talk about there are so many different gates in the chat.
Cattle Gate, Versteeg Gate, Ultra Gate. I love it all. Give me all the gates.
Yeah, I just love the ultra community. Other than the community of people that come together for these races, what I love is whether you're running on the trails or the road and you're running a 5K or you're running a 250 miler, there's a time where that distance is in complete unknown to you or the entire community, like it is in this sense, at least on this course. The stepping into the unknown is like the beauty and the draw, I think, that brings us into this race, and that's what we're doing with this race from essentially from the planning side of the live stream. I came in this morning super excited. That was before the internet went out. Super excited about what are these splits going to look like. So this is a live reaction to us seeing how it goes. So but a 60-hour time is still it's way too early to say that you can't get us around a 60-hour.
This is just the warm-up phase for these runners.
Yeah.
Like I said, getting up to Lane Mountain and then back down into Crown King, I think is going to be one of the slower sections of the course. I mean, the first 50K has around 10,000 feet of gain.
Right.
Like, that's a lot, and you have to be conservative early on, especially in the heat. You're under the sun without any real shade or coverage. So I think we'll see the pace. We'll probably be at Lane Mountain. We'll be probably around an hour and 40 minutes or so off of the initial projections, but I think we could see that inch down as the race goes on.
Yeah, I do. I am continuing to love the hashtags. I don't know that I agree with the unplanned outgate, but I won't get defensive about it.
Well, no, I think
there was a ridiculous amount of logistics when it's every aspect of this race.
But I don't think like the gate was planned out. Like,
no,
my creation of all these gates
that's a
wasn't planned out.
On my
part. This is raw off the top. Me just rambling about things that are happening, and maybe gate isn't the right word, but it's definitely an interesting storyline. I want to see. You know what? I really want to see Michael Versteeg throw one back, replenish those carbohydrates after a really tough first 50K, get some fuel in his belly, and then get going. So, I mean, you don't have to spend a long time to have a beer at the Crown King Saloon, especially if his crew is there. Orders it up for him.
Yeah,
it could be there ready.
It's absolutely possible.
It might be probable the more I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to. I know that our documentary team's out there, and they're going to get some footage of it happening if we can't, but we will try to. Yeah. I'm just checking in. So it looks like James is going Han Solo. I also think Mika might be going Han Solo, but I can't confirm that. I'm not totally sure on that. Maybe we can get some confirmation on that. I am definitely glad that you're enjoying the coverage. It definitely means a lot to us. We, all kidding aside, not that we're kidding at all. This is literally what Matt and I do at the office in between our very busy work days. I will go down to him and we will just geek out about a runner, a running shoe, a trail, the fact that him and I both haven't raced in a while, and and I think that's what keeps us like loving the sport so much.
Yeah, I mean, we could sit here and talk about basically anything running related for the next 9.5 hours if we needed, but thankfully we have an amazing team bringing you some live footage at various points, so we don't have to sit here and just ramble all the time. We've got a lot of other cool features that we're able to drop into this live stream to provide the best coverage for you all. But otherwise, we can sit here and fill the air with some really interesting, detailed conversations about basically anything.
Right. Yeah, and it is, and we do have some confirmation from Sandra Scott out there. Mika Thews is going solo, and so is Todd Scott. So is Todd Scott. Bib 59. Let's get a little some stats on Todd Scott. Actually, let's see where he's at.
And I got to give a shout out to the person who actually helped create this shirt and a lot of our other merch. This shirt as well, Brianna. Who made sure to message as well. Mika is going uncrewed, is what she said. She chatted with her yesterday. So
perfect.
We've got it from multiple
sources. Thank you for that confirmation.
So
from Brianna.
Thank you, Bree. I know you're watching, and I know you probably hate that we just shouted you out, but all of the merch, all of the tee merch that you see on the Cocodona shop, she helped create. So got to show her some love. She does it all.
Look at this update. So according to Sandra Scott in the chat, thank you for this intel, Sandra. Mika also packed mimosas in her drop bag. So does that mean, did she drop? Is that like a bottle of champagne and a carton of orange juice, and she's gonna mix it on the fly? And then it looks like Scott is planning on some whiskey in Crown King. So interesting.
And it sounds like Jose Sosa may also be running solo with no crew as well.
Okay, I am super. I mean, I'm impressed every single runner out there. There's something just unfathomable about tackling 250 miles with no crew. It actually says a lot of drop bag logistics and lots of crew. It looks like we might actually have. We're actually going to jump way ahead for a sec. We got Troy Wicks out there. I'm going to give you a view of what runners are the kind of terrain runners are going to see We are looking at right now at the Battle Flat aid station. Again, the Battle Flat aid station. So this is the aid station that is after Crown King. But this is the kind of terrain that they'll be running down. This is the Senator, I believe, portions of the Senator Highway right here. But again, it just the views out here, especially as he gets that drone up, you're going to see. This is what like the Bradshaw's kind of. Oh, look at those views right there. So if he is, I don't have a compass on there, obviously, but if he is looking south, there's a good chance that, or if he's looking north, that actually might be Mingus. But based on where I saw the aid station, I think we're looking south right now. Southwest. So yeah, we're right now looking at some drone footage from a little up ahead on the course. Where we thought we would have runners. Well, runners weren't expected to get there yet exactly, but we are looking at Battle Flat, and we will take you over to Crown King once we get any kind of footage out there. But yeah, check out these amazing views coming out of the Bradshaw Mountains. This is just unbelievable. And you know what? Jamil called it. Look at the clouds starting to form. And Troy, our drone operator at this location who's got the bird in the sky right now, did send me a message and say there's some cloud cover starting to form. So, and you can see the shadows of those clouds on the mountains right there. So I think a lot of stuff is... a lot of the pieces of the puzzle, it is a little early to tell. A lot of the pieces of the puzzle, though, are going to come together where potentially faster conditions as they move down. This is going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I think once you get through that first 50K, maybe a little bit more, maybe closer to 40 miles,
yeah.
I think you're really going to start to get into some more manageable terrain. I think you're like the first 50K of the course is just so gnarly. You're starting out in the Sonoran Desert. You're exposed. You got a lot more exposure. It's hotter. You're going to have hotter spots along the course still. But I think it's going to be a little bit more manageable for some of these runners.
Yeah, absolutely. And just. We're looking at the kind of double track or fire road. It's really, I believe this should probably still be part of the Senator Highway. It's pretty well maintained dirt road, which leads all the way into Prescott. So yeah, that's a little preview of what runners have to look forward to as they get toward Battle Flat. And we're still awaiting, we just got intel from Alex Hill on Lane Mountain. He's still awaiting the first runner, but he will try to get us some footage in that section. Should be close to cresting the top of the climb, about 0.8 away from Lane Mountain 8, and I'm going to guess that is still Whiskey Man Versteeg over there. Let's pull up the tracker to make sure that... Ooh, we'll see. I don't know. We gotta wait because it's kind of leapfrogging back and forth between Drew Fraze and Whiskey Man Michael Versteeg.
Yeah, I think we just gotta give it some time to for both runners to have kind of had their spot trackers refresh.
Yeah, and DB, you're absolutely right in the track in the chat rather. There are two runners closing in less than a mile out from the aid station for Lane Mountain. And again, we're just going to, while we wait for that, we are going to show you a preview of what else the runners have to look forward to as they go to Battle Flat. Battle Flat at mile 52. That'll be the aid station they hit after Crown King. So you're looking at a 15-mile stretch from between Crown King and where our drone op is right now.
Yeah, and it's a super interesting stretch because, like you said earlier, Crown King kind of sits in this bowl. So runners, once they get kind of to Crown King, they're going to have to climb out before dropping down on the Senator Highway there.
Absolutely. And we do have Hector in Crown King. We're going to take a look at Hector. We'll see if we can get any more intel from maybe any crew members out there. Hector, what are you seeing out there?
You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
I got a treat for you guys.
All right.
I got Moab 240, in my book, a legend, in the building.
Now you're making me blush.
Yeah. And then we got more support crew.
Oh, some of the dock team right there. That's Allie and Jake.
Yep.
I'm sorry, who are you talking to at Moab 240? I couldn't see. Can we get a little conversation in there?
Yeah. So this is the winner of the Moab 240, if you didn't hear me correctly.
Hey, how's it going out there?
He says, how's it going?
Pretty good. It's good to be out here.
He's out here crewing an athlete named Ashley. Ashley Anderson.
Right on. Yeah. So Hector, what's the conversation like out at Crown King? Are people talking about how far off the splits they are?
Everybody, yeah, that's definitely a talk is how far the splits are off. So everybody's just curious to see him because we know that with the field of athletes that we have out there, that climbing must have been pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it looked hot, and it's no doubt just as challenging as we thought. But it looks like Michael Versteeg and Drew Fraze are going to be the first two through the Lane Mountain Aid Station. They appear to be less than a half mile out at this point. So yeah, we'll keep checking in with you.
Yeah, I was going to show you guys.
Oh yeah, show us.
Yeah, like so far I've shown you where the aid station is at, but right here is, you can see all the crews. We got a lot more cars here. This whole parking lot now is full. And so basically the athletes, from what we're tracking, are going to be coming up this road, making a right there. And then they go down here, and you got more crews. You got the aid station.
They come down that road, right?
Yeah, so then after the bridge, there's a right-hand turn, so that's where they'll be heading back out onto the course.
Yeah, they're going to
depart.
They're going to go through through the Crown King Saloon right there.
But I mean, I don't know if it's coming across how well, but man, it's beautiful here. These trees, this course is epic.
It definitely
we're having
is.
A blast just breathing this fresh air and just enjoying nature, man. It's awesome here.
Yeah, I mean, Crown King really is a beautiful place, and it is just, it's definitely a lesser traveled area compared to like Flagstaff, but you get the same kind of scenery up in the Ponderosa Pines and the higher elevation. So, Hector, thank you for the update. We will continue to check in with you as the runners make their way toward the saloon at mile 37.
Yeah, I'll definitely jump on and do my best to capture, the first wave of athletes coming in here, so you guys can get some good intel and see how they look, and we can root them on. I'm excited.
Absolutely. Awesome. Thank you, Hector. We'll get back to you again in a little bit. So yeah, another great update from Hector. It's always good to have eyes out there to see what the scene's looking like. And it sounds like the conversation at the aid station, at least at Crown King, is, wow, this is a challenging climb off the split. So, but again, Battle Flat. I'm going to keep saying it. I will, that'll be the hill I stand on. It's going to be Battle Flat. We will know by Battle Flat what day one is doing to these runners.
Yeah, certainly. I think that's going to be a better indicator, just because they'll have had a little bit of a balance between super rough, rugged terrain and climbing and more runnable sections by then. So they'll have an opportunity to make up some of the time they've lost during these early stages, and we'll definitely have a better idea of kind of how things are going to shake out by then.
Yeah, just communicating with the remote team out there to make sure everybody is in place. And DB is saying that looks like Jamil is at mile 30, just a couple miles back. Yeah, Drew and Versteeg. I'm liking that little Arizona coming into Crown King together. They both have actually a Prescott roots. At least, obviously, Versteeg does, but Drew Frey's, used to live in Prescott for a bit before Sedona, and then, of course, now he's a Flag local. But
yeah, no, awesome connection, and really nice to see just a couple Arizonans out front right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and we got to check back, and I don't want to miss out on. We've got some a shout out from Eric Galvin to bib number 153, Tanner Morgan. So Tanner Morgan getting some love from the chat right there. Let's see where 153's at. So Tanner Morgan is about mile 21, moving along quite nicely. It's a challenging part of the course, so yeah, he looks like he's moving along quite nicely at little over mile 20. So, yeah, I mean this is such an amazing race because it really brings out a whole breadth of runners from elites to a lot of first-time 200-milers. So, I mean, there's a couple big reasons. 200 miles is a pretty daunting task. Rightfully so. At least I think so. But there's also not that many 200-milers compared to 100-milers. Of course, shout out to Destination Trail. Candace Burton has the Triple Crown of 200s. And, there are obviously some other 200-mile races around the world. So it's really cool for Cocodona to now be on that list as one of those 2 hundos.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely awesome to kind of join those ranks of ultra endurance events. So, yeah,
absolutely. We do some. Is CM1 the first aid station?
No, the CM1 on the live tracker is the course marker.
I believe CM1 is the course marking.
Yeah.
But I mean, so a lot of the course it's kind of like trying to think the best way to describe it. So we have people marking sections as they're moving up, but really then there's trail sweeps below. So because it's a lot of times the night before you'll mark a whole race, but to avoid leaving. You want to leave, tread lightly, leave a trace, but you also want to avoid things like trail vandalism, people pulling markers. You don't want runners getting lost on a long race like this. So it's the way that it's working like that. So we are going to see if we can get any intel from Lane Mountain. We're still awaiting some word from our correspondent and filmer out there, Alex Hill. So we will hopefully have an update soon. They are closing in. Still a bit off. It's looking. I know it's going to go back and forth, but we got Drew. It's going to be close. So we should be expecting some eyes on Lane Mountain soon. Yeah, so that, wow. Did we get a update on where Maggie's at? Is she still in the top 10 overall?
She is still in 6th, and it looks like she has closed in on Peter Mortimer. Obviously, we got to wait for their stuff their tracks to refresh, but looks like they're kind of right together right now based on just the most recent information we have.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so closing in on Peter. Magatrons is just cruising up the Bradshaws. Yeah, I can't wait to be able to really talk to the crews after the runners go through and really get some word on.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to get their feedback on, how they think their runner is looking, what the spirits were like, and any advice they might have had for their runners. Because I think crew advice in a race like this can be important if your runner is in like a little bit of a hole. So definitely excited to get some more information from the crews and get some more intel on kind of where the minds are at some of these athletes.
Absolutely. So we're looking for some update from Bib 181, Kerry Ward. Oh, he's run the Bigfoot 200 before. That is a challenging one up on the Pacific Northwest. So yeah, Kerry Ward. We get exact location. You can see on the left side of your screen, that is his tracker on the map. I'll try to get a view so you can see with a little more context of where he's at. But Kerry's you're looking at mile 25 for Kerry Ward. There's Malpais Hill, so he's going to keep climbing up. And this next dot here is where the front runners are. Right there, Lane Mountain Aid, mile 33. So he's about 8 miles off that. But yeah, otherwise looking strong. Again, that is not an easy climb.
And it looks like we've got Sally McRae in the chat, giving a shout out to her girl Maggie. The live
Yellow
stream is
runners
now
in the chat.
The live stream's just bringing out the celebrities now, Rob. So
yeah, we had Skizzle Fresh in the chat before, and now we've got Sally McRae in the chat. Sally, welcome to the chat room. We are honored that you're here. And yeah, Maggie is just having an incredible race so far. Again, I can't say it enough. It is early. It's a long race, but I think once we can get eyes on the ground in Crown King, we will, as the runners come through, we'll be able to get a little better read of how people are feeling, how they're looking.
Yeah.
Because you can cruise up the Crown King, and if you look destroyed, doesn't mean you're out, but it's a little telling on how that opening part might have affected you.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy for me, again, to sit here in the air conditioning and say, I think Maggie is doing a great job of managing her effort levels. But just based on where she's at in the field, I think she's running fairly conservatively in these kind of early stages, which is important because there is that first 50K is tough, man.
Yeah.
That first 50K is really hard, so you want to manage your effort levels, and it looks like Maggie is running a really smart race tactically.
Yeah.
And it'll be exciting to kind of get some footage of them coming into the next couple aid stations
She's just
to
such
see
a
really how people look.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of the best because, and we have a epic photo team out there. We've got Scott Rokas, Howie Stern, and Eliza Earl out there. So I'm gonna love to see those photos, what they look like especially as the race develops. Those carnage photos. Not that I'm hoping for carnage, but the exhaustion. Some of those photos, it just shows the effort that goes into these races. So we'll see what they look like at Crown King when those photos develop on our social media page. Definitely be sure to look out for those at Aravaipa Running on Instagram, and as well as at Cocodona 250 on Instagram. And again, if you are in the chat room, thank you for joining in on the chat. We are here till at least 10 p.m. tonight, Matt and I. We'll have Chris Worden coming in, giving each of us a break, to have a little snack and stuff and save our voices. But other than that, we are here to converse with you and give you as much context and perspective as possible for this. And I can't wait to get some eyes on the ground. Now, I think I did see the legend himself, not the Jeff Garmeyer, the legend, of course, we're talking about, but I'm talking about the other legend. Andy Jones Wilkins was just in the chat.
The Mountain Outhouse correspondent himself.
Yeah. And I wonder if that's the same Brian Sands of Ginger Runner fame in the chat now. So I'm really excited to see every single, almost over 800 of you spending your Monday afternoon. Hopefully you either work from home or are really good at hiding your computer screen from your bosses, or maybe you're your own bosses. Whatever you're doing, thank you for choosing to join in. We will be here for the next 3.5 days. Not the entire race this year. That's the plan for next year. But regardless of the split times and what's going on, we will be here for you, answering your questions and getting you camera footage, video footage when we can.
Yeah, and I definitely got to give a shout out to Brian Sands, an Iowa resident. So as you know by now, got to give love to my fellow Midwesterners. Well, I'm out here in the desert now. Born and raised in the great state of Illinois, so always have love for the Midwest there.
Absolutely.
So shout out to Brian Sands.
Yeah, so we have some people currently watching this. Instead of studying for midterms, we cannot be blamed for that score, but I'm sure you're going to get an A+. So thank you for choosing it, all kidding aside. So, just making sure I didn't miss any questions in here. Ages Wizards checking in from the Beast Coast. Lived in Arizona in the late 90s. Seeing all these awesome places is fantastic. I got to tell you a little fun fact. While we're waiting, I will stop the story the minute we have eyes on Lane Mountain. But right now, I can see in my feed that we don't have any footage ready up for our filmer that's out there. So we're still waiting for runners, or maybe there's a service issue. But a little short story. Andy Jones-Wilkins, I asked him a question. This is kind of like full circle. I asked him a question on the Ginger Runner podcast via this very same chat feature when I lived in New York, where I was born and raised. I was debating whether to live in Arizona or Colorado, my wife and I. And between the Run Steep, Get High content, which is, and here I am right now, like we're inside Aravaipa. But between that content and the question I asked Andy Jones-Wilkins, I asked him, what do you think about running in Arizona? And he just had nothing but great things to say. And he gave me like all these like great beta on where to run. And here we are now chatting in the chat. So this is a very, I think that was 6 years ago. So thank you 6 years later for that intel.
It's amazing how full circle things come.
Yeah. Anthony and I were just talking about the full circle nature of
life,
but also the trail running world. It's really crazy because this huge thing that seems so huge to us, it's still pretty small because, well, maybe it's just a byproduct of the community, because everybody's just so friendly and just in it regardless of their time and their speed and how many races they've run or haven't run. So anyway, thank you for that, AJW. But yeah, still looking for updates. Let's try to get an update from the tracker here. Oh, we still got Kerry Ward stats up there. I might just have to refresh the feed for a sec. But yeah, still nothing. So we've got some footage, some photos from Alex Hill. Looks like they're still about a half-mile away from Lane Mountain Aid Station. I need an aid station myself because honestly, I am understanding the effects of only drinking coffee and talking for 9 hours straight. My legs are cramping up, but I'm in this because this is Cocodona 250, and if they're in it to Flagstaff, I'm in it to Flagstaff. So
yeah, so this was brought up on Twitter at some point. Like, do you think we deserve a special like Cocodona 250 broadcast belt buckle? Like, should we get a buckle?
We don't need anything.
Should we get a buckle? Like, maybe it's smaller. Maybe it doesn't actually function as a buckle. And maybe it's made out of plastic or something. But, like, do we deserve one for going through this ultra marathon of a life?
We are only at mile 33 right now. We cannot talk about belt buckles. But you know what? I need a little aid station. Can you hit me up? We got our sponsor, Goo, right now. I am going to get some calories in. My Goo Energy Gel, one of our great sponsors for the Cocodona 250. It's been a while since I've raced, and I actually like to use the baby pouches for my food, like if I'm going to do like rim to rim or FKTs or something like that. But I'm going to start. I haven't had Goos since I was training, so I'm going to try the blueberry pomegranate. We're just going to do a live taste test, completely unplanned gate, and we'll try it out.
Unplanned gate. I love it. Can you give me a first
that's a
reaction
good one.
here?
That's a good one. It actually tastes like
Blueberries and
You know, like
pomegranate?
if you put blueberries at the bottom of like really hot oatmeal, and then they're there at the bottom, and so they're all like the heat like mushed them, and it really brought out the flavor. That's that. This is that.
That sounds
So,
joyous right now.
And this was completely unplanned. And thank you. I did not expect when I said aid station to get that. So anyway, onward. We're gonna see if we can get any word out there from Lane Mountain Aid. So still waiting for Michael Versteeg and Drew Fraze to come through. I'll just refresh this tracker and then I'll be able to. That's classic. That's Jem Rooney, friend of the Mountain Outpost pod.
Friend of all of the content here at
Yes,
Aravaipa.
absolutely.
Jem had a little nap. He's back up, joining the live chat. That just shows you how long we've been on air. In Australia, people have gone to bed, woken up, and now they're back. You know?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to refresh this.
I'm seeing in the
tracker
chat
right here.
someone reporting that the tracker is showing that they're in the aid station.
Yeah, I'm going to say I'd be shocked if they're not. They are. At least this tracker is showing that Drew Fraze is in. And at least on my end, Versteeg is not updated yet, but I'm going to imagine they're in Lane Mountain together. I see if I can get some of this footage on here. We are getting a little bit of some views from our correspondent. It looks like Drew Fraze was running really strong into Lane Mountain Aid Station. So I'm going to guess we did have some cell service issues, so they weren't able to join the feed. Again, it is fairly remote out there, even though they are heading toward a saloon. So we have word that Drew Fraze was coming through, looking quite strong. And this is a direct quote from our correspondent. Drew Fraze was saying that Drew Fraze enjoyed 9,500 feet of climbing before lunch. So you gotta admit that's quite the meal, and he's heading to the perfect place to wash it down with a nice cold beverage. So whether that be water, electrolyte drink, or something inside the Crown King Saloon, we will see. Yeah, Alex, we would love to have a treadmill in there. We could actually, for the after-hours shows, especially on Wednesday night. Well, at this point, it might be later than that if the splits stay as they are. But we're gonna try to go through the night on that night. So that'd be cool to stay awake and have a treadmill and see which between you and I, you and Worden, who goes further while commentating. We would have to completely change our setup. That'll be for 2022.
Yeah, I would. I'm a big bet on myself kind of guy. So
yeah.
I would bet on myself in that situation. But I'm open to the challenge.
Yeah, I'm gonna check in to see if we can get any views out there.
And again, this just kind of speaks to the nature of this course. It's pretty remote in some places, and so some places just aren't going to have the cell coverage, unfortunately. But we're going to do our best to make sure we're bringing you as much footage as we can.
Absolutely. Yeah, we knew that going into it. Unlike Black Canyon, the Black Canyon 100K, this course is not, as accessible. It's very accessible in some areas. I mean, of course, like when they go through Prescott and when they go through Sedona and, of course, Flagstaff and the start line right off I-17. Super accessible, but we're winding in and out and in the Bradshaws. So,
yeah. Once you get up into the Bradshaws, even Crown King isn't – like you can get there, obviously, but it's
a
not easy.
90-minute drive.
From the interstate, basically.
From the interstate on a dirt road that only gets a little more challenging to drive. It's not like crazy, but it's not close.
Yeah.
It's a fun drive.
Yeah, and it makes sense. You're getting to see some of these spots in the in the Bradshaws where they're just kind of tucked away in the mountains there. So it's really interesting, just to be able to have coverage in some of the spots we're able to get coverage. And to be able to have gotten like some of the check-ins with Jamil, I thought were really good, and we weren't sure whether we were going to have coverage in those sections. So hopefully we'll be able to continue to get more footage for you guys.
Yeah, I know we see Jason in the chat. We are waiting for a live stream from Shelby. We haven't seen her pop in, but honestly, she is in that section where we know there's just zero service. So I think once she gets closer to Crown King, we might be able to see her. And it looks like we got some eyes heading toward Off Lane Mountain. Let's pull up Alex Hill. Alex, can you hear me out there?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, so that was bib number 7 that just went by.
So bib number 7 out there just went by. What location are you? Are you before or after Lane Mountain aid station right now?
We are before. This is after the climb. They're heading down into the aid station.
Great. So bib number 7, that's Vaughn Jones from Texas. Vaughn Jones, you can see him. Yes, Alex is pointing him out right now. So Vaughn Jones is on his way into the Lane Mountain aid station.
Which Lane Mountain aid station, pan over here, it's going to be right there.
Great. So is more cloud cover been coming in as the wind's picking up?
Yeah, wind is pretty good right now. You can kind of see the clouds.
Yeah, a lot more clouds than what we saw.
The runners are coming up from right here, right through this little passageway right here. They're coming up out of that single lane track and hitting the service road. So this wind, it's dropping the temperature down pretty significant, making it a nice breeze. It's not too hot up here.
Yeah, and I think that could be we were talking about how they're coming out of this heat, and this is going to be a nice reprieve for them as they've got a breeze, the cooler temperatures, and of course they're heading into the Ponderosa Pines to add a little shade. Did you have a conversation? I heard, did you have a conversation with Drew Fraze? What did he tell you?
So both of the runners, they were both kind of, they both had the mindset of they didn't quite think that they would have 9,500 feet of vert gain before lunch today. So, we got a runner coming up here.
All right, let's get some eyes on that runner. Let us know if you can see a bib number.
Yep. Good job, runner. What's your bib number? 16, everybody.
We got bib 16 coming through.
Andy Pearson,
Andy
I believe.
Pearson looking strong out of SoCal.
He junior ranger at Barkley.
Oh, no way.
No, they did this as an April Fool's joke when Jamil and Gary bought Barkley.
Okay. Yeah, I get
the junior ranger.
That's
Look at him having a strong day.
Of that Andy Pearson fame.
That is Andy Pearson of that Andy Pearson fame for sure.
Yeah.
Having a real strong run, though. I think he got kind of overlooked in a lot of our race recaps, and he shouldn't have. He's a very strong runner. He's finished some really epic races, and so it's good to see Andy having a really strong day running up near the front there.
Yeah. Absolutely. And so we got Jason Gerhardt in the chat. That is actually Shelby Farrell's husband, Shelby Farrell from Gooder is out there running, and he's saying it's brutal out there. And it really is. I think that once we get into Crown King, we're going to try to get as much intel as possible from these runners. Shelby should be coming up the climb still. She's probably still got another few miles. Yeah, she's currently at mile 30 and a half. So she's got about 2.5 miles before she comes into the Lane Mountain aid station. So we might be able to see her. But yeah, I think Naomi in the chat is correct. The next runner we probably should see coming down is Maggie Gutierrez. So Alex, let us know. We're going to keep you on cam. So this is a great shot. If you're just joining us, Alex Hill out there from Utah is waiting for the next runner to come through, and it should be, I believe, current 6th place overall, and first female, Maggie Gutierrez. We're awaiting her if the GPS tracker is accurate, which I'm sure it is. So we will wait for Maggie as Alex pans around to give you a beautiful view of the Bradshaw Mountains. As we await Maggie, bib number 4. Originally from the Beast Coast, but now calls Durango, Colorado, her home.
So, just to give you guys an idea, the first runners just passed through here about 26 minutes ago. So they're probably well out of the aid station by now.
Great. Good to know. We're going to keep an eye on them. They should not be too far off from Crown King because it all is mostly downhill to Crown King.
Yeah, and then we've got a question in the chat. What mile is the camera at?
The camera is close to mile 33.
Yeah, let's see. I am, so it's about 30, this would be 32.4, 32.3, give or take.
32, so like 32.3. So you're about a little over a half mile from the before the aid station. Got it.
Correct.
Awesome. Well, great vantage point. We're going to keep you on. Yeah, Alex Ezel was saying it looks so dry out there. It really is. We did not get a ton of rain this spring, nor did we get a lot of snow over the winter. So it looks like Alex's feed might have cut out. So it's going to come back in. It's super windy out there, as you can hear. So he is at mile 33. And you can see it's obviously dry. That's probably the site of a wildfire. You can see by the trees over to the left of your screen. It does get dry, and here in the desert, even at those higher elevations, the drought really has been pretty brutal this year. Yeah, we shouldn't be too far off from Maggie. And Dax Hawk and Peter Mortimer shouldn't be too far behind her. Nor is the second female and top 10 overall, Dawn Greenwald. Awesome to see that. Another Flagstaffer. And we're waiting. Yeah, so Matt, have you ever run up in this section of the Bradshaws? Oh, you haven't been up in the Bradshaws, right?
I have not been up in the Bradshaws at all. So
right. Oh, it looks Alex. So Alex's feed is going to come in and out, but that's to be expected. It's super windy and the service is spotty at best. But we are stoked that he's able to get this scene for us as we await the 6th place overall runner. Yeah, so I think I can't tell if that's the. No, I think that's just the tree. I'm getting over eager, waiting for the next runner to come down.
The view of the pines up here is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it's quite incredible.
And I think we had a question in the chat earlier about what elevation they are currently at. And just looking at the course map, it looks like Lane Mountain Aid is going to be.
He's got it on his map. It's perfect.
Yeah, right around 7,000 feet. So, yep, there you go. 6886 for whoever asked that in the chat. That's kind of what they're at right there where the camera is.
Yeah, great. Yeah, it's about 68. Kind of about that Flagstaff elevation, really, to put it that way from perspective. Right on. So yeah, if you're just joining us, we are waiting at around mile 32 and a half. We are waiting for Maggie Gutierrez, the lead female, 6th overall, to come through right before the second aid station. You know what's funny to say second aid station at mile 33? You know you're in for one.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting to see how these runners are feeling after having had such a long stretch in between aid stations here. So their last aid station was down at mile 11. They had a lot of vert still left to go, and it was pretty hot. So,
all right, guys, we got a runner coming in.
Got a runner coming in. Who's it going to be? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's Maggie.
Possibly. Good job, good job.
See if we can get eyes on it.
Good job. How you feeling?
Max.
Hey, it's right down there.
There it is. Maggie Gutierrez. Looking strong. Cruising down to mile 33. I sensed the determination in her voice. I mean, she's going for this.
Yeah, I mean, she's running really strong right now. I think she's going to be really happy to get down into this aid station, get refueled, and kind of keep it moving, get back out there.
Absolutely.
From what it sounded like she's hurting for water right now, which I think might be the case for a lot of these runners coming now.
Yeah, like I said, it's a really long stretch to be in kind of the exposed heat in between aid stations here. So runners had about 22-ish miles in between aid stations. They had a lot of vert in that section, and it's pretty dang hot, and it's definitely exposed. So having enough water on you was definitely critical when you left that Cottonwood Creek aid station at mile 11, especially because based on the weather here lately, there's not really any spots to filter water out of streams or anything like that.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We have a question in the chat about where is Shelby. Shelby is closing in toward mile 31, so she's still a couple miles away from where our camera is stationed right now, which is just before mile 33 at just under 7,000 feet of elevation. So keep in mind, the runners like Shelby and the rest of the pack, they came from the Saguaro Cacti this morning. If you were with us since 5 a.m., you'll see the variation and change in this course. And I'll tell you what, it's only going to continue to get to change.
Yeah, I mean the geographical diversity of this race is truly incredible, and you're seeing glimpses of it already. As people have already started to make their way up from the spines of the Sonoran Desert up to the pines here, just shy of 7,000 feet in the Bradshaws, and the diversity is going to continue to change. We're going to showcase a lot of what Arizona has to offer, and we're super excited about that.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. The spines to the pines, as you say. That's actually the tagline for the Crown King Scramble 50K, which is another way to experience a big climb from the desert. It's one of the Aravaipa races in March, and you can it's on a different trail, but you'll get a very similar vertical challenge, if you will, and end it at Crown King Saloon. So, and that's only the beginning of this. I still can't fathom that. Oh, the race that Jamil created.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, we've got we've got a lot of adventure left ahead. So I hope that the runners are as eager about this adventure as we are about broadcasting this adventure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Maggie has ended up being runner number 5, unless I miscounted.
You know, you might be right. Let me check here. It's looking like 2, 3, 4, 5. I wonder if Peter Mortimer went by already? This is showing that Peter's back, but I don't know we saw Peter. She's either 5 or 6.
I'm going through. I know for sure the 2 front runners.
Right.
Then the 3rd person that I was able to catch on the stream, and then the 4th, and I think Maggie's number 5.
You know what? If that does actually check out based on our visuals.
So there you go. Maggie number 5.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you for these great perspective, both visually and verbally, Alex. We really appreciate it here in the studio, and I know that our viewers do appreciate it as well. So we have a question, question in the chat from Trisha Kelsey asking, what age is the youngest runner in the Cocodona 250 this year? I will get that information for you. I know that the oldest runners, there are 2 73-year-olds, Gene Dykes being one of them. And
the youngest runner in this year's race is Stefan Fiandero, who is 20 from San Jose, California. That's young. Stefan here can't even enjoy the adult beverages at Crown King Saloon and Whiskey Row, which might actually be good for his overall success in this race. It might help him, it might help move him along a little bit quicker, not sitting and partaking in the shenanigans at these places. But he finished the 2019 Bigfoot 200. He's definitely got a pretty good resume for someone who is only 20 years old. So the fact that, 2 years ago he finished the Bigfoot 200, he would have been 18, 19 years old. A year and a half ago, basically. That's insane.
Insanely.
When I think about what I was doing when I was 18 or 19 years old, I sure wasn't running 200-mile races. And so shout out to Stefan here for joining us for the Cocodona 250, and we wish him all the best.
It could be Stefan. I
Could be.
put that out there.
It 100%
My friend
could be.
Stefan spells his name like that, so I just want to say that we have to confirm the.
If
so anybody in the chat, we want to get we got a runner coming up. That's Peter Mortimer. I can see it from here. That's Peter Mortimer's running stride for sure. Classic Peter. Just plain vert for Peter. Yeah, he's in the zone right there.
I think he's probably also grateful to get down to this aid station. As most runners likely are.
Yeah, they haven't had aid in 22 miles.
Yeah, if I were them, I would be happy as well.
Got another runner here, guys.
We got another
Let's
runner
get
coming
eyes
in.
on who
Bib
else.
number 17. Bib number 17.
So 17. Dax Hawk. Boise, Idaho's Dax Hawk looking strong.
Got the nice white hat going on there.
Yeah, that's a wise choice.
Runners are actually being graced by this nice cloud set coming through. We got a breeze.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Temperature's probably dropped about 3 degrees just from those clouds alone.
And you could see them moving down on the trail from there as they make their way downhill to Lane Mountain's aid at mile 33. Yeah, so according to the GPS, coming behind Dax,
looks like we should have Trevor Medding coming pretty soon here.
Yeah. So the next runner we expect to see
is the Texan himself.
Sugarland, Texas, Trevor Medding. Again, he's run a 393-mile race before, so no big deal.
Yeah, I mean, that really puts into perspective a 250-mile race for someone like him. He might just be, like, outstretching his legs right now. He might just be getting warmed up.
I mean, that race that he did run, while incredibly challenging, did not have as much vert at all.
Okay,
as
here it
this,
comes.
But here we go. Let's see if it's Trevor.
Oh, no. We got a female.
Oh. I think this might be Dawn. This might be Dawn Greenwald. Is this Bib 13, Alex?
Bib 13. Bib
Dawn
13.
Greenwald coming through strong
Good
from
job.
Flagstaff. Wow.
Get it. I don't know if you guys heard that. Amazing course. This is cool.
Oh, I gotta love it.
You have to love the amazing spirits that Dawn are in. That is, I know that we missed the first couple runners, but that is the most joyous attitude we have seen out of the runners we've been able to catch thus far, which is incredible. Again, another Arizonan running up there near the front. You love to see that if you are, if you were from the beautiful Grand Canyon state.
Yeah. Alex, would you say that Dawn had the best spirits, if you will, out of all the runners that you've seen come through there?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, definitely the most pep. Most pep in her step.
We're actually going to take a break. Alex, we'll be back to you in a bit. We're going to take a check-in with Jamil on the Jam Cam and see where he's at. He should be not far from where you are. Jamil, can you hear us out there?
Hey guys, mile 32. Mile 32, almost at the high point here.
Awesome.
Sure
Looks like he's running with, I could hear you. It looks like you're running with Sarah Ostaszewski behind you. Oh, cut out a bit. He'll be back. His camera will cut in and out. There he is. It's actually a perfect freeze frame to see that. I'm 100% sure that's Sarah O right there behind him.
Sarah O having a great race.
Well,
from wave 2.
From wave 2. So
I'm interested to see if she saved enough.
We'll check in with Jamil the minute he gets back. But yeah, what a great race. Tony Hill's got a drone in the sky up near Crown King. I wonder if he's got any eyes on runners coming down into the saloon. Nothing yet. Let's take a look at the tracker.
So from that Lane Mountain aid station, it should be, about
Drew Freeze is close.
A quick 4-mile descent down into Crown King.
Yeah, Drew Freeze, is, according to our GPS tracker in here, is in the lead, and he's less than a mile out from Crown King. So we'll bounce back and forth between Tony's drone feed and the Jam Cam once Jamil gets service up and going. You can see these beautiful views courtesy of Tony Hill, Tony of the Hills on Instagram. Yeah, so this is the section just outside, or really part of Crown King, the greater Crown King area. Awaiting leaders Drew Fraze, Michael Versteeg.
And we're going to finally solve the mystery of the Crown King Gate.
Oh, Craig, I already forgot about all the gates. It started with Cattle Gate, which was not a hashtag, and it turned into other stuff. That's a 5-hour callback reference to those of you that have been with us from the beginning, which we actually, probably within the next hour, I failed to mention that we will have to reset the live stream. Because we can't hit a 12-hour mark because it will not save itself to YouTube. We've got a little bit before the 12-hour. The drone feed is cutting a little bit, so we will wait for Tony to get the bird back up and running. But we got Jamil on the jam cam probably getting ready out there to come over the high section and cruise in, which means Alex will be able to see him when Alex recharges his batteries. He's our filmer out there just outside mile 33. And we've looking like we've got Hector Rodriguez. We're going to go to Hector because he might have an update about potentially a runner coming in. Hector's in Crown King.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything more than maybe what you're saying, but I definitely think we're going to see a runner here in the next few minutes. So we will definitely have eyes on whoever that is.
And we're trying to pull that up on the tracker here on our end just to see if we can get an update on how far out these runners are. But we are hoping to see them coming into the Crown King aid station somewhat soon.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Hector, they will be coming. I think they'll be coming from the other direction. If I'm pretty familiar with that area, and I think they're going to be coming from the other direction and then heading out the direction you're looking. But I could just have my bearings off from afar.
I can spot check that. Let me validate that, but I know we definitely have the sign here. And I was talking to Jamil's parents who were saying that they were coming through here, down this bridge.
Yeah, so I think those signs are for the car. You are right. Like they're going to come into Crown King, they're going to come back out and then head back out down that road. But they're going to come over the summit. So I think they're going to be coming out to your left.
Okay, so you think I just need to come up there and turn around?
Yeah, I mean that's how they come down for Crown King. But if you stand at that intersection, you won't miss them either way. So
absolutely. So we're gonna just stay up here, make sure we get, the first few wave of runners.
Awesome. I think we actually might have some eyes on runners on the drone. So Hector, we'll be back to you in a bit. And we do. Tony has got eyes on what appears to be Drew Fraze making his way down into Crown King. So Drew Fraze is going to be our leader coming into mile 37.
And he is moving pretty strongly through here. Again, another very runnable section here as you run down into Crown King from the last aid station. And he appears to be moving pretty well. So we'll see kind of what spirits he's in as he gets closer to the Crown King Saloon and that aid station.
Look at that. That is it's a good road to cruise down.
It's a beautiful road to capture a drone shot as well.
Yeah, it is. Look at these. I love the aerial perspective, looking down on the when the trees are the tall ponderosa pines like that. Is that the turn? No. So, okay. So he's still got a little bit to go. So if you are just joining us, we are looking at Drew Fraze making his way down the Crown King Road. to make his way into the Crown King aid station at the Crown King Saloon. And you'll see that OHV vehicle in front of him. It's a really popular area for those four-wheelers and quads because the roads do get pretty tough out there, especially from where Drew was coming from. But it's a little more well-maintained at this section.
Yeah, and that's a good point by Chris Worden. Drew has currently lives in Flagstaff and used to live in Sedona, so he's going to be super familiar with the back half of this course. So Chris Worden, using the wrong hashtag in my opinion, but dark leopard in a hammock.
Yeah, not shocked at all. I think we did get a request to give our proper top threes, but now people aren't going to believe me because Drew was in my top three. They're going to think I'm just adding it in to look cool. But I told you I'd be shocked if there's not 2 out of 3 people on the podium are going to be Arizonans.
I don't think you're going to get 3, but I do
2 out of
think,
3.
I think
So
you could definitely get 2. I think Maggie is having such a strong race right now that she would be my top contender to break up the Arizona sweep. But it's a long race. You never know what's going to play out here.
John Marushik in the chat. Drew knows that he has 218 miles to go, right?
I cannot confirm whether or not he does, but I'm sure that we'll be able to check in shortly with his crew.
I think Drew really dressed smart for that opening 33 miles. He's kind of going with the running style from the waist down, and then for his top and his headwear, he's kind of going more for that backpacker through hiker look with the long sleeve shirt, and it's perfect. He spends a lot of time hiking and running down in the Grand Canyon, which is just under an hour away from less than an hour from Flagstaff where he lives. So it's a great place to train. We've got a couple of feeds ready for us in Crown King as well. Yes, it looks like we do. We got Drew Fraze coming out there.
You,
Deborah,
Drew? Good job, buddy.
There was Drew. We got some great footage. Deborah was able to get us some ground footage of Drew coming in about a little bit up the trail still from before he has to turn in, and you see that slow. Oh, I know exactly where he is now with that slow sign. So he's pretty close to making that turn, and there it is. Yeah, Versteeg is right behind Drew Fraze. And there's now we've got Hector's feed up now. Hector's feed is capturing. That's Drew Fraze on the screen, filmed by Hector Rodriguez. So some great footage. That's Drew Fraze coming into Crown King.
Better now.
Good, good.
And there we've got Michael Versteeg.
Not far through. Did you hear that? It was a better now, though. So
Sounds like he hit a bit of a rough patch.
He had a rough patch. So. So let's see. Versteeg is on his way in. Let's bring in. There's Versteeg coming down. Looking at this drone footage now from Tony Hill. Wait, is that Versteeg?
That is
not. He's using poles, unless am I seeing things? No, that's Versteeg, right?
Yeah, that is.
He's in the
Michael.
black. Yeah. You know what? It looked like the shadows from the trees. It looked like he had poles. Unless he does, and I just didn't realize he was. Yeah, I think it was just. My eyes straining. This is a shadow. Yeah. So there's Versteeg coming in. Here he is coming down into Crown King right now. He's got that self-cut crop top.
All right, that was pretty brutal. He's saying that was pretty brutal.
Yeah, you heard that from Michael Versteeg. It was definitely a brutal climb to get to where he's at right now, Crown King, mile 37. And here's the scene of what it looks like toward the aid station. That aid station is exactly where the finish line is at Crown King. So we're looking at Michael Versteeg coming in to the aid station, mile 37. Much cooler in Crown King. It's currently around 68 degrees.
Yeah, it feels great.
I'm sure it feels nice to be up and out of the heat a little bit, being able to kind of replenish, and it's good to see that Michael kind of worked through that tough patch that he went through a little bit, and is kind of grinding through it still.
We're actually going to go back over to Alex Hill. I think he's got a runner coming through near Lane Mountain.
Yes,
Alex,
sir.
can you give us a bib number on that runner?
Yep, sure will. What's the bib number? Number 40.
We got bib 40 coming in, looking strong.
That is Justin Lang.
Justin Lang. Again, it kind of got a similar gear setup that Drew Fraze does. We're going to take it back into Crown King and get a little aid station cam on Michael Versteeg. Some familiar faces out there too. I can see some members of our documentary team capturing the action at the aid station. Hey, Hector, can you unmute for a sec? I want to hear what's going on down there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. So it looks like, did I see that right? Versteeg and Drew Fraser are both in aid
Yep.
at the same
Yep.
time still? Okay.
Yeah, I'll take you to both. Looks like we're changing shoes.
All right, that shoe change. A lot of
Or-
people
or
asked
can't-
about
no,
the shoe
maybe,
tactic.
Maybe it's socks. It might just be changing socks, but
We do have word that Mike McKnight is coming through. It's going to go back to Alex.
Hey, Mike. How you doing, man? You doing good?
Not really.
Hey, water's right up ahead. You got about half a mile.
So we're looking at, I don't know if you heard that, but it's Michael McKnight. When asked how you feeling, he said, not really, but, most people aren't going to feel that great after a climb like that. So there's a lot going on right now. This is super exciting. We've got eyes on Lane Mountain. We've got filmers out at Crown King at the aid station. But first, we're going to go over to Jamil on the Jam Cam to see how he's doing.
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
Good. Just topped out above Lane Mountain, so I'm about a mile out from the aid up here in the nice cool pines. About 32.6 miles in.
So how does it? We have more people coming through just ahead of Jamil. Yeah, so we got word on that number 10. I believe that's Jordan Wurfsbrock. So yeah, Jamil is still on cam here. He just finished that epic climb. So we're going to get a little view of what his run down to the Lane Mountain aid station is looking like. And we will filter in and out from Jamil's cam and the aid station cam at Crown King. Look at this double track that we've got going down. This is beautiful. So we're getting word from our correspondents in Crown King that Drew Fraser and Michael Versteeg are both still at the aid station, taking their time, making some gear changes, and they're still in there. So they're not in a rush to get out. I don't think there will be a consumption of any beer or whiskey from the Whiskey Men. We're gonna take a quick look over someone coming through at. We got bib number 8 coming through at Lane Mountain. Who's that, Matt?
Ryan Birkmeyer.
Ryan Birkmeyer coming through. Let's take another quick look at Crown King. Oh, it looks like Drew Fraser has made his either shoe or sock change. Did you see Hector? Did he change his shoes or did he change his socks?
I think it was just the socks.
Just a sock change.
He looks like he's getting the hydration back in the vest, filled the bottles, and I would assume he looks like he's ready to head out. So he might be leaving the aid station first.
All right. Yeah, Versteeg is still sitting in the chair, but hey, you got to take it smart.
Yeah, I mean, we have to realize we're 37 miles into a 250-plus mile race. It's better to take a moment and regroup now and get what you need before getting back on there out on the course. So,
yeah, both guys are in the shade, enjoying. We got a little bit of a breeze here, so nice. I'm sure they're really appreciating that.
Yeah. And I'm going to go take us back on course to the Jam Cam. Jamil is cruising down this double track. So if you're just joining us, we are looking at, you're looking at Jamil's view on his race. Jamil, do you regret designing the climb that you just did?
It was really tough, but it was epic. It was awesome. It's actually quite chilly up here now.
Yeah, we can hear the wind, and we can see it as Jamil moves closer toward where I believe Alex is. So we should probably see Jamil on Alex's cam pretty soon. We are going to bring Hector is talking to Drew right now, so let's listen in.
You feel like Jamil lied to you?
Gonna go back down. Go green, everyone.
All right, man, crush it.
It sounded like Drew thought that Drew said, I believe Jamil lied to him, I guess, about how challenging the course was.
Yeah.
About how hard the course was, it sounded.
Some easier miles ahead.
Hey, that's what Cocodona, I think, is all about.
It's actually chilly up here now. It's crazy. I'm getting a legitimate chill.
Did you pack any, just to tell our viewers, what kind of other gear, other than the water, do you have in your pack right now? Or is that waiting for you in a drop bag?
Yeah, I pretty much went all in on water. So, yeah, I don't even have a layer right now, which I will get at Crown King. So we've got nice clouds developing.
Awesome. Yeah, we're going to take a quick hop back over to the aid station. To Deb is in Crown King. She's got some eyes on Michael Versteeg.
I don't know if you saw Versteeg or not just now, but good job. Looks like he's just relaxing in the shade and taking it easy.
Deb, do you happen to know if did he change out any gear at all? Is he?
By the looks of things, it looks like he's you still wearing your same shoes? Yeah. No, he hasn't changed out any gear yet.
Cool.
And I think that this is what you're going to see from a lot of runners at this point. The sitting and questioning their decision to sign up for this race after that first 37 miles of really hard running. So I think that you're going to see this a lot where runners are taking their time, whether they want to change their gear or not, and are really just trying to figure out what the move forward plan is, because they just went through arguably some of the toughest miles on the course.
Absolutely. And we can't say it enough. It's incredibly early in this race. So let's take our view to the sky for a minute. See Tony on the drone. This is an aerial view rather of the aid station. And we're going to go back to Tony here. Looks like the feed is cutting out a little. should we restart? What? We have audio now? All right. So we're going to bring Shelby in right now. Shelby from Gooder, I think we've got her on the feed. So here she is. Let's see if we can hear her, though. I know she's in a section where the audio might be cutting out. Shelby, can you hear us out there? It looks like her audio is going to be cutting out. So she is in that section that Jamil was in before where his audio was cutting out. We might need to wait for her to get closer to Crown King to get an audio check-in with her. Because, again, she's just cresting over the mountain. And she is making her way toward Lane Mountain. But nonetheless, this is Shelby Farrell from Gooder. And she is absolutely crushing it. And she looks like she's in good spirits, we could tell. And we'll get an audio check in a little bit from her. But yeah, she's crushing it. And again, we'd like to thank our friends, our sponsors at Gooder. They've got a special deal for everybody for the Cocodona 250. If you go to gooder.com/Cocodona, you'll learn more about it. You can get 2 glasses and get the third one 50% off with the code COCOLOCO. So we will check in again with Shelby in a little bit. But for right now, we're going to go back to the aids.